Hey everybody, how's it going? We've got a lot to get to. As I said before, this episode's pretty long. So I've actually determined how many streams it's going to take us to get through episode 4. We've already done 1. Today is the 2nd. It's going to take about 5. And that 5th one's going to be longer than usual, so I'll look forward to that. But anywho, considering we didn't get to the thick of it last time, I want to go ahead and reiterate those trigger warnings from last stream, by the way. You know, I said how the stuff with Rosa was going to get worse. We're definitely going to be getting to that today. I will reiterate that warning when we get to that scene in particular, because it's pretty fucking heavy. And I want you guys to be safe. So... Anywho, let's read these couple of donations real quick. Iconic Laser with the $10. Repetition request. Becoming happy isn't the same thing as accepting your current misfortune. It means creating a new happiness out of your current misfortune. That is the magic of Origins. So true, bestie. Both you and Maria. DreamPop45 with the $5. Happy birthday to everyone in chat. Is it chat's birthday? Is it chat's collective birthday? And hey, the donation messages actually came in somewhat promptly this time. I don't know what was happening a couple of days ago. But hopefully it fixed itself. Also, before we get started, I just want you guys to see, I have implemented a little hotkey toggle for my stream setup for particularly special occasions or dramatic moments. I can do this. So you can see everything even closer up. That sure was a stream lag. Like, just now, or earlier? I don't know. Anyway, anyway, go back. But yeah, so, that's a thing now. Kamikaze, how far are we into episode 4? We're just about to start Anjay's little interview in the world of 1998. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into that, shall we? Remember, we left off in 1998, so... Oh, with the donations last stream. Yeah, okay. I understand. But yeah. We're in 1998. Let's go.
Yes, I will never forget it. It happened in April of 1987. I received a certain strange request from a friend. A large collection of books, the former possessions of a very rich man, were being sold at an auction. And it was thought that some of them might have been extremely valuable from an archaeological and folkloristic perspective, as well as in an occult sense.
Does audio seem louder to you than usual? I'm going to turn those down a little bit. Also, Heartwolf with the $10. Can't say, but I just want to say thank you for changing my mind about Maria's worldview from last time. I was mostly pitying her as she explained herself, but your commentary helped me understand better. Thank you. Yeah, Maria's whole thing is, like, really important to me. And it's very, like, nuanced. There are definitely different ways to view it, but I think it's very important to the messages of the story.
So this friend wanted me to take a private look at their value.
87. Half a year after the crime on Rokenjima.
Correct. Those books were explained to have escaped the disaster on Rokenjima. I was told that the owner of the island, Mrs. USHIROMIYA Eva, had put them up for auction.
They appeared to be at a high-class restaurant. Anjay and a middle-aged man were sitting across from one another in a pair of secluded and quiet seats. Amakusa could be seen by the restaurant's entrance. He was probably keeping a lookout for pursuers from the Sumidera family. The scholarly-seeming man from across Anjay spoke politely, but with enthusiasm. He hadn't so much as touched the food in front of him, which communicated effectively the passion with which he was speaking. He was a professor at a certain university, known in particular as an authority on Western folklore. However, among his life's works, that was the only one with the most acceptable public face. His true life work was the study of Western occultism, Western magic, alchemy, and all else falling under the umbrella of the occult, as well as demonology. In short, he was one of the people best positioned to understand the details of Kinzo's research. Let's look and see what, Professor Otsuki, a professor at a certain college, well known as an authority on the study of Western folklore, also famous as a hobbyist researcher of the Rokenjima witch legend and as one of the witch hunters. The witch hunt is primarily focused on the straining of occult superstitions to explain the truth of the Rokenjima crime rather than doing so scientifically, and its dilettantes and enthusiasts of the mystical primarily view it as a type of mental game. Before I continue with this guy's dialogue, by the way, I just want to let you guys know about this cool fun fact. So, early on into the release of Umineko in Japan, there was a fan group that was fan translating Umineko into English called The Witch Hunt. And Ryukishi became aware of The Witch Hunt while writing Umineko, and he was very happy that they were helping to translate it into English for other people to read. So he decided to name this little group of characters after the Witch Hunt translation group. And wouldn't you know it, later on, the Witch Hunt ended up being contacted by Manga Gamer, who publishes Umineko in English on Steam, and they helped with the official translation. Cool stuff. And they also helped translate Ryukishi's newest work, which was Kukonia.
First, what I learned by appraising the books was that Mrs. Ushirimiya Eva had absolutely no education in folkloristics, and that the original owner of the books, Mr. Ushirimiya Kinzo, was without doubt one of the top 5 authorities on demonology in Japan.
April 1987. A major city antique shop came into possession of a large quantity of ancient texts thought to have high historical value. The texts had been entrusted to them by Ushirimiya Eva, who had requested for them to be put up for auction on her behalf. At the time, everyone thought that Eva had succeeded the Ushirimiya family and obtained all the wealth for herself as the only survivor. However, at that point, barely half a year had passed since the accident, which was not enough for the rest of the family to be legally declared dead in absentia, even given the extraordinary circumstances. Because of that, Eva was thought to have been in a very tight spot financially, unable even to collect from her family's life insurance. It seems that she tried to sell everything of value, and even the books kept in Kuidorian, her location when she escaped harm, became a target of this. And when the authorities in the field gathered at the request of the antique shop to appraise these documents, which were later called the Ushirimiya Library, they were given the shock of their lives.
At least speaking from the perspective of occultism, the shockwaves that discovery sent throughout the world were comparable to the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The reason for this is that the Ushirimiya Library even included some extremely important documents, which had been known to exist for more than 1,000 years but had never before been found. The so-called romantic side of the occult, epitomized for example by alchemy, never ceases to stir an intense fascination in dilettantes. Even now, it's whispered that in various places around the world, a great number of magic books of historical value might be in the secret possession of very wealthy lovers of the occult, unannounced to the public. The prime candidates for this are said to be items such as Leonardo da Vinci's notebooks, which are particularly popular among dilettantes. It's said that approximately 5,000 pages of the notebooks currently exist, and over 10,000 have been lost. But some researchers believe that a large part of this lost portion may be being monopolized by certain dilettantes and millionaires. It is said that because of this, even now, dilettantes who can't help but seek these spare no expense to search around for quietly hoarded away and unannounced notebooks. There's probably no doubting that Ushirimiya Kinzo was himself one of those dilettantes. It's unknown what Kinzo went through to obtain these, but undoubtedly he must have spent his vast wealth like water to buy them off of other rich people with the same hobby as him. The discovery of that huge number of books at the end of the 20th century, books so valuable that dilettantes were filled with the desire to hoard them away, and their subsequent release to the public gave the entire world a massive shock. due to this incident, the name Rokenjima became known across the world. And at the same time, the world also received a shock at the very high probability that, due to the accident on Rokenjima, a large amount of undiscovered books of even greater value had been lost. After that discovery, the names of Rokenjima and the USHIROMIYA library were certain to remain in our memories for all time.
Our memories. That our probably meant the occult neck of the woods with the same hobby as Kinzo's. This incident caused the name of Rokenjima to develop an important meaning within the world of the occult. Certainly, there had been a lot of reporting about the accident on Rokenjima, but it hadn't been on an international level. However, this incident circled the globe, taking the image of Rokenjima as a small island in the Izu archipelago and painting it over as a demonic island with a mixture of riddles, suspicion, mystery, and the occult. In other words, until Kinzo's library was leaked to the public by Ava, Rokenjima had been nothing more than a nameless island that no one thought twice about, and it definitely hadn't been a witch's island. However, when knowledge of the USHIROMIYA library spread across the world, Rokenjima's image immediately took on an occult twist.
And so, what happened next was the matter with that message bottle. It is what turned that island into a witch's island. A nameless island in the Izu archipelago began to transition into an occult island, and then into the island of the mysterious witch Beatrice. You could say that lacking either the USHIROMIYA library or the message bottle, the Rokenjima witch legend would never have been established.
A message bottle.
Yes. A form of communication to an unspecified target by throwing an empty bottle with a letter sealed inside into the sea. It's a famous way of sending an SOS from a deserted island, but because of the influence of famous foreign detective novels, it has also become known as a method of confessing the truth after one's own death, like a time-delayed will. The Rokenjima message bottle was certainly the latter.
This is the thing that everyone says a fisherman on a nearby island picked up?
Correct. We learned that a young fisherman on Shikinejima had picked up a wine bottle with a letter in it. This young fisherman happened to keep it out of curiosity. It was only later, when Rokenjima fell under the global spotlight due to the USHIROMIYA library, that he announced his discovery.
Is there any chance that it was a fabrication made by the fisherman?
Of course, we weren't able to deny that possibility. The notebook pages in the wine bottle had the signature of a certain member of the USHIROMIYA family, a girl named USHIROMIYA Maria. However, from the handwriting found on her former belongings, it was ascertained that the handwriting in the letter belonged to a different person.
A different person's handwriting?
Correct. At the very least, I believe there can be no doubt that it was written by a person more skilled at writing and of a greater age than her. There was a very high likelihood that it had been written by someone else using her name. Therefore, at that point in time, the contents of those notebook pages were thought to have very low credibility.
However, later on, a sensation was created when it came to light that on the day of the accident, a similar message bottle had been recovered from the surrounding ocean by the police in their search for evidence.
It seems that due to the evidence from the surrounding area and the intact state of the bottle's seal, the police had decided that its likelihood of being a hoax was low, and that it had been cast out no earlier than a few days before the accident, and the handwriting for both matched. This caused the credibility of the notebook pages discovered by the fisherman to rise. As for the message bottle's contents, magazines and the like seem to have been reporting on that repeatedly, but do you require an explanation all the same?
No. I know about it, more or less. Several sheets of notebook paper had been stuffed into each of the two wine bottles. There were extensive accounts, written in a diary-like fashion by some unknown person calling themselves USHIROMIYA Maria, of the events of the day of the accident and the day before. And it was these that prompted the beginning of the witch legend serial murder case, and the mystery of the Golden Witch Beatrice.
These bizarre diary-style accounts describe the USHIROMIYA family members pinned to the island by the typhoon, becoming caught up in a ritual for the resurrection of a witch and being killed one after another in inexplicable ways. And at the end, the Golden Witch Beatrice revives and swallows everything up into the Golden Land. They were written almost as though this was the complete picture of the events of that day. Additionally, the state of things on the island at that time is also depicted in immense detail, and former servants who once worked for the USHIROMIYA family have given testimony that the pages were definitely written by a person who knew the inside details of the island.
So, the strange fantasy novels, the occult boom that started with the USHIROMIYA library, and the fact that the truth remains shrouded in darkness, the combination of all three of these factors is what created the legend of the Rokenjima witch?
Correct. Already more than 10 years have passed since the incident, and it still attracts the interest of occult enthusiasts around the world. No, in fact you could say that it's become increasingly deified as time has passed. There are still many enthusiasts who try to land secretly on the shores of Rokenjima, even though that has been prohibited. Could there be another message bottle that's still not been discovered? And what really happened on that island that day? There's still much to discuss, oh yes.
As though he had finally remembered that he had been going on and on for some time, the man took a sip of water. Could only method act so well, I only had soda next to me. His potage? I don't know. Was now cold, but it seemed that the man's hunger had already been blown away. If I remember correctly, I heard that the fishermen's pages and the police's pages had completely different contents.
Correct. Due to that, the appeal of the Rokenjima mystery increased even further. Inside of the two bottles was a diary-style account describing the events of the day of the accident and the day before. However, while they both covered the same 2-day period, the contents are completely different, as though one is true and one is untrue, or perhaps both are untrue. However, the beginning and the end alone do match in both. At the beginning, the 18 people, including the relatives, are sealed up on the island by the typhoon. And at the end, everyone dies. The Golden Witch revives, and everything is swallowed up into the Golden Land.
The contents of both message bottles describe the events of the 2 days of the accident, but the details were completely different. Both diaries outline a serial murder following the epitaph of the witch, but the order of the sacrifices, the manners of their deaths, and even the tale of the 2 days are different. However, both depict the same ultimate conclusion. Everyone dies and the witch revives.
Since the only survivor, Mrs. Ushirimiya Eva, remained silent about what happened on that island, the events of that entire 2-day period are shrouded in darkness. These 2 diaries presented not just one, but 2 theories to wipe away that darkness. You could explain those 2 days with either diary. However, we don't know which is correct, or even if there's anything correct contained within them.
Schrodinger's cat box. If it isn't denied, even fiction can be truth. Through the media, these notebook pages had of course been shown to Ava as well, but in the end, she never broke her silence. You sent them message bottles. And why?
Do you remember the magazine that put together a special issue for the crime's 10th anniversary? They covered that question in extensive detail. It seems that their theory is that the one that garners the most support today. But it is rather dull. What happened on that island on that day? Considering this question is the real thrill of the witch hunt.
Witch hunt?
Yes, the Rokenjima witch hunt. It's the name of a group of enthusiasts endeavoring to explain the truth of that crime from an occult perspective. From the USHIROMIYA library to the mysterious 2-day period, the legend of the Golden Witch and more, discussion of the mysteries that surround Rokenjima is flourishing even today among enthusiasts. For the 10-year anniversary, an international convention was held in New York. I was there participating as well, representing Japan. I was able to have a variety of interactions with zealous overseas witch hunters. Witches are a very popular category overseas. The age span of the participants was truly vast, stretching from elementary schoolers at the bottom all the way to famous cultural figures at the top. Even in Japan in recent years, we finally...
You probably don't need any more explanation, but he is one of the most famous Rokenjima witch hunters in Japan. After that, he just kept continuing on excitedly all by himself, even though I'd never asked. As I swirled the thin film on my How do you pronounce this word? Potage. With my spoon, I shrugged my shoulders and sighed. Maybe it really had been a waste of time to research about the message bottle. No, if there was one thing I'd gotten out of this, it was the knowledge that those pages, supposedly written by Maria One-chan, had actually been written by a different person faking her name. You can just say porridge and we'll understand. Potage? Potage. Okay. And that person had taken it upon themselves to write an occult story, put it into a bottle as though it was the truth, and throw it into the sea. That raised questions for me. Why did they go to all the trouble of writing so much in order to prepare a suspicious letter like that? With the message bottle, there would be no guarantee that it would ever pass into anyone's hands. If their luck had been bad, it could have sunk into the ocean and never been seen by anyone. And even if someone were to pick it up, they might have thrown it away without even thinking twice about it. Why did they entrust their confession of the truth to the sea in such an uncertain method? And why did they write up multiple different tales? If there had been one message bottle, claiming that its story was the truth would be reckless, but not impossible. However, because there were two, that made both of them doubtful. If someone was plotting to make out those 2 mysterious days to be the work of a witch, that was really superfluous. And because there were 2, it suggested that an undiscovered third one, or possibly even more, might exist. In other words, the 2 having differing contents was making it even harder to take either of them at face value. But despite their differences, the contents of the 2 matched in that both tales told of a witch. Does that mean that this is what the writer wanted to tell us? I can only imagine that this was a crime committed for pleasure by someone who wanted to create an illusion of the witch. But 17 people, excluding Aunt Ava, lost their lives, and a vast inheritance and maybe even 10 tons of gold changed hands behind the scene. It just doesn't make sense for the confession coming at the end of all of that to be this fantasy about a witch. I don't need to hear the magazine's reasoning to find it extremely doubtful whether the message bottles really are diaries. After all, the amount of writing was massive. It's hard to imagine that someone actually caught up in the middle of a serial murder like that would have been able to calmly write it down. In that case, it's probably more realistic to say that these diaries were written slowly over a long period of time before the day prior to the accident. In which case, would that mean that everything on Rokenjima was premeditated and prepared for over a long stretch of time? The fact that Aunt Ava left this world without saying anything is detestable. She definitely told me on her deathbed. She definitely said that her reason for not telling me the truth was because it was the best way of harassing me. By now, I'm painfully aware of it. Of all the things Aunt Ava did to harass me, this was probably the last and the greatest. But now I start to think of it this way, it's pretty doubtful that Aunt Ava is the true culprit. Of course, this isn't because the handwriting in the message bottle differs from Aunt Ava's or anything like that. It's because in both discovered tales, Aunt Ava was included among the victims. If the writer of these diaries was the culprit, then maybe Aunt Ava, who had been one of the targets to be killed, Aunt Ava had survived because something had gone wrong. Because of my hate for Aunt Ava, I had believed until now that she had to be the culprit. But the existence of the message bottles was making me suspect that the mastermind was a far more profound and unknown person than her. I looked at the clock. I'd asked everything I wanted to. Time to go. As he continued to speak fervently, I volunteered that I wanted to bring this discussion to a close. He seemed to be aware that he had gotten excited and talked too much, so he accepted this without resistance. Thank you very much for today. I'm glad to have had the opportunity to hear your valuable stories.
No. It was truly a joy to be able to welcome a young lady as a new friend of the witch hunt. I have many precious documents that I couldn't show you because of this change to a different venue. I should be glad to show you them the next chance we get.
Thank you, Professor. Could I ask you one more thing?
Yes, what is it?
Professor, what made you interested in witches? No, in occultism and demonology.
I must admit, being asked that is somewhat embarrassing. Simply put, I used to think that if I could only use magic, I wouldn't be beaten by the big school bully. And this childhood fantasy of mine went straight on to become my life's work. Because the primitive yearning for power unknown is as universal today as it ever was in the past.
Professor, if you could, would you want to become a witch? Do you still dream of being able to use magic at will?
But of course. Even though at this age I understand rationally that there's no such thing, I find myself unable to forget my childlike dreams of flying in the sky and turning scrap iron into gold. If you would, please keep this a secret from my students.
If I told you that actually I am a witch, would you believe it?
It's my pet theory from my few experiences with women that they are all witches. Shut up, dude.
Anjay snorted at the old professor, who was undoubtedly an earnest scholar and unlikely had any experiences with women at all. Got him! Oh, yes. And one final question. Professor, have you seen the original message bottle itself?
I have indeed.
In that case, are you also well acquainted with the handwriting?
Of course. I'm not a specialist in that area, but at least when it comes to the handwriting of the message bottle, I'm proud to be the most knowledgeable in Japan.
At that point, Anjay set a book on the table with a thud.
And this is? I've never seen it before.
He prided himself on his thorough knowledge of all literature related to Rokenjima, but he looked bewildered at this binding that he had never laid eyes on before. Ignoring him, Anjay silently flipped through the pages, opened to one of them, and showed him. On that page was a handwritten paragraph beginning with, "To my dear witch apprentice," and at the end there was a signature in capitals that said, "Beatrice." It was katakana.
What is...
The instant he glanced at it, his face went pale. She knew the answer before asking, but Anjay asked it aloud anyway. Does the handwriting in the paragraph on this page match the handwriting in the message bottles?
I would have to take this home and investigate it in detail to pardon me for asking, but what in the world is this book? Where did you...
The man stretched out his hand, but Anjay nimbly pulled it out of his reach, as though telling him not to touch it with his filthy hands. Thank you. Just that reaction is all I needed. Thank you very much for today. Here's the reward I promised. As she stood up, clutching Maria's diary, Anjay casually tossed a wad of 10,000 yen notes wrapped with a band of paper onto the table. As she turned her back to him and made to leave, the man raised his voice as though clinging to her, but Anjay never stopped walking.
I beg you! What in the world is that book? I don't need a reward, just please, show me that book!
Both you and I are fellow witch hunters, but it looks like we aren't pursuing it at the same level. You're entertaining yourself with the outside of the cat box. And what I want to know about it is what I want to know about is the inside of the cat box. And this book is the key to opening it. It's too good for you. Well then, goodbye, gentlemen. Have a nice day.
But please wait! Sumidera-san!
His voice didn't reach her. She had already joined up with Amakusa and gone into the car.
Did you find anything?
At the very end, I was right. The one who wrote the message bottle was Beatrice herself.
Now that's cool. So, it's settled, is it? The witch exists?
Who knows? Mind if I sleep? I'll bet that the prattling professor gets lost in his own little world in lectures and has kids falling asleep left, right, and center.
Sure, take a rest.
Still, that went really well. That guy believed I was Sumidera until the very end. The Sumidera family had cast out a net beforehand over any people Anjay might try to contact. They had offered a reward for anyone who could detain USHIROMIYA Anjay if she appeared. Anjay had foreseen that and snatched it away. She had called herself Sumidera, and after skillfully tricking the man by saying her own subordinates would set up an ambush, she had taken him with her. So, when the Sumidera pursuers reached the professor's house, there was no longer anyone there.
According to the family, a young man and woman calling themselves Sumidera visited this morning, took the professor out with them, and have still not returned. There's a chance we were outmaneuvered.
What a bad child that Anjay-chan is. I wonder if that craftiness is from Neizan's blood. To think that she would casually take on the name Sumidera after saying so often how she'd hate to call herself that. The professor should be returning soon. When he does, we must serve him some tea.
Yes. Understood.
I wonder if she thinks she's leading me around by the nose. She's such a naughty child. With a demonic look on her face, Kasumi violently stamped her heel. I'll teach you about my magic of origins. No, I taught you before, right? And you used to be able to use it. Did you forget? You were also a witch apprentice, Anji, with your name entered into Mariage Sorcière, weren't you? I also joined in as one of the witches, didn't I? I closed Maria One-chan's diary and flopped down on a very high-class looking bed. Since I had fallen into a pretty deep sleep in the car, and it was taking longer than usual for drowsiness to set in, I had been spending a long time reading the diary as I waited for that. This was a super expensive hotel in the city. Expensive hotels that are often used by the rich and famous have an abnormally strong duty of confidentiality out of concern for their various circumstances. This made it a very convenient place for Anje on the run from her pursuers. The idea that runaways spend their nights hiding in cheap hotels is a commoner's way of thinking. For Anje, who possessed all the wealth of the USHIROMIYA family, the life of a runaway was truly comfortable. Of course, as a man, Amakusa was in a separate room despite being her guard. Anje was using the bedroom of the suite, while Amakusa was laying down on the living room sofa. Amakusa said something about how the sofa here was more comfortable than his own bed recently. Poor guy. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was almost 2 a.m., still not getting sleepy. I sighed deeply. Even though there was no wind, I suddenly got the feeling that Maria One-chan's diary had fluttered open. Then, One-chan appeared. Maria, the Witch of Origins who will live for the next 1,000 years, possesses the motherly magical power to give birth from 1 to the Sea of Zero. At a glance, her magical power is weak. However, 0 will never become anything but 0, no matter how it is multiplied. But the one she gave birth to will eventually surpass the heavens. Protected heavily by Beatrice, who understands her true value. She is in an alliance with Beatrice. This was the same bio that she got before, but being put on this side as well. Her form was no longer the normal one that I knew. She was wearing the dress that Beatrice had given her after acknowledging her status as a witch.
If you don't get some sleep, it'll be tough tomorrow, you know.
If I were a witch too, I could use magic, right?
Yep, could. I taught you, didn't I? How to use it. And you were able to once.
I remember. I've started wanting to.
Did you get lonely?
Not really. It's not like having a different pillow every night is that tough.
The first step to magic can be loneliness, or boredom, or any reason as small as that.
Even killing time until you get tired?
Yep. I'm happy that you remembered about magic one more time.
It's been quite a long time since I last used magic. At one point, with Maria One-chan's introduction, I touched a corner of it and opened the door a tiny bit. So, I should still remember that sensation.
Right now, your magical power has declined significantly, Anje. If you don't stick to the basics, it'll be hard, okay?
Sure. Checking all directions. Quiet space secured.
What about Amakusa-san?
He's sleeping. After opening the door to the living room a crack, I could see the blanket caterpillar on the sofa roll over in its sleep.
With your magical power as weak as it is now, the anti-magic power is affecting you too much. Not just the sight of people, but voices, sounds, and even the presences of people will get in the way of your magic. Sever those completely, like how ancient magicians shut themselves up in ateliers to preserve their isolation.
I remember. The very existence of humans blocks magic. Therefore, the very act of showing magic to humans is the sign of a high-level witch. Obtain a quiet space for yourself all alone. That should cover it for the preparation of a space to use magic.
Next is the vessel. Right now, that's as important for you as a bicycle having training wheels. No, a chain.
These would, obviously, not be possible, right? Anje rubbed her own head. She was wearing hair accessories with pink beads attached. They felt a little childish for Anje's style, but she had never taken them off for a single day.
Yeah, That really is impossible for you right now, Unje. If you had practiced every single day since then, you might have been able to become able to summon him by now.
If I were to start training now, how long would it take?
It's said that a year of witch training as a child is worth 10 in old age. You'll need a strong resolution.
You mean like USHIROMIYA KINZO? So private tutoring from a young age is important for piano, violin, and magic.
Your power is weakened since the time you were first able to use magic, Anje. Don't overdo it and stick to the basics.
After regretfully rubbing the things on my head one more time, I let it go. Then I started fishing through my knapsack, looking for anything that might make a good vessel. Wouldn't this be perfect for a vessel?
It's been so long since I saw that. Yeah, I think even as you are now, you should be able to summon that one. And she has no master now. It should be possible for you to become her new master, Anje.
Among the things that looked like good vessels, I took the one I thought might possess the strongest magical power, and set it on the side table near the bed with a clunk. It was a shady-looking stake-shaped weapon embellished with an occult design. A stake of the 7 stakes of purgatory, used by witches to offer sacrifices. In the course of their search for evidence, the police had collected a large amount of junk. After the investigation had finished, this had been faithfully returned to the USHIROMIYA family. I found something there that I had seen in the illustrations of Maria's diary, and took it home with me.
Originally, the 7 stakes of purgatory were a 7-piece set. Poor girl. She's the only one left now.
One-chan smiled, looking lonely. I pulled another book out of the knapsack. This was another old-fashioned, blatantly occult-related book. But this, too, was a book to be written in. It was one of Maria One-chan's elaborate notebooks. This one was not a diary. It was a grimoire which she had written as a witch. The 7 stakes of purgatory were Beatrice's furniture, created by her and employed only for her sake. But since Beatrice was a witch of Mariage Sorcière, they could also be employed by Maria, who was a witch of the same alliance. For that reason, the method of summoning the 7 stakes of purgatory and how to handle them was written about in great detail in Maria One-chan's grimoire. And, as another person with her name in the same alliance, I was also permitted to employ them. This stake is which of the 7 sisters?
Their characteristics are well described in my grimoire. The Sisters of the 7 Stakes really hate it when you get their names wrong. Remember their names well before summoning them.
A colossal number of pages telling of the 7 stakes of purgatory. They describe the 7 sisters in great detail. Yes, quite a long time ago I think I learned these pages almost by heart. The more I read it, the more I start to remember. But the illustrations and identifying characteristics written in the grimoire, I could tell that the stake in my hand was the stake of Mammon. In the past, I had been summoning them without any vessel, because I never had any stakes. So this was the first time I had gotten a good look at any of the 7 stakes, not just Mammon. Mammon, the 5th sister, presides over the deadly sin of greed. What an incredible kid.
Greed also controls aspirations, the desire to improve oneself and the strength to live. It definitely doesn't mean only bad things. She's rude, but she's a girl who tries really hard.
Yes, you could say that without desire, there's no reason to live. For a while, I heightened my concentration and digested the information that was written about Mammon. The more the summoner knows about the target that's being summoned, the better. Knowledge brings about magical power. I began to fill my head with knowledge about Mammon and build the necessary amount of magic power for the summoning. June Pop 45 with the $5. Mammon Sweep. Yeah, time for the best steak. Grimoires are a little bit interesting, aren't they? Maybe much more interesting than reading some crappy novel. And it really takes me back somehow.
For a grimoire, it's demanded not only that you understand the text, but that you expand the world from the gaps between the lines. And give birth to a world from the illustrations, creating things in various ways. The power to create. For someone who has that, such as you, a grimoire should be more interesting than any book. I've always known that you'd be able to understand that.
I think that should be enough knowledge of Mammon for now. Yeah. It's come back to me more or less. I'll give it a try.
Take care. In preparation for the worst, use my talisman. You're not protected by the Treaty of the Alliance now. That Mammon can be a little aggressive at times. She may still bear a grudge. Be careful.
Yeah, I think I'll wear it. The 7 stakes of purgatory, as furniture for sacrificial rituals, are treated as beings inferior even to weapons. But that's only when it comes to demons. To humans, even furniture is something to be feared. I fished through the knapsack again. Took out a bracelet charm with a scorpion medal that I had gotten from Maria One-chan long ago, and put it on my arm. I had no need for something like this in the past, but I need insurance.
It's alright. That's still endowed with a sufficient amount of magic defense. As long as you have it on, I'm certain you'll be fine.
Maria One-chan's magical power, in particular the power she could put into charms, was enough to earn even Beatrice's admiration. While it would only have looked like something cheap to a human who couldn't understand magic, its magical worth was incalculable. Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Mammon the covetous. I concentrated my mind. I made the anti-magic toxin that filled my body 0. Imagine a vast, untainted space. Doubts and common sense all resist magic. Make the resistance 0, and erase the burden towards magical power. Inside my head was the image of a vast space. It was a nighttime world where I floated in the air, and the neon stars on the ground sparkled. A world where the stars that should have covered the heavens were drowned out by the light from below, and the stars covered the ground instead. In the world of a vast night sky with no obstructions, I imagined the wind blowing through freely. Just then, in that room where no wind could blow, the free nighttime wind whirled around. That long-forgotten sensation raced through my entire body. The unique feeling of exultation felt when using magic. From Mammon's stake, held out in my hand, I gradually began to feel a pale light. The cyclone gyred around the stake. The hefty stake floated a bit into the air.
Wonderful. Looks like the gap in your training hasn't stolen your talent.
Come, arise. Forgive the sin. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory. Mammon the covetous. Show yourself to me. I slowly raised my hand, and as I brought it higher than my head, almost as though it was being sucked upwards by it, the stake of Mammon likewise floated high up into the air, and gradually began to shake. Its shaking grew faster and faster, and then it burst. With a speed faster than the eye could follow, it flew around, violently rebounding off of the walls of the room. The terrible sound of it jumping from place to place bore down upon me, trying to make me flinch, but I mustn't lose my mental concentration. Then, the stake, which had been flying around at an incredible speed, finally restrained itself and faced me. It was in the air, just a few centimeters away from my forehead, held back by the defensive barrier created by the scorpion charm. It was trying to break the defensive barrier, eating into it with incredible power, but Maria One-chan's barrier wouldn't be broken so easily. No good. Oh. No good. I can't bite through it, the stake muttered hatefully. You could probably say that I had been saved thanks to the scorpion charm. Without that, my way of killing time until I got sleepy would have become a way to kill time for all eternity. When Mammon's stake realized that it was unable to gouge me, it gave up gracefully and changed its form from that of a stake into that of a person. And now we got the 7 stake profiles, but let's refresh ourselves on Mammon real quick. Advanced level furniture created by Beatrice. Mammon is the piece of furniture who was the first to become Anje's friend. She remained alongside her throughout her years of training, supporting her master constantly and greedily so that she could become a full-fledged witch. A special person, even among the 7 sisters. In her usual shameless outfit, which I never would have been never been seen walking around outside in, although you could say it suited her in a demonic sort of way. Habaki Gaming with the $2. Greed can be good, as a certain prince once said. I believe so. Just depends on in what context, I suppose.
Ange-sama, is that you? That's some pretty shabby magical power. Are you really Ange-sama? It's been a long time, Memon. Have you been well? And here I was, convinced that furniture, which had already fulfilled its function, would just be left to rust away in a closet. So, what kind of sideshow is this? You aren't going to say that you're my owner, are you, Ange-sama?
Yep. Ange is your master.
Lady Maria, I'm ashamed. Was that barrier just now yours?
Yeah. I thought that as Ange is now, she might just fall to you. I lent her a talisman.
If I'm told by Lady Maria that Ange-sama is my master, I can hardly refuse. Ange-sama, I'm yours to command. Given that my assistance is required, is it a new ritual? New sacrifices? Of course, that's only if you're willing to handle me yourself and get your own hands dirty. That role isn't what I'm looking for anymore. All you have to do is talk with me, like you used to. Yes, if that's what you desire. Furniture is furniture because it's used. It's an honor just to be summoned. Ange-sama?
Memon had a slightly complicated smile on her face. She had accepted Ange as her new master because Maria had told her to, but it looked like she hadn't gotten over her discontent at working for Ange with her frail magical power. Or perhaps she had some other reason for hating Ange. But for now, it seemed that she couldn't disobey Ange despite her discontent.
So, what should I do? I don't know. Just be lively, like old times. With all due respect, I think this liveliness you speak of is probably the bustle from when we sisters are together. It may be difficult by myself. Perhaps it slipped your mind?
Yeah. The Seven Sisters were really lively when they got together. But with your magical power now, I think summoning Mammon is the best we can hope for. The stakes for the other 6 have been lost.
My apologies, Lady Maria, but I believe it may not be impossible to summon the Seven Sisters via my own stake. If Ange-sama is to employ me, I would hope that she at least has that much power.
Mammon giggled. Apparently, she wanted me to summon the other sisters without a vessel. I see. Unable to be satisfied with being summoned alone, she asks for the other sisters to be summoned as well. I get it. Agreed. Yes, she was like this back then, wasn't she? Bliss for furniture is when it is used. Being used, no matter how roughly, is furniture's joy. Not only that, but no matter how much care you might treat them with, if they're not given a job, that would give them the greatest anguish. Mammon spoke as though to provoke me, but what she wanted was for me to summon the other sisters somehow and rescue them from a world of nothingness. Why not just be honest and ask me to, then? Demons really are difficult.
Ange, don't overdo it. Just being able to summon Mammon is more than enough rehabilitation.
Oh, I'm rehabilitated after just one? I'm just killing time anyway. Alright, Mammon. In for a penny and for a pound. I'll call as many as I can for you.
Really? Nice, Ange-sama! Alright, go, go, go!
Even though she had said it, it seemed that Mammon hadn't really expected to be able to ask this of Ange. She hopped around, badgering Ange to summon the other sisters. The consumption of physical and magical power used to call Mammon alone was considerable. It will probably be pretty tough to do 6 more. I'm in awe of the magical power of those who reach the level of being called witches, because those people can summon these sisters with no more than a snap of their fingers.
Mammon, don't make Ange overdo it. She still isn't back to form yet.
What? Ange-sama said that she'd summon everyone.
Actually, I only said that I'd call as many as I could. Guess this is greed.
Don't overdo it, Ange. You should rest for today. You're tired enough.
It's alright. I'm just killing time anyway. Let me get tired enough so I can just keel over.
This time there's no vessel. I'll have to strengthen the image solely from the knowledge in the grimoire and manifest them just with that. I held my hands out into the air, replaying in my head the sensation from when I had summoned Mammon. Come on, I know all of the 7 sisters personally. Remember in the past, the times I talked with them. Once again, the power of magic began to fill me up. It radiated as a faint and yet distinct pale blue light from both of my hands. Neon roses with the $5. I want to study Kazumi like a bug. Well, provided she doesn't get squished like one before this is all over, I suppose.
Anji-sama. Keep it up! Keep it up! Do your best! Hey, Lady Maria! Anji-sama will definitely summon everyone, right? The Seven Sisters will get to be reunited again, right? Right?
Yeah, I'm sure of it. But there's no guarantee that it will happen tonight.
No, Anji-sama can do it. I just know it. Please, Anji-sama. Start from the youngest sister, Asmo.
Asmodeus, the seventh sister. Okay. I'll call them in order, starting from the youngest. A strand of hot sweat dripped down from my forehead. This really does put one hell of a strain on you. The pale light in this space began to form into the vague outline of a girl. Come, arise. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Asmodeus the Lustful. There was no vessel. However, with a strong core conviction that she definitely did exist there, I began to crystallize her form. Her outline became distinct. In the form of the youngest of the 7 sisters, Asmodeus was finally created.
Asmodeus the Lustful, right here.
Where is this? Am I alive? Asmo! I'm so glad! Mamon-ne-san, where in the world is this? Who summoned me? Anji-sama did. Anji-sama said that she'd revive all of us.
No, I didn't.
Anji-sama, thank you. Next is Belze. Do Belze, please.
Kronk with the $10. Anjay out here to prove that she is her, TM. Shame I can't be around for the rest of the stream, but I'm so hyped to watch the VOD later. Hey, I hope you enjoy the VOD later. We're gonna be seeing some more great Anjay content soon to come. Beelzebub, the 6th sister. Beelzebub the gluttonous. Come, arise. If I just keep on like this, I wonder how many I can summon. If I lose my concentration, that'll probably be it. The pale light made an outline and formed into Beelzebub. Beelzebub the gluttonous, right here.
Beelze!
Anji-sama, awesome, awesome!
Mammon and Asmodeus jumped onto Beelzebub, celebrating their reunion, summoning 3 people at once. My head was throbbing. Without resting, I summoned the next one. Come, arise. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Belphegor the Slothful. Belphegor the Slothful, right here. My, to think that I would still be needed.
Belphine! I'm hungry! I mean, I'm so glad to see you again. To think that the 7 sisters would be able to meet again. Anji-sama, we're truly thankful.
Keep it up and do Satan next.
Fuck, I can talk.
And Leviane and Lucine.
Yes, I know. So please try not to be so loud. Doing 4 people at the same time, it's pretty tough.
Anji, don't push yourself any more than this. You did a great job summoning 4 of them after such a long time.
Stop it, Mammon. Our summoning is placing a heavy strain on Anji-sama right now. Anji-sama, I beg you not to push yourself too hard. No way! Anji-sama promised! She said she'd play with all of us again! No, didn't you? Anji-sama, you said we'd all meet again! You promised we'd be able to see each other again soon!
Junepop45 with the $2. Backstreet's back, alright. Yeah, literally getting the band back together. You're right. I did. I didn't promise anything about when soon would be, but I certainly did promise.
So keep that promise! If you don't, I'll never forgive you for forgetting it until today!
Come, arise. One of the 7 stakes of purgatory, Satan the Wrathful. My mind was starting to get hazy, but I'll calm. I may have forgotten those days. I may not have thought of them as anything but sadness and loneliness, but certainly, the short time I spent with these girls, is without a doubt fun. Satan the Wrathful, right here. What the hell are you people doing? Do you realize how much it's burdening Anje-sama just for us to have an idle chat? Satan, who had figured out the situation immediately after being summoned, yelled out in a loud voice, telling her sisters off. That loud voice made my consciousness fade again. We are furniture that has been permitted rest by Beatrice. Furniture that has finished its duty. Not content to be graced with the opportunity to once again be of some use, you're putting a burden on your new master. This is a disgrace to furniture! Erase yourselves right now! Yes, it's like Satan says. I'll erase myself. And you all vanish too. In this moment, that's the best way for us to be of use to Anje-sama. No way. Not until everyone gets summoned.
No way for me too. I'm hungry. I mean, we only just met up again. I don't want to go back already.
Don't be so selfish. Come on now, hurry up and vanish. Come on, Asmo. Disappear right now.
Satan is bullying me. It's always me first because I'm the youngest. It's not fair.
They really are lively. They never make you bored.
That's enough. You've surpassed your limits for now, Anje.
You're right. The situation where I had summoned 5 of them, and they were messing around as they pleased, was placing far too heavy a load on me currently with my meager magic power. This is it. As my consciousness grew distant, I collapsed onto the bed. Have beds always felt this soft? It seemed that the sisters were still squabbling together as much as they liked. For a way to kill time until drowsiness comes to get me, this will do. Feeling something warm and nostalgic in the sisters' liveliness, I sank into a world of deep sleep. At the entrance to my dream world, I felt Maria One-chan and Sakutaro waiting to receive me.
You worked hard. And good job. Really. Welcome back, Anje.
Welcome back, huh? Then I should respond like this. Glad to be home. That's right. Just once in the past, I underwent training in order to step into the world of witches. I accepted that the only power which could save me from my sad, painful days at St. Lucia Academy was the thing called magic, and I received Maria One-chan's introduction to the basics. Imagine a vast space. The scenery when I looked down at the base of the mountain, from the rest stop at the peak. Like this. I projected that scene from a memory into my mental world. Normal little girls get over their admiration of magical girls during elementary school. Training in absolute earnest to use magic at this age, I have to say I'm embarrassed of myself. But even the embarrassed emotion felt pleasant to me now. Right now I was learning mental concentration from Maria One-chan in order to use magic, but it wasn't going very well. I was about as hopeless as going to a person who could wiggle their ears, asking them how to do it and expecting to learn anything at all from their demonstration. It seems that you need to imagine a vast space to gain the mental concentration for using magic. So I remember the time from my younger days when my family had gone on a small vacation. And I had looked down towards the base of a mountain from my viewing platform at a rest stop on the peak, and I tried painting this scene in my mental world.
No, still far too small. Imagine a much, much wider space, and create your very own mental world. Your image is still far too foggy. There's no temperature in the air, and there's no wind. No smells either. The world's still very thin. You can leave those for later, so for now, just imagine a wider space. Unu, why do you have to imagine a wide space? From the time they're born, humans have inside them a toxin that blocks magic. If you don't purge yourself of that toxin, you can't use magic well. One effective method of achieving this is to imagine a vast space. Just now, I thought of the world as seen from the window of...
Anyway, that's not That's not Maria, that's Anjay.
Just now, I thought of the world as seen from the window of an airplane, but that didn't work either. A world more vast than that. I can't even imagine.
In that case, Maria, why don't you just tell Anjay about the vast world you have? Won't that make it easier for Anjay to imagine as well? Uryu! That's right. And I'm interested in that kind of world you imagine.
Oh my god, I did it again.
That's right. And I'm interested in the kind of world you imagine when you use magic too, One-chan. I'll use it as a reference as well.
Oh, won't work. The mental world must be vast and isolated. A world with absolutely no obstructions other than yourself. Which means if you tell someone about that world, it won't be isolated anymore. So you can't reveal your mental world to anyone. So if you manage to draw up a good mental world, you have to keep it a secret only for yourself. Uryu, Maria's a meanie face.
Thanks, Sakutaro. I guess there are no shortcuts in training. I'll make an effort. It's alright. I've been given plenty of hints.
Uryu, do your best, Anjay.
I had come to think that there was no way I could be saved by something like magic. After all, magic doesn't exist in this world. That kind of thing should be nothing more than a fantasy, a delusion, a daydream. However, Maria One-chan had shown me that she could fill her own world with happiness using a power that was impossible for me. I had been looking down on that happiness as an empty happiness. I'd been denying it all, thinking that because I didn't accept magic, I couldn't accept the happiness that came from it either. But Maria One-chan's world grew happier and happier. In the past, I had disparaged it, calling it painful to look at, but that might have been nothing more than jealousy. It was time for me to admit that. And doing so was my first step in my search for happiness. A vast space. A dry wind that can blow unobstructed by everything. Let me feel that wind blowing through my hair. Oh, yes. Even the ground might block me as I am now. Then I don't need it. Push the ground away. Downwards. Downwards. In other words, it was as though I had floated up, leaving the ground far behind. After pushing it further and further downwards, the ground grew foggy and faint, and for the first time I began to feel the sky. Then, I understood its vastness. In that instant, I felt the vivid wind passed straight through my body. In other words, blow through without any resistance.
Yes, maintain that sensation.
Yes, I can feel it. I can tell that I've been released from all hindrances.
You did it, Anjay. You did it, Anjay. You've taken your first step into the world of witches.
This is the world of witches?
Yeah. So let's try practicing the magic that you've always wished for, Anjay. Magic to summon friends. Magic to create allies who will save you from your loneliness, and thereby bring you happiness. Will Anjay also be able to summon friends like me? Uryu. As Anjay is now, it's still far too early for her to summon a friend of your caliber from the Sea of Zero. For now, let's just start by practicing with friends that are easier to summon.
What will we begin with?
Because you're a witch of Mariage Sorcière, you're also permitted to use those who are employed by other witches in the Alliance. For example, SAKUTARO is my friend, but since you're in the same alliance, Anjay, he's your friend too, so you can summon him. You want to try summoning SAKUTARO one of these days? When you're feeling all alone and it's really getting you down, I'm sure SAKUTARO will cheer you up.
Oh, right. You could call Sakutaro a being employed by One-chan. So as a witch in the same alliance as One-chan, it's also possible for me to summon Sakutaro. I met Sakutaro's gaze. What a joy it would be to have him just sitting there by my pillow, so he could talk to me a bit on lonely nights. If I call out, will you appear and talk to me?
Uryu, I'm looking forward to you summoning me. Uryu.
Looking happy, Sakutaro playfully pressed and rubbed his head against me like a cat. Suddenly getting this cute younger brother left me feeling a bit confused, a bit embarrassed, and a bit happy. Unable to understand why I hadn't been able to honestly accept this feeling, I felt tears well up in my eyes. Okay, I'll give it all I've got, One-chan.
Then let's try and practice. Let's try summoning the furniture of a witch from the same alliance, Beatrice.
Beatrice's furniture. Hearing Beatrice's name mentioned gave me a slightly strange feeling. When it came to the crime on Rokenshima, the public had made a lot of noise about it being a witch's sacrificial ritual or something like that. And that witch was Beatrice. So if the culprit of that crime was a witch, it would mean that this very woman was the culprit who took away my family. However, according to Maria One-chan, Beatrice was a good witch. If I held negative emotions towards Beatrice, she would get mad, argue with me, and call me mean, and refuse to talk to me for a while. One-chan was my only close friend right now, so to avoid worsening the mood of my close friend, I had decided to think of Beatrice as nothing more than One-chan's magic master. And anyway, my belief is that the crime was a murder plot hatched by Aunt Ava. Someday, I'm definitely gonna bring that all to light. Daniel, we're gonna be getting to this in just a bit, but you can generally suss out the time period of whatever Anjay scene we're in based on what she's wearing. Wearing her, like, casual, like, default outfit is basically, like, 1998. This, like, brown school uniform is when she's going to school.
Anje, obstructions are mingling inside your body again.
Sorry, I lost my concentration. One more time. One-chan really is something. She instantly noticed that I was being overcome with idle thoughts. After shaking my head just once, I reimagined the wind blowing through the vast sky. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory? That's a pretty creepy name.
But they're very energetic and fun girls. They might become your new friends, Anje. I'll summon them first. Watch.
Maria One-chan lifted both hands up to the level of her head and quietly unified her mind. The state that I could not attain without meditating for a long period of time, she reached in the span of a few quick breaths. Then, a pale blue light began to gather in her palms, and one by one the girls began to show themselves. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The way that they were summoned one after another in a line was overwhelmingly impressive. Incredible. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, just like the illustrations in One-chan's grimoire. The younger sisters were behind the eldest, Lucifer, who saluted One-chan. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here. Lady Maria, it's been quite some time.
Yep. A long time no see. Are you all doing okay?
We furniture are furniture because we're used. I consider it an honor from my very heart to have been summoned again for the first time in a long while.
Yeah, SAKUTARO! It's been so long! You look as cute as ever. I'm first. Yeah, he's so fluffy, squishy, and cute. Ah, let me hug him too! Let me hug him too! Who do you? I can't breathe. I won't run away, so let me go, everyone!
Hey! Are you trying to break Lady Maria's furniture? Just get away from him. Hugging is prohibited. And yet you're the one who looks like you want to hug him the most. I don't have any interest in something so fluffy and squishy and cuddly, okay? Hey, be silent in the presence of Lady Maria and Anjay-sama, you cretinous sisters. They were so energetic. The sudden burst of activity as soon as they appeared left me stunned. And even greater than that was my surprise that the innocent SAKUTARO was on such good terms with the Seven Sisters. That's unexpected. To think that SAKUTARO would be so loved by such a dangerous bunch of people.
They're fellow members of the same alliance. There's nothing to be scared of, you know?
But if SAKUTARO were to do something to upset them, it looks like they could finish him off in an instant.
It's alright. The Witch of the Alliance and their furniture are all friendly with each other. So SAKUTARO can play without worrying. Of course, that goes for you and me too, Anje.
One of the treaties of Mariage Sorcière. Mutual non-aggression and non-interference. Member witches must respect each other's magic and creations. Even the sisters, who were normally extremely combative and dangerous, interacted with fellow Alliance members as friends. So to the seven sisters, Sakutaro was a common friend. He was loved by all of the seven sisters, and they were even trying to steal him away from each other. This scene as they all surrounded him and loved him was actually a bit charming. I see. They're fellow members of Mariage Sorcière. At a glance, you'd think that Sakutaro's easygoing atmosphere and the seven sisters' unsettling one would be like water and oil. They looked like they'd never be compatible, and yet they were interacting in such a friendly way, as if it was completely natural. If all the peoples of the world could be joined in this wonderful alliance, I wonder if the whole world could immediately become friends.
All you seven sisters, listen. Right now, Anje is in the middle of magic training, so I want you all to lend her your power.
Certainly, Lady Maria. But what specifically?
I will move the magical power manifesting from me to Anje. I want you to stay close by her all the time in that state. All you have to do is talk with her and stuff like that.
My apologies, but with Anje-sama's magical power, I suspect that it will not be easy for her to continually summon all seven of us around the clock.
The oldest sister, Lucifer, gauged my reaction as she advised this, speaking reservedly. In short, she was saying that the burden might be too heavy for me at this point in time.
That's the kind of training it is. Anje has more talent and magical power than you all imagine. I think it'll be a little bit rough, but I think it's worth it for Anje to take this challenge as she is now. Anje, I will now switch the magic power manifesting them over to you. Basically, you'll be in the same state as if you'd summoned them yourself.
So what Maria One-chan was trying to say was something like this. To keep the seven sisters manifested, you're burdened continuously with a significant amount of magical power. Maybe you could say it was like training while wearing weighted wristbands.
Who knew? Doing all of the seven sisters will be pretty tough. Isn't that asking a lot of Anje all of a sudden?
Thanks, Sakutaro. But this is my training to become a witch. I want to give it my best.
The seven of them certainly do seem boisterous, but even if they're doing it for the sake of my training, having them all be with me will surely distract me from my loneliness, at least a little. I understood it would be an ordeal, but before anything else, I wanted to give it a shot.
Don't overdo it if it gets tough, alright? And everyone, if Anje looks like she's having a hard time, tone it down for her.
Certainly. You got that, people? Yes, One-sama! Well then, Anje-sama, we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will now become your furniture. Lady Maria, if you would.
Yeah. Okay, Anje. Can we start?
Sure. I'm a little nervous.
Lunyu, this might be tough all of a sudden. If you feel like you're getting a headache, lower your magic power right away. Okay, I'll move the source of magic power over to you now, Anje.
Instantly, the inside of my head felt very heavy. Yes, it's tough. Until then, the inside of my head had only been used for myself. It was almost like it was now being used for seven other people. Their mere presence there, blinking or even letting out a single breath, was placing an enormous weight on the inside of my head.
Lady Maria, my apologies, but I fear that the burden of all of the seven sisters at once might be too great after all. I'm all right.
Maybe it's no good after all. You're using all of your energy to manifest them. If it's such a burden that you can't balance it with your everyday life, there's no point. I mean, this is a little unrefined for a witch. Lunyu, I said doing so many all of a sudden was impossible. Everyone disappear a little bit and make it easier for her.
Yes, it seems that it would be better to lower the number of people. Osmo, erase yourself.
Me again? I'm opposed to youngest sister bullying. Start from the top every once in a while. But that would mean I'd have to disappear second. No, no, no!
Don't make a ruckus, Osmo and Leviane. The kind of disturbance will put even more of a strain on Anje-sama. The noise you're making is straining her as well, stupid Satan.
The seven sisters started arguing over who should vanish first. All the energy of that fight became a burden, imposing an even greater headache upon Anje. In the end, they decided the order with rock, paper, scissors, and they began to disappear. One of them, 2, 3. But even at that level, Ange was still far from comfortable. In the end, I was finally able to calm my breathing once 6 of them had erased themselves. With my magical power, forget the 7 sisters, just one of them is my limit.
This way it's not the 7 sisters, it's just me. You're not very dependable, Ange-sama.
Mammon, who had won her way through the rock, paper, scissors and received permission to remain until the end, complained.
Mammon, you mustn't say such a thing. Ange is still just starting her training. Are you okay, Ange? Is your headache okay?
Sakutaro stretched on his tiptoes and did little hops, trying to pat Ange's head. Watching this, Maria scratched her head, acknowledging that this sudden training had been too difficult.
Maybe that was a little too austere. This much is no problem at all for me, though. The more friends you have, the more fun it is, after all.
Now I'm even more aware of how incredible you are, One-chan.
According to Maria One-chan, when you reach her class, you can even summon enough people at once to make up an orchestra. And yet she calls herself a witch apprentice. That's awe-inspiring.
Are you alright, Ange-sama? I'm sorry. It looks like summoning you is the most I can do. Well, I guess I'm alright with that. After all, of all the 7 sisters, I get the role of Ange-sama's furniture all to myself. What do you think, Ange-sama? Will I be a burden by myself? No, I can imagine you alone and somehow. Great! Then please train a lot and cultivate a lot of magic power. And someday, please let me serve you as one of the fully assembled 7 sisters. Promise?
After checking that there was at least nothing wrong with her own manifestation, Mammon immediately returned to a good mood and tried to make me promise to work even harder. Yes, I can see the greed in her. But maybe you could also call it positivity.
Yes, I promise. I have to be able to do at least that much someday. Thank you, Ange-sama. Until that day, I, Mammon the Covetous, will serve you without fail.
My headache finally abated, and I relaxed both hands which had been clutching at my head. Then Mammon stuck out her hand and helped me to stand back up.
Unio? Maria, Ange, look at the time. You'll get told off if you don't go back to the room now.
Huh? Oh. I hadn't expected Sakutaro to talk about the time. I was brought back into reality. As though the light had disappeared from it, the vast world sank into the darkness, and I was in a tiny, tiny bathroom stall sitting on a toilet. One-chan's grimoire was open on my lap. I looked at the clock. It was almost 8 p.m., time for lights out. If I show up late for the roll call before lights out, not only do they make an annoying fuss about it, but it causes trouble for my roommates and floor mates as well. I couldn't care less about causing them trouble, but I'd rather not have to deal with the annoying interference that would come as a result.
There's the end of my me time for today. I'll go to bed, wake up. Tomorrow will begin, and another long, long gray-colored day will repeat again. I closed the grimoire and rose from the toilet seat. One-chan appeared again and spoke.
Come on, Ange. You're forgetting your training. Take Mammon with you.
I'd forgotten. The moment I'd returned to reality, I'd stopped manifesting Mammon. One more time, I created a strong image of the existence of Mammon in my mind.
Sheesh, you're so mean, Ange-sama. Erasing me suddenly like that. At this rate, you're gonna find it pretty hard to call all of the 7 sisters, you know. I'm sorry. I got careless. It's been a super long time since I've manifested in the human world, so I'm interested in absolutely everything. I'm feeling a little bit excited. Where is this? The St. Lucia Academy dormitory. This is a stall in the communal bathroom. Each room has its own bathroom, so no one comes here. It's quiet and perfect for reading books. In this dorm, you have to hide in a toilet stall even to read a book? Do they burn them or something?
I have a double room, so my roommate is always there. Our relationship is strained, and it feels like I'm always being ignored. The atmosphere is bad, so it's not really a place I can relax. And it's good for her as well. As long as I'm not there, she can go all out, call her friends, and have a chatting party. It's more convenient for her too if I don't return just before lights out. There's also the library, but the group that uses that as a meeting place is constantly whispering about me, so I don't like to go to the library either. During lunch, it's the bushes behind the school building. During the night, it's the stall in the communal bathroom in the dorms. Those are the only hideaways where I can be given peace. I opened the door to the stall and went out. I turned around, signaling with my eyes for Mammon to come with me. I'm not really sure I understand, but I get the point that you find it pretty hard to call this place comfortable. Let's hurry up and get out. I hate the air here. Really? You can't breathe this easy anywhere else. When I left the bathroom and exited into the corridor, because it was near lights out, all the girls who had gone to play in other rooms were dashing back to their own. When it came time for lights out, we had to change into uniform pajamas that we hated and called prison clothes, line up in the hallway and go through the dorm leader's roll call. If by some chance someone were to be late for this, we would be made to take collective responsibility, and all of us floor mates would have to undergo a punishment that went by the name of volunteer work. As long as I took care to avoid this, the girls would disregard me coldly, but they wouldn't get in my way. That alone was enough for me. Mammon looked at the passing girls and the furnishings of the dorm with interest. Without paying her any particular attention, I hurried back to my room. In front of my room was my roommate, who had already changed into her prison clothes, chatting with some girls from the room next door. When they noticed me hurrying back, they blatantly changed the topic of their conversation. They lowered their voices, stealing glances at me. I acted like I didn't notice, went into my room, changed, and hurriedly went out into the corridor. Everyone was already lined up. Hey, this is weird. Isn't this a school for rich girls? It's like a prison. This is dumb. It is, isn't it? I think so too. And you could say the thing that makes it even harsher than a prison is that you don't get out early for good behavior. After bitching for a bit, I noticed. Having someone to listen to your complaints feels surprisingly good. Fortunately, Mammon's form can only be seen by the summoner, me. And of course, there's no need to speak out loud for this conversation. All I have to do is speak inside my mind so no one can listen in. Magic, and the friends created by it, might actually not be so bad. These guys, all of them look so scrawny. It's like they're not even alive. Stop it. If they happen to see you, it'll be pretty bad. Humans without a fragment of hopes or dreams are like a lump of anti-magic. They'll never be able to see me. They're inferior life forms who can't even see. Are you alright being around so many humans with that anti-magic toxin? I'm fine as long as you continue to manifest me, Anje-sama. Although you probably have to keep concentrating to do that, so there's a chance you'll neglect your daily life. Look, aren't you being called by that girl you're sharing a room with? Oh. USHIROMIYA-san, are you listening? It's us two on duty next week. I wanted to have a little talk. Probably about pushing a few more chores onto me. My roommate, who normally never even looks me in the eye, was smiling at me unpleasantly. But I'll have a much easier time having that weekly duty pushed onto me and doing it alone, rather than being forced to do it with her. That's a small price to pay to have her continue to ignore me. Yet, after the shameless excuses, she transitioned into pushing a completely different point, insisting on flipping the issue on its head as if I should have come forward and done it of my own initiative. One of the special traits of this academy is that it's full of girls who don't know how to ask a favor. What's her problem? She pisses me off. I'd love to just gouge her right in the forehead. Yes, I'll take you up on that sometime. Yeah, having a friend nearby all the time to complain to makes me happier than I thought it would. The Seven Sisters really were lively when they were all gathered together. I'm sure that just watching them mess around would be a lot of fun. I've decided I'll do all I can to quickly gain the magical power to summon all of the Seven Sisters at once. And then I'll keep training more and more and more, and summon the thing that I really want to summon. What is it that you really want to summon, Anje-sama? Mammon noticed my conversation with myself inside my head and asked about it blankly. I hesitated over whether to talk about it, but then thought that it wasn't anything to hide and told her. My family. Dad. Mom. Oni-chan. So you mean the souls of the dead? Calling forth a resident of another world is called summoning, but calling back the souls of the dead is resurrection, and they're completely different. Resurrection is supposed to be a very high-level magic. I know. so much so that even Maria One-chan can't do it at all. But that's the thing I most want to call with magic. I've been warned that it's very difficult high-level magic. So great that in the worst case I might not necessarily reach that point even after training for my whole life. Furthermore, I have no vessel. A vessel is something vital for making magic succeed, whether it be summoning or resurrection. Because I don't have one, what would have already been difficult magic instead became hopeless. That's right. I have nothing to remember Mom or Dad by. However, by an extraordinary coincidence, I do have something to help me remember Oni-chan. And that's this.
That hair accessory with the pink beads? What is that? Sorry to say it, but it looks a little cheap for you.
Long ago, without telling Dad, I went with Mom to see Oni-chan, and we went to play at an amusement park. This is a prize from the crane game there. I know it's something cheap. I realize it doesn't match my style, and I get that it's too childish. But this hair accessory is the only thing that makes me feel as though Battler Oni-chan is by my side. The inside of the glass case had been filled with plastic capsules packed with fun-looking things. It seemed that each of those capsules had some kind of cute little object inside. The game was to grab those with the crane, but I was too young and it was too hard for me. No matter how many times I tried, I didn't even get close. Mom told me that whatever was inside was probably cheap anyway, and we didn't even know what it was. So there was no point in getting all upset over it. But whether it was something cheap or not wasn't the issue. The process of grabbing happiness with my own hands felt very important and sacred to me. So I wanted that capsule with its unknown cheap little object more than anything. Then, Battler Oni-chan came over after finishing with a game where you shoot soldiers with a gun and had to go in my place. The happiness that was beyond my reach, Oni-chan stretched out for with his longer arms and he grasped it for me. Oni-chan really was coordinated. Apparently, he often played at the arcade with his friends. After 1 or 2 attempts with the crane, he grasped that thing on the other side of the glass that I hadn't even been able to touch, and dumped it into the exit chute. When Oni-chan tossed me that capsule, I remember feeling like I could count on him for anything. For the next several days, I felt like the capsule was too precious to open up. Then, one day, I finally opened it. And when I did, what revealed itself from inside was this pink bead hair accessory. Since that day, this has been a symbol of Oni-chan. My young mind thought that getting that four-person family together, with Battler Oni-chan included, was a precondition for a happy family. So I wanted Oni-chan and Dad to make up quickly. In my own way, I had made this hair accessory a charm to bring my whole family together. That's why I always used to wear it. Because I wanted to feel my reliable, funny, and wonderful Oni-chan by my side all the time, and give him a place in our house. But my memories of Oni-chan are so distant. I can't do it as easily as Maria One-chan created SAKUTARO from a lion stuffed animal. One day, I'll learn the high-level magic to revive the souls of the dead, and the only key, the only vessel that can make that successful, is this. I see. I did feel an incredible magical power from that hair accessory, and that explains it. Magical power? Magical power resides in this thing of Oni-chan's? Maybe I should say that you're imbuing it with that power. Your strong desire to call your brother to you is giving you magical power. Resurrection certainly is a high-level magic, but there can be no mistake that you're steadily and unconsciously climbing the stairs towards that magic. I'm glad. It's nice to hear someone other than myself acknowledge that. Your own effort isn't something that you can observe by yourself. In that sense, even though these words came from a dangerous demon girl who governs one of the 7 deadly sins, they made me very happy. Well, I can't guarantee that you'll attain the magic of resurrection before your life is over. However, your power as a witch will be proportional to the height of the mountain you dare to climb. If you don't lose heart, I'm sure that one day you'll be able to rival even our former master. Beatrice-sama is a great witch. I wonder if I can become a great witch and revive Oni-chan.
The Witch of Resurrection, Lady Anje. Yeah, how wonderful. A Witch of Resurrection's a very rare kind of witch. Having a witch like that as my master would make me pretty proud. Actually, I'd love for that to happen, because furniture's worth is also proportional to the rank of its master. Please zip right on by Beatrice-sama and become a great witch like the world has never seen. On behalf of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, I support you from the bottom of my heart. I thought that if a magical friend were to appear for me too, I'd like a cute kid like Sakutaro. But even this fifth sister of the frightening Seven Sisters who govern the seven deadly sins was enough to calm my heart this much all by herself. Maria One-chan probably knew this a long time ago. That's why she recommended the World of Witches to me over and over and over and over and over again. And I kept on stubbornly rejecting it. I should have given in and started my training as a witch sooner. A year as a child compares with 10 in old age, was it? At this point, I find my past self deplorable for wasting precious time doing nothing but complaining. Long after I turned off the lights and slipped into bed, Mammon continued to talk to me beside my pillow. I promise, one day for sure, I'll develop a magical power that can summon the Seven Sisters, and I'll let them have a lively and fun time. The seven of them make a single whole. None can be left out. Family must be together. I must bring them together. My awareness began to return slowly. I hadn't been able to stand watching Aunt Rosa and Maria One-chan's relationship, and had run away from Beato and Oni-chan's game, hadn't I? I've got to go back. I've got to go back, support Oni-chan, and quickly bring him back from this world and its crazy witch games. Because as long as I'm here, I'm not permitted to call myself Anje. Suddenly, I felt someone's presence. When I turned around, there stood Mammon. Gretel-sama, Beatrice-sama says that if you do not return soon, it will become a hindrance to the progression of the game. I beg that you return swiftly. Thanks. I'll go back now. Isn't it great? What is? You being able to meet Battler Oni-chan. Sarcasm? If it sounds that way to you, you can take it that way if you want. I'm sorry. I should accept it literally. Yes, it is. Even in this screwed up world, being able to see Oni-chan makes me happy from the bottom of my heart. And you'll win against Beatrice-sama for your Oni-chan's sake? Yes. Can't have him playing around in a world like this forever. It's about time for him to return home. That's why I came to call him. Please do the best you can. Although I can't support you, seeing as my current master is Beatrice-sama. I know. Until October 5th, 1986, you're Beatrice's furniture. And eventually you become my friend. And eventually you throw that friend away. After all... Mammon moaned as if she had bit her tongue, staggering as she clutched her chest. Apparently, the rule applies to people other than me as well. Are you alright? That's pretty painful. I do apologize, Gretel-sama. That's alright. Thanks. I'm happy that I was able to meet Oni-chan. That's the answer to your original question. Well, let's go back. If I grumble too much, you'll get in trouble with your current master. Yes. Thank you for understanding. Well then, Mammon? Huh? I'm sure Mammon had about to say, well then, this way. But she stopped dead, as though the film had been torn off. It looked like she had suddenly frozen. Then I noticed. She wasn't the only thing that had frozen. Even the air and floating bits of dust had frozen in place. A world where it seemed like even time itself had frozen. Yes, it resembled what would usually happen just before Bernkastel appeared. But the atmosphere was different somehow. Then I understood. It wasn't Bernkastel. It was the other witch.
How are you doing, Anje?
Lambda Delta. The rule doesn't apply to you, I see.
Duh. Rules exist to bind others. What kind of idiot would bind themselves with them?
Bernkastel is a witch who supports me, but this girl is different. This witch supports Beatrice. In other words, she's on the side of the enemy. But there's some kind of difference between her and Beatrice. There's something elusive about Lambda Delta's existence and Bernkastel's as well. How should I put it? Maybe like they're beings from a higher dimension. In any event, I'm still unsure about how to deal with her. The only thing that I'm certain about is that she's my enemy. No, just knowing that might be enough. So, do you have some business with me?
Kinda. I was listening in on your conversation and it started to get a bit interesting. I thought I'd let you hear something good.
You're supposed to be my enemy. I can't think of any reason for you to tell me something that would benefit me. So the moment I start listening to you, I lose. Goodbye. See you next time.
Don't get the wrong idea. My opponent's Burn, not you. So it's possible for there to be a topic that benefits both you and me.
Sorry, but I don't feel like listening. That said, I probably won't be released from this frozen time until Lambda Delta is happy. That itself might be proof that she's a higher dimensional being than me. I haven't been given the option of not listening to her. About the only thing I can do is strengthen my mental guard and try not to be shaken by anything she says. She'll probably either try to make me believe something disadvantageous to me, or threaten me.
Seriously, you don't need to get so defensive. I just came to fix your misunderstanding. Well, actually no. I came thinking I'd tell you about the lie Bernkastel told you.
Bernkastel lied?
Well, that Burn made it sound like if you defeated Beato, your big brother would come back.
Who knows? I don't have any intention of talking about it with you. My brother coming home. I hadn't been promised anything that dreamlike. It was a promise with considerably low prospects where I could end up with maybe one person, and only if I was lucky. But that's enough for me, since I was promised an eternity of isolation. This faint but still non-zero chance was like a blindingly bright beacon to me.
In a way, that promise of Burn's wasn't a lie. If that's what Burn promised, then I'm sure that if you defeat Beato, Battler and your parents will be released and come back to you.
Then there's no problem, is there?
Seriously? That girl. You'd never think she was that cruel, you know. To deceive you on purpose.
How are you saying I was deceived? Shoot, I've let her take the initiative. But I won't be released until I lend an ear to her story, so it's something I'll have to hear anyway. Even though I realized that I could be on the verge of falling into a trap, I urged her onwards.
What year is it now?
You're talking about the world on the game board? In that case, it's October 4th, 1986.
That's right. So, if you win against Beato, then on October 6th, when the typhoon has passed, the people who were trapped on the island will return. On October 6th, 1986, that is.
So what?
How was your October 6th, 1986? You were at a relative's house, weren't you?
I had been at the house of the only Sumadera my mother trusted, Grandpa. We got a call. While I was playing with building blocks in the tatami room, we got that call. After watching to see that I had remembered, Lambda Delta smiled unpleasantly and spoke.
Well, on your October 6th, 1986, did Battler Oni-chan come home?
Even though I didn't understand what I was being told, I noticed an unpleasant sweat seeping out all over my face. I don't understand. I don't understand. What is this witch saying?
Okay, so it's like, if you defeat Beato, Battler will certainly be released. And, yep, he'll probably return home. To his home, in 1986. I mean, he would, right? Battler's imprisoned in the 2 days of the 4th to the 5th of October 1986. Obviously, he'd return the next day if he were released, right? And who are you? A person from 1998. You're Shiromiya Anje of the year 1998, in which Battler did not return. Get it?
What are you talking about? If my family came back home on October 6th, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? I would come home to Grandpa's house right away, and then we'd meet, and everyone would live happily ever after.
Yes, Shiromiya Anje probably would be able to reunite with her family. The 6-year-old Shiromiya Anje from 1986 would, right?
Who am I?
Shiromiya Anje. An 18-year-old one. No, that's not it. You aren't USHIROMIYA, Anje. You're a witch's piece with that name. Strictly speaking, a completely different person with the name Anje Beatrice. Get it?
I'm starting to think I don't. Huh? Huh? Who am I? Huh?
And that's why I think Byrne's cruel. No, I think she's a meanie. It's not like she hasn't had that experience herself.
Am I somehow being tricked?
But please don't blame Byrne, okay? After all, depending on how you look at it, she isn't lying. If you defeat Beato, your family will be returned. Returned to USHIROMIYA Anje. But she probably didn't say that this USHIROMIYA Anje would be you, right?
Was it like that? Was it like that? What did Byrne say to me again? Your assistance is needed. Your family needs it. Byrne had started by saying that. Then I had responded. If I save them, does that mean my family will come back? And how had Byrne answered that again? I cannot promise that. The kid did promise me. In exchange for accepting this fight. Yes, that's what she said! In exchange, I will search for the fragment with the ideal world that you wish for. The world where your family comes home. Yes, that's right. She only said that she'd search for it. She didn't say that she'd find it. But I've been prepared from that from the very beginning. Even so, she did promise that as long as I didn't give up, there was a faint chance of it happening. And in the end, she said this. I'm giving you a chance for revenge. In exchange, I've promised to find and bring you the happiest resolution that's possible for you to receive. I've known it was a tough bet from the very beginning. After all, I have no family in my 1998. If I could have a small chance of shaking that certain zero, that alone would make it worth it for me. I was warned beforehand that even if I succeeded in my revenge, it might be a wasted effort. So,
Yes, there's no lie in that part. Beato's game board is perfect, no matter what move you make. The chances of Beato losing are so slim that it's doubtful you could even dream of it happening once in your life. In other words, the chance of winning is so absolutely virtually zero that it could be regarded as infinitely close to zero. So it's not really Byrne's fault that she had to say it in such an evasive manner. But I can say for sure that she was tricking you when she let you get your hopes up. Because I mean, even if you managed to overcome the astronomical odds and win, the person your family would return to is not you. It's the 6-year-old Anje that exists in this 1986, the rightful USHIROMIYA Anje, not you. Even so, Byrne will still probably go around billions of fragments searching for the most acceptable world for you. And didn't she tell you that she planned on bringing it to you as a present but wasn't able to find it?
She did.
Finally starting to realize? There's no reward waiting for you in this battle. No, to the contrary, if you defeat Beato, her game board will disappear. Then you, as a piece, will disappear as well. There's no goal you'll be capable of appreciating. Such a thing is utterly no. I'll proclaim it upon my name. Upon the name of the Witch of Certainty, the Witch of the Absolute Lambda Delta, I proclaim with absolute certainty that such a thing does not exist.
No.
That's Byrne's lie. Or should I call it speaking in riddles? She made you misunderstand and think there was some salvation for you. I came to clear that up.
So, no matter how I fight, no matter what victory I secure, my family won't come back to me?
No, they won't. For certain. The Witch of Certainty is telling you it's for certain. Do you know how incredible that is? There have been several ancient kings who dedicated historical buildings to me because they wanted me to give them certainty. And I'm generously giving it to you as a present. Isn't this so lovely, cute, and marvelous? But I do have one nice little proposal for you.
Not good. I'm getting completely swept up. I knew I shouldn't have listened, and now the Witch Lambda Delta is starting to suck me in.
My opponent is Byrne, not you. I just said now that it's possible for there to be a subject that benefits us both. I've been saying since the beginning that that's what I want to talk about. So listen to me. You have no choice but to.
Alright. I'm listening. I'm listening, okay? Are you happy now? I finally lost control over my emotions and exploded from the inside. I don't have a clue anymore. I believed that I was Ange, but at some point I stopped being Ange. That's right, I'm Ange, not Ange. Who am I? I'm not my parents' daughter, not my brother's little sister. I'm just a piece in a witch's game.
There's no need to be so pessimistic. I mean, think about it, okay? Right now, you're together with Battler Oni-chan. While it's true that you can't tell him your name, you're at least positioned as his ally in a game of fighting against witches. And you're able to be with him for all eternity. Get it?
Frustratingly, I do. In other words, as long as Oni-chan keeps getting a draw in this game, it will be repeated forever. Continuing to draw means the game will continue for eternity. And it means that I, a game piece, can remain with Oni-chan. But if Oni-chan wins or else loses, and the curtain closes on the game,
you, a piece, will disappear. What is the happiness of a game piece? Nothing more than being played with in the game. It doesn't come when the game's shut in the closet gathering dust, right?
In the past, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory said it as well. Furniture's happiness is being used, not being stored away. That's right. I'm now the witch's furniture.
Let me change the subject a bit, okay? Actually, I want this game to continue as a draw for all of eternity. An unending game is an eternal cage. An absolute locked room which will never open for all time, and which will finally make Burn surrender. The thing is, Beato doesn't want to win, in a way, by making Battler surrender. But that's actually a problem for me. I mean, if the game ends, the locked room will fall apart. So I'm going easy on Battler to a certain degree to make sure that he doesn't surrender. Don't worry, okay? When Battler starts surrendering, I'm even supporting him and stuff. The only thing is, I get the feeling Beato is faintly starting to realize that. I think she's starting to realize that her victory in this game might not come for all of eternity. But we're okay there, because she's an endless witch. Beato's stupid, so she optimistically thinks that even so, she'll surely win eventually, and just has to repeat this game on and on endlessly until that happens. Blonde-haired girls are almost always stupid.
Then, in this game of witches, there's no such thing as victory or loss.
I won't let her win, and I won't let her lose. With certainty. Burn realizes that. So she found you to be the most powerful piece for breaking that deadlock and threw you in. To bring this game to an end, you see?
To bring this game to an end.
When it ends, what role do the pieces have? I'll state it clearly. Your existence is a contradiction. Your reason for existing is to bury yourself in the darkness and despair.
My goal is to defeat Beato and release my captive family. And yet, even if I succeed, I won't be rewarded.
You cannot lose, and you won't be rewarded if you win. So I brought you a third choice, and that choice will allow our interests to align.
Continuing the draw forever.
Yes, as long as they continue to draw for all eternity, this world will not collapse. What is this world? It's the world of the game with the witch. A world where Beato and Battler fight forever. And at the same time, it's a world where you can be with Battler forevermore.
My brain turned to mush. I could feel the chaos pouring from my eyes as a hot liquid. The heat of it felt like it was going to burn my face.
Think about it. Ange Beatrice. Since Berncastell's goal is to end the game and end the world where you and Battler can interact, why should you be on her side? That girl was tricking you, you know? She made it look like you might be saved if you became her piece. But I won't deceive you there. So I'll say it, Ange. Become my chess piece. Unlike Burn, I won't offer you false rewards that you'll absolutely never receive. As long as you become my piece and help me so that this game is certain never to end, I'll grant you a certain promise. Upon my name that this world will certainly continue. That's not all. I'll add on a bonus too. That rule that binds you. I'll clear it away for you. Well, of course, that's only after you've sworn to become my piece, alright?
My throat made a heavy, loud gulping sound. I shouldn't have listened. If I hadn't listened, I could have remained an innocent little sister, praying for my brother's victory. But I might be different now. I might have degraded into a witch's furniture, satisfied merely to be by Oni-chan's side.
I'm not telling you to betray your brother, alright? If it looks like Battler's gonna lose, you can save him with all you've got. On the other hand, when Battler closes in on Beato too much, I just want you to pull back a little. And that's all I'm asking, okay? Don't worry, there's no need to go so far that you're actually betraying Battler. Battler can't win against Beato alone. That's why Burn 3 you win, right? As long as you don't lend a hand, Battler will be unable to win against Beato for all eternity. See? See how easy it is?
Oh man, that scene. God, that scene fucks me up. But hey, back to the past.
Hey! That's mine! Give it back!
No, I'm gonna eat it. Osmo, pass!
Levione-san! Sama, over here!
I wonder where they swiped it from. They were fighting over a donut or something, playing around really loudly.
Hey! Anje-sama's reading, can't you be the slightest bit quiet? And yet you're the loudest one, Satan. Silence yourself, you cretinous sister. You're louder than me, Lucifer One-sama. Is there something you want to say to me?
By now, I was used to the fights between the eldest and the third eldest sister. It's a bit funny how they're both a little hesitant even though they're so quick to anger. They might be surprisingly similar. You ordered us to be noisy, but this is surely too much. Should I make them lower the volume a little? You can mess around all you want. It's 100 times more pleasant than the shrill laughter in the classroom.
Anje-sama, hurry up, next page. You read really slow.
You like to read, Mammon? You look like you'd be the most averse to such ordinary things. Mammon's domain's greed. That also includes a thirst for knowledge. She tends to want to keep that knowledge all for herself, though, so when someone gives her a book, she'll sometimes burn it after reading it so that no one else can. Please watch out for that.
I like knowing things that no one else knows. I like being able to do things that no one else can do. So I like studying and practicing, because I want to keep wisdom that no one else knows all to myself.
As Memon said that, her eyes sparkling, she stared transfixed at the open page, reading through it again. You could see that the greed made her even more intent than me on devouring that page. As you can see, my magical power was now much stronger compared to the first day I summoned them. I was now at the point where I could summon all of the 7 Sisters of Purgatory at once, and still calmly read a book like this. This place, although I couldn't recall where it was a quiet and calm street-side bench. The reason that I couldn't remember the location of this place was that at the time I visited it, I was very young. Still, I remembered the day we'd walked here, and how much fun it was. Mom, Dad, and even Oni-chan had been there. It was a memory of a very rare and very happy day when all the family had actually been together. The people walking by every once in a while weren't noticing me. They were just pleasantly ignoring me and passing by as normal. I wasn't even the slightest bit embarrassed by the 7 Sisters' shameless outfits, because it wasn't like they were actually being seen by anyone. In fact, I'd gotten pretty used to them, just so long as they didn't make me wear one. I was sitting on a stylish bench, memorizing a timeline for world history. In an academy system where everything is based on collective responsibility, there's no tolerance for dunces. It seemed that I was lowering the average grade for this class considerably. According to those extremely intellectual girls, if I alone improved my grade, the average would rise drastically. They had been kind enough to show me with a graph drawn with colorful pens on a B4 sheet of drawing paper. So, thinking of the effort it must have taken to draw that was nauseating. But I'd already spat out all of those complaints. I'd already used those girls to vent all of my furious anger and sadness. The 7 Sisters were sometimes outraged, sometimes compassionate, and sometimes shared in my sorrows. I was truly happy to have friends with whom I could share those emotions. It's said that they were originally furniture that existed to carry out Beatrice's cruel sacrificial ritual. If that sickening occult message bottle was to be believed, it seemed that several among them even attacked my family. But I didn't believe that, and it would be pointless to question them about it. They're furniture, so all they do is respond to their master's requests. Even if they really had attacked my family, I couldn't hate them. The one I really hated was the Golden Witch Beatrice, or else the one at the very center of Rokenjima Gate, Aunt Ava.
Anje-sama, hurry up, next page. Oh, sorry. I'm tired. Mind if I take a break?
Anje-sama says she's having a break. Let's play, let's play! Anje-sama, let's play!
When they noticed that I had interrupted my studying, the most energetic youngest sisters gathered around me. That wasn't all. Even Maria One-chan and Sakutaro showed themselves. They had probably been very close by, but they must have hid themselves so that they didn't interrupt my studying.
Who are you? Anje! How's studying? How's studying? Yeah? Sakutaro! How are you? Wait a second. Let me fluffle him too!
You snooze, you lose, aren't we always telling you?
Yeah, so cute, so cute. Uryu, you're crushing me. Uryu!
Your luck ran out when you showed up when all of the 7 sisters were gathered. Now accept your fate and be fluffled. Come on! Do you always have to treat him like this? I apologize on behalf of my stupid sisters.
Sakutaro's really happy to meet all of you too. Well, Anje, how's your studying?
Thanks. Well, not bad. They were nice enough to pass me a printout of the test form from another class who took it earlier. Their beautiful sense of solidarity is enough to bring tears to my eyes. Well, at least I'll do a little better now for putting the timeline into my head.
Uryu, you sure are good at studying, Anje. You'll be able to get lots of points, Uryu. Good work. I was completely useless at studying, so I'm jealous of you for being able to get such a good score when you study hard.
You're joking. English, Latin, knowledge of the occult. You're much more amazing for being able to learn all of that by heart.
I can remember anything when studying magic, but can't remember anything boring I have to study.
Mood, girl.
So it doesn't help at all for tests.
Well, I'm sure your occult knowledge would have been a bit like that, but your English and such must have translated into good grades, right?
In the first year of elementary school, in a Japanese language test, there was a question where I was given a picture of a gun in 4 squares, and it said to write its name in the 4 squares. Wrote Raifuru and got it marked wrong.
Why? It fits.
It was supposed to be teppo, the Japanese word for gun. Got told that it was wrong because you don't learn katakana in 1st grade. I didn't really get it. So from that day on tests, I wrote everything in hiragana, but got in trouble with Mama for some reason. Got in trouble with the teachers, too.
You probably picked the wrong country to be born in, One-chan.
And then I'd have liked to have been born in a country of witches and go to a school of witchcraft. And then you might have had a whole lot of even more wonderful magical friends. Uryu. But it's not like I mind it now. After all, I can use a lot of magic, and I have a lot of magic friends, too. All I need is Sakutaro. I'm not the only one. There's also Sakusuke and Sakukichi, the animal band, Shimoda-kun the seal, Sunai-san the rabbit, Piguo-kun the pig, and plenty more.
Incredible. One-chan's friends just keep increasing in number. Every time I ask, the list of her friends' names grows longer. But there's no doubt that Sakutaro is her best friend. I'm a little jealous of her for having such a close friend.
How are they? The 7 sisters. Are you getting along with them?
Those sisters really are energetic. They sometimes say worrying stuff, but they aren't bad. What I really wanted was to get a cute kid like Sakutaro, but now I think being with these girls is more than enough.
If you learn my magic of origins more, I'm sure you'll be able to create just the kind of friend you'd like, Anje. As it is, creation's still a little too hard for you.
There's a difference between creation and summoning. And resurrection is different still.
So your greatest wish really is to revive your family?
Yeah. I have a vessel for it. This.
Yes. I'm sure that hair accessory will become the key to summoning Battler someday.
The rest is up to your training, Anje.
Although not knowing how long that's going to take makes me cry.
Uryu, stay strong, even if it's tough. If you don't give up, it will definitely happen someday.
I'm sure I'd feel a lot more at ease if someone would just give me some proof of that.
Uryu, then I'll guarantee it. No doubt about it, someday you'll be able to make your wish come true.
Thanks. I'm happy, even for consolation.
It's not consolation, Uryu. Stop it, Anje. That kind of emotion will become the anti-magic toxin. The feeling that your dreams will definitely come true is the best seed that buds into magic power.
You're right. Sorry, Master. You need to be a little greedier, Anje-sama. Go however far for the thing that you desire. Never give up until you get it. That's the willpower you're lacking.
Uryu, that isn't true. Anje's doing her best.
Thanks, Sakutaro. Mammon. Crying about it won't help anything. There's nothing I can do except hang in there. I'll try hard, grit my teeth, and I'll definitely make my dreams come true. For certain.
Uryu, you're awesome, Anje. Do your best. Mammon and I will support you.
Yes, we will. The greedier our master is, the more our worth will increase.
More importantly, Anje-sama, we have 10 whole people here, so... We were thinking maybe we could all play Shiritori together or something. Penalty if you lose.
I feel like I'm like, oh wait, wrong menu. I'm so like anime brain pilled that I'm like, oh yeah, Shiritori, everybody knows that. I guess I should pull that up real quick for somebody who doesn't though. Shiritori is a Japanese word game. Players take in turns to say words, and each word must begin with the last Japanese character of the previous word, forming a chain. Only nouns are allowed, and accidentally saying a word that ends with the character N loses you the game, because no Japanese word begins with N. A word like ninja, for example, begins with ni, not N. The exact rules for what that is and what exactly constitutes the last character often vary and need clarification.
Let me nibble your ears!
Come on, is there anything inside your head other than food? Please forgive my cretinous sister's imbecilic proposals. Is it really alright for you to not return to studying about now?
No, no, no! I waited so long for you to finish studying. You gotta play with us, you gotta!
I don't think it's a bad idea. I would suggest that playing every once in a while is a good way of exercising the mind. Your domain was sloth, right, Belfe? What you're saying sounds reasonable, but you're actually being sneaky, aren't you? My apologies. You are a diligent one, Anje-sama.
If it's okay with you, Anje, I'd like to play with everyone too. All noisy together. It'll definitely be fun. Uryu! Anje, let's play, let's play! Let's all do Shiritori!
In that case, let's start from Sakutaro's Uryu. What does the next word have to start with in this case? Ryu? You?
If it's Uryu, I wonder. Maybe it really would be Ryu.
It's rare for a word that ends up weirdly like that to come up. Okay, I'm first then. I'll start from Ryu. A watch stem, Ryuzu.
I wanted to be the one to speak first. Lute would have been so much more wonderful.
Ryuto. Zu? Feels like we keep getting tough ones. Wait a sec, what order are we going in? Who's next?
Uryu. I don't think it matters who. Whoever thinks of something first. That sounds fun. The person who can say the most wins? It's fast-talking Shiritori.
Okay,
I'll go then. Zucchini. Garlic stir-fry.
Niniku itame.
Mikabu and pasta. All of them delicious. I said 3.
Belze takes 3 points. Can you use conjunctions? If you could use and, then anything would work. That last one doesn't count. -1 point. Start over at me.
Okay, my turn.
Oh, me.
Meringue. ¿Qué? Uryu.
Drainage system. Gesuido. Reclaimed land. Umetatechi. And basement. Shitsu. Something like that? Onesama, those are all pretty unrefined words. So what? Why don't you follow up with something refined then? Anyway, that's 3 points for me. The next one's Tsu. Alright, Tsu.
Never played such a weird shiritori before. Ooh, fun! Honey, I don't get it at all, but it's fun. Honey.
I'd played normal shiritori before, but this kind of weird shiritori was a new experience for me. The 7 sisters, who would be lively enough just on their own, Maria One-chan, Sakutaro, and me. I was now surrounded by friends that were just so fun. The courage to accept a world of magic, a world of witches. That alone wouldn't change the fact that I was locked up in an academy, without a single friend in my class. But I was having such a fun and merry time regardless. I'll become a witch like Maria One-chan, and someday I'll add my family to this happy circle. Mom, Dad, and Oni-chan. If possible, George Oni-chan and Jessica One-chan too. And my other relatives. I'll call everyone here, without a single person missing, and we'll all be gathered together. That is my dream. Yes, and until I make it come true, I'm definitely not going to lose heart. I'm sure you'll become a great witch, Anjo-sama. As long as you believe that, we 7 Sticks of Purgatory will always serve by your side until that day comes. You'll be there? No matter how long. You'll lend me your strength? Of course! After all, I'm your friend. Right, Anjo-sama? Yes, you are. Let's always stick together and play together. Today and in the future, forevermore. Until the day that you can make your dream come true. The lively 10-person game of shiritori, cut off from time alongside the street, under the forever bright warmth of the sun, continued without end. What the hell? Seriously, Ushiromiya-san? In the end, I wasn't able to make a very good grade on my test. I thought I'd memorized things in my own way, but if you could manage anything by cramming all night like that, no one would worry about tests. Normally, when you know the questions beforehand, you'd ace it easily, right? Oh, okay, wait a minute. That's not narration, though. Normally, when you know the questions beforehand, you'd ace it easily, right? Easily! It's true that we didn't go so far as to write the answers into the blanks for you. We thought you'd have the sense to study at least that much. Oh my god! No frigging way! This is... God almighty! They're almost all wrong, aren't they? Did you really actually study for this? More or less. This isn't what you call more or less, Ushiromiya-san. My mind is reeling from how horrible this is. Oh lord. Please forgive her from getting a miserable grade on such an easy test, and plummeting the average score for the entire class. The same test had been given to another class first. They had managed to get a hold of that test paper, so the average score for this test was unusually high. Enough to obscure my slight improvement. However, there were some things that I couldn't make an excuse for. If I had spent that entire day studying like mad, I might have been able to get a slightly higher score. But I hadn't gone that far. After all, on that day, I had spent that time having fun playing shiritori with the 7 sisters, Sakutaro and One-chan. As expected, the winner had been Maria One-chan. She had been a strong player because of her various bits of random knowledge. Sakutaro had gotten the penalty. He had spent the whole time cheering for everyone else's answers, and had completely forgotten to think of any himself. Because of that, he got dogpiled by the 7 sisters and had his ears thoroughly nibbled, didn't he? Excuse me, are you listening, Ushiromiya-san? They were surrounding me, twittering like small birds. Annoying. Smelly. On the outside of that circle was Mammon, a weary expression on her face. This school is as messed up as always. If their own grades are good, shouldn't they be more than happy? It's probably because of that collective responsibility thing. Instead of worrying about their own grades, they're more concerned about how embarrassing it is for the class average to be low. Or maybe it's because they really, really hate the volunteer work they're forced to do as punishment. So in other words, they aren't studying because they want their grades to be good. But because of collective responsibility and because they hate volunteer work?
They're jealous and embarrassed. They don't want to be inferior to anyone, and they don't want to be humiliated. That's the only feeling that drives them to study.
What noisy people. If they want to study, why can't they just do it themselves? In the end, without collective responsibility and volunteer work, they'd have no desire to study. How foolish it is to study without knowing the meaning of studying. Wow, these guys are so annoying and stupid! Stop disturbing Anjay-sama's precious lunchtime!
I hate these guys! Just go away! I'm hungry! Disappear already! Wah!
I'm sorry, everyone. I wonder why humans are so despicable. It's probably because instead of working hard themselves, forcing you to put in the effort is an easier way for them to greedily boost the class average. Humans are all greedy, and they'll burden others with that to make things easier for themselves. We'll eventually be reunited with them on the mountain of purgatory. When they get to the 5th terrace, they better watch their step. Mammon controls the 5th terrace of the mountain that reaches to paradise, Mount Purgatory. Given that she herself was promising this, we can probably be sure that after those girls die, their journey to heaven will not be an easy one. No, in fact, why don't they all just go to hell? The class committee had applied to the student council to use a classroom during lunch and after school. The purpose of use was for a class study group, a wonderful little gathering so that they can all collect around me and make me study. I'm overjoyed, which meant that every day I would have all of my lunch and 3 hours of my afternoon stolen away from me. The academy and its student council, with its motto of student self-government, instantly approved of this pleasant activity that the students were taking up of their own initiative. In other words, I would no longer be able to escape after school by leaving the classroom. After school, the first class study group meeting started right away. Would they open a textbook, then kindly and carefully explain so that even I could understand it? Of course, it was nothing like that naive fantasy. After school in the classroom, after a dozen of my classmates crowded around my desk. First, before we started studying, why were my grades so bad? What was the reason? It was decided that we couldn't start until I could clearly answer those questions, become aware of the problem, and show remorse for my actions. Of course, there was no way I had an answer to a question like that. They had avoided me like the plague up until now, and they had rejected me and kept me at a distance so as not to include me in their communities. So I had been avoiding their communities myself. There shouldn't have been any conflict between us that way. So even when they formed this community intent on raising the class average, I obviously kept well away from it. Even if I had tried to join in, they would probably have ignored me, just like they had always done in the past. If you'd just have asked, we'd have taught you as much as you wanted. Wouldn't we? We would! Such enthusiasm. I'd have had enough of their ex post facto pretenses of charity. Ushirimiya-san, the thing that's bad about you is that you're lacking a cooperative attitude. You only think about yourself. It's that selfish way of thinking that's the problem.
Those who gather in St. Lucia's place of learning shall have a cooperative heart. If it's written right there in the student handbook, you know.
I think if you have a cooperative attitude, that's what gives birth to the desire to study together and contribute to the entire class. I think that's the most fundamental thing that you're lacking. How about you? Hey, have you been listening to us? We've gone to all the trouble of staying after school to have this talk for your sake, you know. The tears of gratitude are pouring down. Of course, they didn't like that. This way, it almost makes it look like we're bullying you, they scolded me. Fortunately, I'm normally all cried out anyway. If I'm told not to cry, I can hold it back. First, I was to write a letter of remorse and read it aloud. Of course, they meant today. The class president politely applied to the student council in the staff room for an extension on the use of the classroom. Apparently, it was accepted right away, which meant that starting now, I would be forced into self-criticism here for at least a full 5 hours. I, Ushirimiya Anje, caused trouble for my classmates by getting a low score on my test. That's not it! You getting low grades and causing us trouble isn't the root of the problem, right? It's a cooperative attitude. A cooperative attitude! Come on! Why do we even have to guide you on how to write a letter of remorse?
Their abusive jeers flew about one after another. I followed their guidance and put the eraser to it. I, USHIROMIYA Anje, caused trouble for my classmates by not having a cooperative attitude. Hey, wait a second. It's pointless if you just write whatever we say. Do you even freaking know what remorse means? It's pointless if you don't write it in your own words. Pointless. I've always thought you were a bit strange, USHIROMIYA-san, but you really are an odd one. Even following their guidance didn't change the jeers much. In fact, now it felt like that they were mocking me more as well. In this way, over the following several hours, without rest, without being allowed to go to the bathroom, of course, without being permitted to have dinner, and while being continuously insulted, I was coerced into writing a document which humiliated myself. And as it passed 9 at night, I was told to stand up and read it aloud. The contents were smeared black with tears and eraser marks. It certainly was my handwriting, but it was like a list of soulless letters whose contents I couldn't even remember. Everything had been copied down according to their guidance, so while I had been the one to write the letters, they weren't my words. I was being coerced into writing it down, and even coerced into reading it aloud. I was surprised to find that even after all this time, in addition to ignoring someone and hiding their things, there were still other ways, like this, to bully people.
Come on! Hurry up and read it out! Look at how many people are staying just this late for you, USHIROMIYA-san. How about a little gratitude? Isn't the fact that she doesn't feel gratitude for that indicative of her not having a scrap of cooperative attitude? It's alright, USHIROMIYA-san. We'll always be with you from now on. Why not study with us and remake yourself? Okay?
Still surrounded by them, I stood from my seat and dropped my gaze towards the blackened page. And then, I began to speak those humiliating words. But right away, jeers flew at me saying that they couldn't hear and to speak up. I can't read this. I had no idea that being forced to read a paragraph humiliating me would be so painful. My throat shook. My fingertips shook. The paragraph of humiliation written in my own handwriting made my eyes burn with a hot liquid. So my world blurred and twisted. The girls surrounding me all appeared warped. I saw them warped into exactly the impression I had of them. In other words, this was the correct view. Beyond that twisted crowd of people, I could see my friends. Compassion could be seen in all of their eyes.
Anji, stay strong. Would you?
Maria, One-chan, and Sakutaro were looking at me with sad eyes. Perhaps because they realized that even cheap words of compassion would hurt me. They kept alternating between trying to say something and hanging their heads.
What the hell is wrong with these people? They're such dirtbags. Really pisses me off. What's so fun about ganging up on Anji-sama and tormenting her? The resentment of not being able to spit out their jealousy. Anyone would do, just as long as they can spit it out. They're the worst. Anji-sama, in this kind of situation, going mad with rage for the sake of your own honor is perfectly acceptable. Anger is an appropriate emotion, and an appropriate reaction. If you don't get mad now, when are you going to? Stop it, don't stir Anji-sama up with cheap anger. If Anji-sama could do that, she would have done it already. If the situation could improve by you getting angry, then that's what you should do. However, objectively speaking, that would only serve to aggravate the situation further. It may be humiliating, but the wisest thing to do now is to withstand it. You really are a sloth, Belfine. Screw that! I can't stand this! I can't forgive them!
Everyone, settle down. You're putting a burden on Anji.
A burden? What are you talking about? Is this the time or place to be calm? We furniture are not so cruel as to be able to coolly watch our master be humiliated. Anji-sama, you have no obligation to read such a humiliating essay. If you can't let out a cry of rage, then at least throw that insulting message onto the floor. You don't need to trash talk them. You don't need to yell so loud that they bend over backwards. Just throw that notebook on the floor with all of your might. That's all you need to do is show how strong-willed you are. Don't be so irresponsible. I told you already. If Anji-sama could do that, she would have done so long ago. Nothing will be resolved by the eruption of momentary emotions. Why don't you understand that doing that will only worsen the criticism Anji-sama is receiving?
What? Why is this happening to Anji-sama when she didn't even do anything wrong? Not letting her eat dinner and making her stay so long after school. I hate it.
And it's not just tonight, it's tomorrow and the day after, too. Give me a break! I can't bear this humiliation! Excuse me, are you actually listening to us? Someone tugged at my hair. I was pulled back into a miserable reality. I was no longer even permitted to listen to the seven sisters expressing my inner thoughts on my behalf. My hair was lifted upwards. One of my hair ornaments came off, and I heard it bounce and then roll on the ground. No one picked it up. To the contrary, they casually avoided it as though something filthy had come rolling towards them. I tried to follow it with my eyes, but my hair was tugged upwards again. Why is it that you're never listening, even though we're trying to have a real serious talk with you? In one ear, out the other, is it? Or maybe we're talking to a brick wall. Get a grip, all right? Are you really conscious of the trouble you're causing all of us? You better not be about to say that you just wrote that grudgingly because we told you to. Until you can really feel remorse by yourself, this seriously isn't gonna end. Get it? It's not just gonna be today. This is seriously gonna keep on going tomorrow and the day after that. You got it? I'm warning you, don't push your luck with us. Like, more to the point, what are you even still alive for? Could you guys go on like this? If it were me, I'd just die. Yeah, I could never live this way. Think about it. Just by being alive, you'd be getting in other people's way all the time, right? If it were me, I definitely couldn't live on. Yeah, I'd die too. If that's better for the world, I'd die on the spot, wouldn't you? Then die. Anji-sama. Kill them all. Immediately! Lucifer, do you hear me? Huh? You seven sisters of purgatory are incredible furniture that can massacre mere humans in a flash, right? You're always boasting about it to me. Then do it! Kill them all right now! Right here, right now! But for some reason, Lucifer's speech faltered. Why? What's wrong? You're certain kill furniture that can fly around faster than the eye can see and instantly strike through the hearts of the witch's enemies, aren't you? And I'm giving you an order as their master. Carry it out right away! Kill them! Kill them all! Anji-sama, please, calm down. If they had immediately followed my brutal order and left corpses strewn all around me, I would have been ready to rue my own reckless actions of stealing human lives so readily. I was ready to regret and feel remorse, just as they had wanted me to. I was prepared to go through that. And yet, Lucifer just let an unsure expression rise to her face, and didn't move to carry out my order. I was aware. Of course I was. Vaguely. No. That's not it. I knew it. From the very beginning. I knew it, didn't I? The magic was all empty. Seven Sisters of Purgatory. You're right. Worthless. Worthless. I knew it from the very beginning. I glared into the worthless Lucifer's eyes, and it seemed that pain accompanied that stare. As though she had been struck by a horrendous headache, Lucifer clutched her head with both hands, but it looked like she couldn't tear her eyes off my glare. So the pain assaulting her grew more and more intense. You are useless. Useless! I hate you! Disappear! You're nothing but a delusion inside my head! Hopelessness and disappointment, resignation and a dream's end. A cracking sound, like you'd hear from a frozen lake's surface during a fierce winter, rang out just once. Simultaneously, Lucifer's form, tormented by violent pain, stiffened in place and grew cloudy. It was almost as though a beautifully polished glass window had been heartlessly smashed and turned white from the countless cracks. And that was an accurate analogy. At some point, Lucifer's form had turned into a glass ornament of the same shape. Countless fissures ran through it from the inside, and the head and arms fell to pieces as it crumbled to the floor.
Hallucinate!
Who's the second sister? Leviathan? Carry out my order. Kill them all right now!
Well, Anja-sama, please, calm your heart and listen.
I'm not looking for excuses or backtalk or a reply. I want nothing more than a swift confirmation of my order to eradicate the girls who are humiliating me. If you're going to say anything else, then there's no need for me to listen until the end. After Leviathan turned white from the vast number of cracks throughout her whole body, frozen in a bent backwards pose, she toppled over, and her fragile neck, hips, and arms broke into separate parts. It would have been less brutal if they had just been smashed to smithereens instead of retaining their original form. So the fact that I had left the two of them partially intact made the remaining younger sisters shake even harder. Why won't you listen to my orders? Why? Why? My apologies. Here, under the current conditions, the anti-magic power is extremely strong and... What? You can't do it because there are humans here? That's your logic? Isn't killing humans what you do? If you can't do that, then what use are you as furniture? Die! Please, spare me, Anja-sama! As she clutched her head with both arms, Satan also turned white and fell down face first. The neck really did seem to be the most fragile part. Her head broke off weightily and rolled over to Belphegor's feet. You can't do it because there are too many humans? And if I were to call them into shadows later one by one, you're saying you guys can make a bloodbath of all of them? With your current magical power, it may be easy for you to converse with us. However, you still lack the training and magical power to manifest us all in front of the humans here. I deeply understand your anger, but even if you could use us to attack, murdering everyone here would only make the situation worse. I do think it was humiliating, but please, if you could control your anger for the time being... Will I get the same answer from the remaining three? Going to tell me that you can't do it because the anti-magic power is too great? Going to tell me that you can't do it because my magical power is too weak? Then I won't ask you to kill all of them. Let's see you just kill one. Right here, right now! As Asmodeus and Beelzebub held each other, they crouched down, cringing in fear under my glare. If they had been able to obey my order, they would probably have carried it out immediately. And yet, here they were, crouching down. Empty. Sad. And pathetic. That's right. I knew it. These girls can't touch reality with even a single one of their fingers.
No! Belza! I'm scared, Belza! Anja-sama, please! Spare us! I don't want to die!
Die! Useless furniture! Why are you guys even alive? Why are you alive when your lives are worthless? You could just die. Die, please. So fucking dead! Do you think there's anyone stupid enough to leave furniture lying around without a use? Please stop, Anja-sama! What is it, Memon? Will you be the only one to fulfill my order? Of course you will. You're my best friend. You alone will do what the others wouldn't. And kill them! As you are now, Anja-sama. Even if you use us, you're not capable of committing murders. It's the duty of furniture to help with things its master can do. Things that even the master can't do, we can't do. Do you hate these girls, Anja-sama? You hate them, don't you? I understand why you want to kill them, really, I do. Alright, in that case, let's go ahead and kill them, Anja-sama. If you'll stain your own hands with blood, then we, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, will go along with you however far. However far! asking you guys because I can't do it myself, aren't I? Isn't there being able to do things I can't the thing that makes you furniture? Yes, we are furniture. Furniture to be used. Please, go ahead and use us to kill. You'll be the one killing, Anje-sama. If you're saying that you want to kill, then go ahead, be my guest. No need to hesitate. Please, go and carry it out right now. And once you've had that level of mental resolve, once you're prepared to dirty your own hands, then we will help you. But you haven't reached that stage. Don't speak, you furniture! You delusion! I get it already, don't make me say it out loud! You guys can't do anything. You're nothing more than my delusions. Illusions, daydreams! I haven't had a single friend from the very beginning. Just a phantom. A pretend friend lonely old me created inside my heart, aren't you? I knew that. From the very beginning. Yes, that's right. We're a fantasy. Inside your head. Got a problem with that? Yes, it's true. We're just imaginary friends, created to soothe lonely Anje-sama's heart because she doesn't have a single solitary friend. Want to say something about it? If you want to look at reality, just look at it. Stop looking at us and go back to being yourself over there, completely boxed in and bombarded with abuse. Go on then. Go back. Back you go. Back to reality. Just call on us only when it's convenient for you and pretend you have friends. Set us on your enemies when you don't have the guts to dirty your own hands and deny and erase us once you realize that's not gonna work. Yes, I'll leave with a shriek of anguish just like you want. Go ahead and enjoy it. Just copy the jeering that you're being bombarded with right now and do the same to us to get us off your chest. That too is the duty of furniture. Getting slammed against the floor when someone's pissed off is also a chair's important duty. By that trifling service, we manage to absorb our master's bad mood even for an instant. There can be no greater honor for furniture. Kill me. Deny me. Your first and final friend! At the end, Mammon had a derisive expression on her face, but for some reason it looked like teardrops had scattered from her eyes. Mammon, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus smashed to pieces and rolled across the floor.
Who do you... Come over here, Sakutaro. Anje's just a little agitated right now, so you mustn't get close. What about the others? Are the 7 sisters alive? Did they die? It's alright. It looks very gruesome, but those are the remains of their vessels after they were forcibly evicted from the human world. They're shells that have been shed, so it's alright. They're probably deeply hurt, but they're safe. They're all alive. I'm sure we'll be able to meet them again someday. Would you? Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Anje, you violated the treaty of Mariage Sorcière, doing such a horrible thing. Even the witches of the Alliance must respect and accept one another. They were all your precious friends.
No Witches' Alliance has anything to do with this. Magic friends? Give me a break. I killed them. Erased them. I smashed the 7 sisters.
That's so cruel. So cruel.
Just give it a rest with this playing witches thing. Please. Rio-ne-chan and Sakutaro. I want you to disappear by yourselves. Because even amid my delusions, I don't want to kill or erase you.
We aren't delusions. We're your friends, Anje. How do you...
Sakutaro sobbed those words as he hid behind Maria Onecha. Sakutaro doesn't exist. Sakutaro is also a delusion One-chan created to distract herself from her loneliness.
How do you... It hurts. It hurts, Maria. Why? How do you... Stop it! Denying my friend is the one thing I will not permit.
The same power that had smashed the 7 sisters was probably eating into Sakutaro as well. But Maria One-chan was apparently protecting him with some other power. So Sakutaro's form didn't break or scatter. One-chan glared at me sharply. A serious expression that she had never shown me before.
Sakutaro is my furniture. You cannot erase him, Anji. That you would try to deny him regardless is the greatest contempt you could show a witch.
Sakutaro never existed in the first place. He's just a lion-stuffed animal. Just a phantom you personified in the delusions inside your own mind.
That's not true! Sakutaro's my friend! He was a stuffed animal once, but now he isn't!
No, he's a stuffed animal. A stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. He can't move or talk by himself. You're just talking for him like a ventriloquist. Is that what you call magic? Is that what you call a witch? Is that what you call a friend? I can't accept that.
Maria, am I not me? Am I just a stuffed animal that can't really talk and not your friend after all? You...
As though plagued by a high fever, Sakutaro weakened bit by bit. As he clung to One-chan's body, he did all he could to continue standing. But his body began to slip down bit by bit. As he did, One-chan held him and screamed at me as tears streamed down her face.
Stop it! Don't burn Sakutaro with the anti-magic toxin! Don't bully him! Don't insult him! Don't deny him! Maria One-chan, you're weird. There is no Sakutaro. Stuffed animals are stuffed animals. I learned from Mama that they're made of cloth and cotton. There's no way they can walk or talk. Sakutaro! Sakutaro! He's not a stuffed animal. He's not a stuffed animal. He's a friend. I don't want to play with stupid animals. Let's all play outside. I'm bored with animals now. No! You're not my friend anymore! Why would you say that? I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! You're not my friend. I won't let you be one of us witches anymore. Upon my name, the Apprentice Witch of Origins, Maria, I hereby expel the Apprentice Witch Ange from Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches.
And then, those tranquil days of mine, now merely a waking dream, came to an end. At this point, it's unverifiable. No one can verify whether that really was magic, and those really were my friends. Or else whatever it was or else whether it was all nothing more than a daydream. I, the sole observer, concluded that those girls were a figment of my imagination, so that became the truth. Perhaps, further in the future, I will observe it again, and when that happens, maybe I will acknowledge that it wasn't a dream, that the Seven Sisters really were my friends, and that along with Maria One-chan and Sakutaro, they did everything they could for me in my isolation. Something so vague as neither the truth nor even an illusion. Maybe the reality that's here and now is the only real world with the real me. Where is the real me? The person standing among the girl's shameful remains resembling broken glass sculptures, breathing harshly and shoulders heaving. That is not me. The place I am is over there. The one boxed in by a crowd, the one being subjected to constant verbal abuse, the one hanging her head with clearly red eyes. The me over there, isn't that the real me? I won't dream anymore, because there's nowhere for me to run. I'll go back. I'll return myself to the cage made of flesh. Hey! Are you listening to us? Standing there hanging your head forever won't solve anything, you know. I hear you. You finally answered. You thinking that this will end eventually if you just stay silent, or that we'll forgive you if you cry or something like that? We're asking if you're aware. We're asking if you're aware of the trouble you're causing those around you. I slowly nodded. I admitted it. I admitted that I had been spending my time in a waking dreamland, trying to remain separate from the others in my class. Those friends who had spoken to me with such kind and hopeful words, yet who couldn't offer me any help at all in the moment I truly wanted it. To move on from them and to sully them. I admitted it. I, USHIROMIYA Anje, caused trouble for my classmates by not having a cooperative attitude. The reason for it is nothing more or less than my excessive inferiority complex towards all of my classmates because of my inability to study. And there's no point in me being alive. Starting there, I was no longer reading the paragraph that they had made me write. It was my improvisation and what was in my heart. They also noticed that it wasn't what they had anticipated, but while they did frown, no one spoke. So I continued. That's right. There was no point in my life continuing. I was meant to have been taken with them on that day in 1986, and yet I was the only one who didn't get to be taken. Why am I here? I wonder. This isn't the world that I'm meant to be in. No one will save me here. For a time, I felt as though the fictional friends I created inside myself would save me. But those friends were nothing more than a delusion, and they did no such thing. After all, this isn't a fantasy world, it's the real world. So in short, up until today, I've been living in a daydream. Averse to my real classmates, I lived only by interacting with the friends in my delusion. Just now, I split up with those friends. And here I am. I have no family. I've discarded my friends. There's no longer anything left for me. Why haven't I died? One of you asked me that just now. I think you're absolutely right. Why am I alive, I wonder? I should have been dead in 1986. No, I did die then. I'm sure of it. But even so, my soul that was killed is still locked up inside this cage of flesh. So I'll ask this of one of you. If no one responds, I'll do it myself. Someone, please let me die.
Iconic Laser with the $2. Great VA work, Mercy. You good after all that? Yes, I am good. My voice is just a little bit strained. It's a little bit harder to get into the squeakier voices when you've been doing the screaming and the crying. So that's why Maria sounded a little bit weird back there. Apologies for that.
I spoke that sentence and looked around. Dumbfounded girls. Shocked girls. Girls who looked like they didn't know what this kid was saying. And, after a small delay, more and more girls with faces that said, "Is this kid all right?" Whisper, whisper. Mutter, mutter. And then, giggle, giggle. When I ordered my friends in my daydream to kill, they couldn't do that. Couldn't do it. And so, I asked real humans to kill. But of course, these girls can't do it either. In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same.
Oh, Red Satellite, yeah, I'm fine. Like, in terms of, like, actual emotional state, like, yeah, I mean, it gets to me. Like, it affects me emotionally, but, like, I'm doing fine. I've already read the story, like, a million times. I'm good. It's just the chest feeling, but we're getting a bit of a pause with this quiet dialogue anyway, so I'll be okay.
In other words, both daydreams and reality are the same. Doesn't that mean that everything, absolutely everything, this world included, is all a daydream? Then, what's the problem? After all, on that day when I lost my entire family, I already died. All the days since have been the delusions of a wrongful survivor, delusions of a life flashing before my eyes. Once I understood that, it felt like all the scenery surrounding me began to twist and bend slightly. I'm finally going to wake up. I'm going to be released from this world of waking dreams. I felt my consciousness sliding away. It's all right. Fade further and further away, and take me to my family. Therefore, no matter what unfolded in this twisted, faded world, I paid it no mind at all. I saw the crowd get pushed aside as a teacher stepped in. Perhaps the teacher doing the rounds happened to notice a strange disturbance. The teacher was vigorously shouting something, moving to protect me. Upon seeing that, and learning that an ally had appeared for me, even if only one, I felt my awareness return very slightly. The only ones who can save me in the real world are real humans. Never again. Never again will I seek salvation from daydreams. This is the human world. The only ones who can save a human are other humans.
Yes. If that's what you think, then that's your world, Anji. Can Anji become happy this way? If Anji believes that's the only way to become happy, then it's the only way. If she cannot accept the blue bird in the cage for what it is, then she must go and search forever. Would you... Maria, are you breaking off relations with Anji? No, nothing like that. I only did that because it was what Anji wanted. We witches are sometimes persecuted. However, we're always close by, and our aid will surely be sought. Will the day come when Anji will play with us again? It may be that it never comes, and we will simply be forgotten. In the human world, they call that growing up or moving on. Still.
If Anji just remembers... Oh, wait.
If Anji just remembers, we will always be by her side. And until then, we will be waiting.
Nightlight. We've been going for nearly 3 hours now, so I don't know if you think you would be able to catch up. Feel free to try if you want to. But it is a lot to get through. And until then,
We will be waiting.
actually, you know, on that note, by the way, I think I'm going to take a, brief BRB to get some water and stuff and, rest my voice. Because, I have to warn you guys ahead of time, like I told you I would. This next scene is the really, really bad one with Rosa. And it's gonna get really bad. So, maybe it's a good thing to actually have a BRB for a minute to give you guys a little bit more time to prepare for that. But first, I'll read this donation. Habaki Gaming with the $5. Virgin When They Cry Personhood debate versus Chad St. Lucia fucking sucks continuity. Ryukishio 7 will escalate the evil of St. Lucia in his next works, I'm sure. Yeah, St. Lucia is a terrible, terrible school. I do not envy anybody who is forced to go to it. Blech. But anyway, yeah. So, I'm gonna take a break from my voice for a minute. I'm gonna get some water. You guys prepare for that. If anybody is gonna need to dip out during this scene, then please feel free. And maybe whenever you come back, somebody can give you the important notes that you needed to learn from it, because unfortunately there are a couple of things in there that if you miss them, then you would kind of be missing some context, but you know, yeah. So, anywho, I'll be back in a minute. Alright. Sorry. That was an accident. But we're back now. I got all of my my hotkeys mixed up for a second. Anywho. Yeah. We're about to get into it. So anybody, I'm just gonna reiterate, this is the really bad scene with Rosa that I was talking about before. The important information from this scene can be disseminated in chat afterward for people who need to dip for it, because yeah, it's a lot. So if anybody needs to, take care of yourselves, please. I implore you. We care about you. And yeah. Let's go ahead.
Uryu, Maria, answer me. Uryu, so I really am a stuffed animal? I'm made of cloth and cotton, so there's no way I can talk? Is that why? I can't talk to you?
Sakutaro looked up at Maria sadly. Maria's face was covered with tears, and she looked as though she had even lost the emotion of sadness.
I can hear you, Sakutaro. You weren't a stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. You're my friend. Hey, Ante. Uryu. I'm sorry, Maria. I'm sorry, Maria. Uryu.
Sakutaro felt regret. By freezing her heart, Maria had finally been able to escape from her sadness. By speaking up and calling her back, he had caused her to become overwhelmed with sadness again. Sakutaro tried toddling up to Maria and hugging her, then letting go, gazing at her appearance uneasily and trying it again, lost as to how he could bring Maria's spirits up. He might have looked a little humorous doing that. As a result, that was able to divert Maria's feelings from sadness.
Sorry. More crying won't help anything. You got in a fight with Anjay, but you still have a lot of friends, Maria. Not just me. You have everyone else, too. Satsuki and Sakukichi, the animal band, and many, many more.
Maria looked at the many stuffed animals around her pillow, which were gathered together as though they were having a conference.
They're all worried about you, Maria. They've all been discussing how to cheer you up, you know? They won't go away like Anjay? They won't. We'll always be together. Really? You're all only with me at home. Can't go out together when Mama's with us, and can't go together at school. We aren't allowed to go to school, so you'll get in trouble if the teacher finds out. But if no one finds out, we can be together at any time. Sakutaro, you're big, so you'd be found. And then you can take some of the kids that are small enough to walk around with. For example, what about them? If you take the friends in the forest band, look, they're small, so they can hide in your pocket and go to school with you. There's a lot of them in the band. Can't fit all of them in my pockets.
She gathered up all of the forest band pieces that were scattered across her bed. There were about as many of them as pieces in a chess set, so it would probably be impossible to fit them all in her pocket.
In that case, you can just take friends that you're especially close with. Why don't you take the 4 rabbits, the ones you're closest to in the forest band? 4 could fit in my pocket. Yeah, this way they won't be found. So this way, you won't be alone even at school, Maria. Those kids will be with you wherever I can't go. Yeah, maybe you won't be lonely that way. Maybe I could hold out until I got home from school. As long as we aren't found by the teachers or Mama, we can be with you at any time. So let's be together forever. Play together forever. We definitely won't leave you all alone, Maria. Would you?
Maria's expression finally regained a little bit of its brightness. That's right. Thinking about it. Oh,
Thinking about it, my world didn't start out with Anji in it. Even without Anji, everyone was together and it was fun. So it's weird to suddenly get sad just because Anji's gone when she was the last to come in. All that's happened is that I've returned to the world right before Anji entered it. So there's nothing to be sad about. Yeah, not lonely. Sakutaro and everyone else is with me.
Would you? Love you, Maria.
I won't let any more humans come into my world.
Mariage Sorcière is an alliance only between me and Beatrice.
Even Beato opposed letting Anji join in the beginning. It's all right this way. Anji was still too young.
Until you can be friends with Anji again, I think it's okay to forget about her for now. Just wait until you've regained your high spirits and then play with her again. Until then, all of us will be by your side.
Thanks. Sakutaro, everyone. Then, I once again returned to my former world. I regained the world where I wasn't lonely, and where I was surrounded by many friends. As always, I didn't have any human friends at school, but my magic friends were always with me. Even during class, I could hear the rabbit band hiding in my pocket talking together and giggling, and they sounded like they were having a lot of fun. Just listening to that added a lot of color to those lonely school hours. I made sure that my other friends too were always with me, as long as Mama and the teacher wouldn't find out. When Mama told me to go play outside, I would secretly pack Sakutaro and Sakusuke and the rest into my bag and play together at the library or somewhere. And when Mama was late coming home and I went shopping for dinner, I always went with them. The men working at the convenience store were always nice to Sakutaro. Sometimes they even gave me 2 extra things for free, one for me and one for Sakutaro. Whenever Mama found out, I would get in trouble for bringing Sakutaro and the rest outside. Whenever the teacher found out, I would get in trouble for bringing toys to school. The toxin must be strong in Mama and the teacher. That's why Sakutaro and the others just look like normal stuffed animals to them. After all, the men at the convenience store say hello to Sakutaro. Not all humans are worthless. There are tons of people who, unlike Anji and Mama and my teacher, can say hello to magic friends like I can.
Oh, Maria-chan. Welcome. Is your mama like coming home tonight too?
Yeah, but Sakutaro's with me, so I'm not lonely. Right, Sakutaro? Would you? It's not just me today. Other friends are also with us.
Oh, other friends? What kind of friends are you with today?
Today the rabbits from the forest band are also with me. Look, they're in my pocket.
Maria began to line up 4 ceramic rabbit dolls on the register. As the owner of the shop looked at them with a smile, he signaled a part-timer with his chin. The sign on the other register that said closed was taken down, and the part-timer called out for everyone to move over there. All of the people in line behind Maria formed a new line over there instead.
Yes, I see. You sure have a lot of friends, Maria-chan. But I hope your mama comes home soon.
Mama's busy with work again, so she's staying at the company. She's very busy lately. She hasn't even been able to get much time to talk to me on the phone. But I'm not lonely. I have Sakutaro and all the rest, right? Would you? And all the rabbits in the band are with me too. Look. QQ.
Is QQ the sound a rabbit makes? Come to think of it, I've never heard one.
After smiling at Sakutaro, who was poking his head out of her knapsack, she played around with the rabbit band on the register, making them frolic around. Even as he gazed at this heartwarming sight, the shop manager had a slightly pitying look on his face. This was apparently a family without a father, and where the mother had to work hard and couldn't come home very often. On top of that, it looked like this girl didn't even have any friends. As he watched this girl play around happily with her dolls and claim that she wasn't lonely despite everything, he couldn't help but feel a kind of compassion. And actually, that wasn't limited to him alone. Maria had become very famous in this shopping district.
Maria-chan, you should eat some oden every once in a while. You won't grow if you don't eat your eggs and fish paste.
Huh? Can't get a cream roll? Would you? You need variety or you won't get big. How about Odin for today? Okay, I'll have Odin.
Yep, that's the ticket. Why don't I stick a whole bunch in there? Want mustard?
Would you? I can't handle spicy things.
Alright, I see. Then you make sure you don't let it spill on the way home. Best eat it while it's hot.
Thank you.
She planned on getting some sweet pastries for dinner like usual, but since Odin had been recommended to her, she would be having that tonight instead. Letting someone else determine the menu makes for an unexpected and interesting meal. Very often, Maria had to decide on her own what to have for dinner, so it was easy for the menu to get a little one-sided. So it felt fun to look forward to a meal she hadn't anticipated.
Who are you? Thanks for giving us extra, mister.
Send my regards to your other friends at home. No nibbling at it on the way home now. Go straight home and eat it there.
Oh, thanks, mister.
Maria held the bag with the Odin container high for all to see.
Huh? What is it, Maria? The key isn't in my pocket.
Standing in front of the door to her house, Maria searched and patted all over her body. The key to her house, the house wasn't there. She always methodically put it in the same pocket, so there was no way she had put it in another pocket, but she searched her whole body just in case. It really wasn't there.
Did you drop it when you took your wallet out? No. Definitely felt it when I took my wallet out. Also definitely felt it when I checked my pocket on the way home. It was there until part way. Didn't drop it.
The late autumn wind had been made bearable by the thought of the heater that was waiting at home. But now that Maria had lost her key and had no idea what to do, she was really feeling it. But no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find her key. She turned out all of her pockets and even tried taking off her jacket and hitting it, but to no avail. Of course, she also turned the knapsack Sakutaro was in upside down, but no key came out. Something that should have been there wasn't where it was supposed to be. Why isn't the key there when I didn't do anything wrong? Why isn't it? Why? Why? Maria stamped on the ground, cold and frustrated and angry. The bottom of her foot throbbed, but even so, it didn't lessen her frustration. Before long, bitter tears were pouring down her face. It wasn't her fault, so it was someone else's. But Maria didn't know who that someone was and could do nothing but continue to let out a moan of anger.
Lydia, you must have dropped it part way. Let's look for it, okay? Let's go back the way we came and search, okay? I was excited to buy Odin and I got eggs and stuff for free. Can't eat it while it's hot. Maria, I know it's frustrating, but let's search, okay? It's no one's fault. Let's search.
Maria finally lent an ear to Sakutaro's words and began to plod back the way she came. The wind was colder than it had been, and felt like it was blowing in through the gaps in her jacket despite her.
Lydia, let's watch our feet closely and search, okay? And then let's get home quickly and eat Odin while getting warm by the heater, okay? I'm sure it'll taste good. Not here. Not here.
As Sakutaro encouraged her, Maria searched for the key. But she made it all the way back down to the convenience store where she'd bought the Odin. She hadn't found it. Just in case, she asked the man at the convenience store whether they had found a dropped key, but they hadn't found anything. One more time, she returned home, paying close attention to the area around her feet. But still, she didn't find it. She was no longer frustrated enough to stomp her feet, but hot tears dripped down her face. The Odin was stone cold. Even though the man at the shop had said to eat it while it was hot, she hadn't been able to. He had given her so much extra stuff for free.
Lydia, don't cry. Mama isn't coming back tonight. Let's do our best to search. Why can't I find it? Maria, don't cry. Let's do our best to search. Maria.
Maria was no longer able to hold back her tears. Sobbing, clutching Sakutaro, and with the Odin bag in her hand, she returned once more down the road she had come by. Perhaps because it was now later at night, and more houses and stores had turned their lights off by now, it was even darker and harder to search than before. And, once again, without finding the key, she returned to the convenience store.
Maria-chan, you still can't find your key?
Key gone.
Your mother was away for the night? You can't get into your house without a key?
Can't get in.
Well, that's a pretty pickle. Did you try going to the police? It might have been handed in.
Mama said not to talk to policemen, even if they start talking to me.
Now why on earth is that?
It was probably because Rosa felt guilty for making such a young girl as Maria watch over the house by herself, and because she knew that this was not socially acceptable. So she had indoctrinated Maria into changing the store she bought things at so that she didn't catch the eyes of adults, and saying no more than a greeting to policemen even if they talked to her. Maria had obediently done as she was told. Instead of considering why she had to do that, honestly obeying because her mother had told her to was far more important to her. But the manager of the convenience store probably didn't think of it that way. Naturally, seeing such a young girl being forced to watch over the house alone, and so frequently, would cause anyone to worry. And then, after making the round trip between her home and the store once more and arriving at the convenience store for a third time, a policeman was there.
That's the girl. Maria-chan, did you find your key?
Oh, can't find it.
What's your name, little girl?
The policeman asked her name, but Maria didn't answer.
Did your mother tell you not to talk with policemen? Don't worry. No need to be scared of me. Have you eaten dinner yet, little girl?
But it can't get into the house, so I can't eat it.
What's your mother doing? Is she not coming home today? Is she working?
Oh.
Do you know where we can how we can contact your mother's work?
Maria hung her head limply. She didn't understand why the policeman was getting mad at her. No, he probably wasn't getting mad at her, but if this reached her mother's ears, she would definitely be in trouble. Even if she didn't understand the reason why she would be in trouble, she at least understood that much. But the policeman wouldn't let Maria go, and her head was swimming from hunger. The policeman noticed that, and it was decided that they could talk as they ate in the police box. I was taken to the police box. I had my oden heated in a microwave oven, and there were even salty rice cakes and hot tea brought out for me. I've been told not to talk to policemen, but as I answered questions about SAKUTARO, I started to feel like he wasn't a bad person, and I wouldn't be able to return home anyway, so I didn't know what to do, so I told him Mama's work phone number, which I wasn't supposed to tell anyone, and was told to use only if in a very, very serious situation. In the Tatami room inside the police box, as I ate the oden that was so hot it felt like it would burn me, I watched the policeman making the phone call and lazily thought, I'm probably gonna get in trouble. Is Mama going to be mad at me?
Would you?
He must have been listening to the phone ringing for a very long time. With the receiver up to his ear, the policeman looked up at the clock and grumbled.
Maybe they aren't picking up because their business hours are over. Hello? Hello? Is this Auntie Rosako Ltd. Limited? This is Komatsugawa Police Department police box in front of Senbonzakura Station. Is President, Urai-kan, President Ushiromiya-san available?
Just so you know real quick, by the way. Udai-kan is a misreading of the Ushiromiya kanji. The officer mistook the last kanji, miya, for a kan. This would have caused him to pick the wrong reading due to the existence of the word daikon, or magistrate.
Yes. What?
Vacation?
Yes, the president's off for 3 days, starting yesterday. Perhaps I could be of assistance?
Oh, no, that's quite all right. So, do you know where she may be? Have you heard how she can be contacted by any chance?
Would you mind waiting for just a moment?
Hey, anyone know where the president's taking her vacation? How to get a hold of her? Heard she was going for all-you-eat crabs and Saburo with her boyfriend. Lucky girl. Cold places are great for bringing a couple closer together, don't you think? Haven't heard how to get in touch with them. Okie dokie.
Hello. I heard she went to Sapporo, but I'm not sure on how to reach her. Can I take a message?
I see. That's awkward. Well, if you make contact with her again, could you tell her that we called? Yes, that's right.
After that, I was taken to the police station, which was bigger than the police box, and they said I could spend the night there. And they asked me all kinds of things about myself. A lady who called herself the district welfare officer came by and asked about various things. And she said to me, "You poor thing." When I heard that, I learned for the first time. Am I a poor thing?
Uryu, that's not true. You're happy, Maria.
Yeah, thank you, Red Satellite. I have to immerse myself. And Rosa came back. Maria was told to go to her room, but on her way back from the bathroom, she hid by the entrance to the living room and listened in on the exchange. The person who had come to visit was the female district welfare officer who had asked Maria various questions the other day.
Don't be so pushy! Maria's heart is too innocent and delicate, so if there was an insensitive kid there, she could be hurt. Please stop your unwanted meddling. But in that case, ma'am, if the child is so delicate, why leave her home all alone? Shouldn't a mother be there for her child? I am here for her as much as I can be. I have no idea what makes you think I need ordering around. Really? She is very well known in this area, you know. They say that your daughter frequently goes out at night to buy things and to eat. Everyone was worried and looking out for her. How do you know that that was my child? Children are a dime a dozen around town. Don't just assume that it's my Maria. Kids sometimes walk around outside at night, don't they? How can you prove that all of those are my child? A girl holding a lion stuffed animal often came around to eat dinner and buy things. She was very famous around the shopping district. Everyone treated Maria-chan with care out of concern for her. Sometimes people even escorted her home, thinking the streets might be dangerous at night. You can find lion stuffed animals anywhere. It was none of their business escorting her home. Are they thinking of kidnapping her or something? Don't fuss over Maria. Maria is my child. I am raising her. I have absolutely no intention of putting her in some strange institution. Stop your needless meddling.
Uryu, does that lion stuffed animal mean me? It's alright. I'm the one who's in trouble. It has nothing to do with you, Sakutaro.
Maria hugged Sakutaro, continuing to watch her mother fearfully.
I also wish I could be with Maria every day. But I'm a single mother, so I have to work. I may not look like it, but I'm a president of a company, and I bear the responsibility for my employees' well-being. I'm busy with my work all year round. There's no time for me to rest. Really? But you've been off work for the last 3 days, haven't you? I have not been off work. I've been staying at my company for several nights working. There's a mountain of matters to be taken care of that the other unreliable employees can't handle. Why are you lying like that? The people at your company told us that you were taking a 3-day vacation, you know. You went to Hokkaido with your boyfriend, right? Leaving your daughter by herself for 3 whole days. I don't know anything about any boyfriend. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Why are you coming out with all of this nonsense? Why? Why? Do you have any proof? What's wrong with you? Don't just start butting in on someone else's family matters. I love Maria. I have my own way of loving her, so just keep your mouth shut. I didn't go on vacation. I was working the whole time. I was working. I was trying to finish up things working with all of my strength. All my strength because I wanted to see Maria as soon as I could. I stayed at the company working and working and working and working and working and working and working. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Hokkaido. Don't come in saying all of this. Ah! Please just go. Just go. What is wrong with you? Just go. Just go!
Rosa raged, her hair flying wildly. She stood up with such force that her teacup fell over. And far louder than that noise was the sound of her beating the table with both hands. When faced with this rage that could accurately be described as wide-eyed derangement, the female welfare officer couldn't help but be taken aback. And the same went for Maria, who was secretly watching this from the hallway. She had seen her mother enraged several times before, but she had never seen her go this berserk with anger. Seeing this, Maria was sure this was no longer her mother. It was some other evil being that was possessing her mother's body.
And then, the evil being discovered her. Maria learned that she was being reflected in the evil being's eyes. Her mind went blank, and she felt as though her field of vision was racing off into the distance. After fiercely closing in on Maria, Rosa mercilessly bore down on her small shoulders and dropped her gaze onto the stuffed animal Maria was holding, Sakutaro. Maria, even though I told you so many times not to bring that outside, you brought it with you, didn't you?
Lydia, it's not Maria's fault. I said I'd come with her. That's not true. I brought Sakutaro on my own because I was lonely. Mama, it's not Sakutaro's fault. Lydia, Maria, it's not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault.
The brunt of Rosa's anger was aimed not at Maria, but at the lion-stuffed animal Maria was holding. A girl came shopping in the middle of the night, always clutching a lion-stuffed animal. Because of that, she had become well known in the shopping district. I told you not to take stuffed animals with you! Why can't you listen to what Mama says? Why? Why can't you follow Mama's rules? With every single word, she stamped her heel and banged furiously on the wall. Admittedly, she wasn't making direct contact with Maria. However, the violence of that harsh sound certainly beat against her. Ma'am, stop that! Let go! I said let go, damn it! The welfare officer had come back to her senses and put Rosa in a full Nelson. But the instant Rosa was touched, she went wild, furiously throwing the welfare officer off. She hit the table and fell to the ground. A teacup on the table smashed on the floor, making a violent sound.
Maria didn't do anything wrong. It's my fault. So don't scold Maria. I'm the one who brought Sakutaro. It's not Sakutaro's fault. It's not Sakutaro's fault. So don't look at Sakutaro with those scary eyes. Don't look at him. Don't scold Maria. Don't scold Maria. On you.
Just what do you think you're doing? Did you also play with dolls like that outside? Did you do it in front of the people at the store? Then of course they remembered you! Think a little, you idiot! Why are you such a dumbass? Answer me honestly. When you went out shopping, you always walked around with that stuffed animal without telling Mama, right? Stop using that weird stuffed animal talk! Speak with your own words, not a stuffed animal's!
Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal! He's my friend! Don't call him a stuffed animal! Don't!
Yes, fine. Sakutaro is called Sakutaro. You took that Sakutaro doll with you all the time when you went shopping without telling Mama, right?
Yeah.
Maria admitted it honestly. If she hadn't admitted it, then Sakutaro would have said something to take the blame. So by admitting it right away, she was protecting her small friend. Only Sakutaro? Any others? You haven't been bringing weird things to school too, have you? Ma'am, this is not your daughter's fault. Stop this interrogation at once. You bite your tongue. I am talking with my daughter. All right, Maria. Look at Mama when you talk. What is the answer to Mama's question?
Not just Sakutaro. All the rabbits, too.
Do you have them with you now?
Oh.
Maria fished around in her pocket and pulled out those 4 ceramic rabbits with her tiny hand. The rabbits were her precious friends, who could go to school with her in Sakutaro's place. But when Rosa saw that, she shook her head slightly as though dizzy. In Maria's communication booklet, a note had been written that Maria was apparently bringing toys to school and playing with them. Translation note real quick. A communication booklet is a notebook which elementary schoolers in Japan take to school with them, used as a short message communication tool between parents and teachers. For instance, the students will be told to write down information that parents need to know about the next day of classes. Parents can use them to keep teachers informed of lost items, health issues, or request that their child skips a gym class. And because children tend to go to school in groups, notices of absence or lateness can also be written in them, and the booklet handed to the group.
and it requested Rosa to give her home instruction to try to prevent this. But Rosa had dismissed the teacher's comment as fault-finding, and on the contrary had phoned the school to make a complaint of her own, saying that there was no way her child would bring toys to school. For nearly an hour, she had shouted at the vice principal to stop making false accusations about her daughter. To a certain degree, the school grasped that Maria was a pitiful girl. They knew that the small toys she brought in were her only friends, so they had done their best to overlook it. But when the other students caught sight of them, some of the boys started complaining that only she was allowed to bring toys, and the school had racked their brains on how to cope with this. They had tried gently to send a warning by way of the mother, but after Rosa's overreaction, even Maria's teacher had decided to overlook it. But now Rosa knew. She had been the one who was wrong, and her daughter really had been bringing toys to school, and the school had seen the sorry sight of her bringing toys into school and playing with them as her only friends. To Rosa, who knew her daughter was a little different from normal children, having this peculiar side of her daughter exposed and found fault with was more unbearable than anything. So she howled. She raged. The welfare officer tried to cut between Rosa and Maria again, but she only met with Rosa's wrath again. Rosa once again threw the woman off with a face like a demon, and when even that failed to curb her anger, she stomped on the ground over and over again so forcefully that it seemed like she might break through the floor. Then, after seeming to come back to her senses for just a second, she suddenly froze her rough breathing and asked Maria,
Maria, those rabbits in the band, are they your close friends? I see. I'm glad you have a full four friends.
As she said that, Rosa took one of the rabbits from Maria's hand. Then, she shoved it in front of Maria's eyes so that she could see it very well. It was a cute little doll, like a chess piece, of a rabbit holding a trumpet. She slowly lifted it into the air. Of course, Maria's and Sakutaro's eyes also followed it. And then, with a speed that the eye couldn't follow, she hurled it against the wall. She had half imagined that this worst possible thing might happen, so she instantly realized what had been done. So Maria let out a short, despairing scream. It was in pieces. It had been small and sturdy, but not enough to accept her mother's fierce rage.
Because you didn't listen to what Mama told you. One of them broke. From now on, every time you disobey something Mama says, I'll break another one. Remember that! You call yourself a mother after doing something like that? You think you can do something like that without hurting your daughter? Hurt, Maria? I'm hurting too, you know. Who's gonna take responsibility for my wounds? Well, who? I told you to bite your tongue.
Stop it, Mama. It's my fault. Don't get mad at this lady. It isn't Maria's fault, it's mine. Don't get mad at Maria.
I told you to stop playing make-believe with that stuffed animal! In the first place, it's disturbing. A stuffed animal is your friend? Just how old are you this year? How old? Well, it's just a gross, crappy stuffed animal made of cloth and cotton. Is this the only kind of friend that you have? If you have enough time on your hands to play make-believe friends with this monstrous stuffed animal, go out and make some real human friends instead! Why is it that time goes on and you still can't make any friends? That's why your class always treats you like a weirdo and makes fun of you! Cut it out! Give it a rest! Get a hold of yourself already! Grow up from this stuffed animal play! I said, stop playing make-believe with that stuffed animal!
Mama! Give it back! Give Sakutaro back! Honey.
Mama grabbed hold of Sakutaro's head and snatched him from me. Then she smashed him against the wall, over and over.
Honey, it hurts. Ow.
Fucking stop! Fucking stop playing make-believe with this stuffed animal! It's because of this stuffed animal. That's why you can never make any friends. That's That's why you're the only one in your class who sticks out like a sore thumb and gets treated like a weird kid. I should have never given you a stuffed animal like this. I should never have given you this disgusting stuffed animal.
Stop it! Give Sakutaro back! Give Sakutaro back! Sakutaro's my friend. My best friend. I don't need anything else if I just have Sakutaro. So give him back. Give him back!
For some reason, my frantic request just added oil to the fire of Mama's anger. As I pulled on Sakutaro, trying to take him back, Mama pushed my arm aside, and in a bizarre way, she stuck her fingernails on both hands deep into Sakutaro, twisting him. The red scarf, which I had carefully wrapped for him every day, came undone and fell to the floor. Sakutaro, who had been so precious to me, he was crumpled, twisted, torn out with fingernails so much. He was twisted in pain, his face grimacing so sadly. Then Mama's fingernails found a stitch on the neck and tore it. With the fingernails of both hands, she tore him apart. In that instant, Sakutaro's yellow cloth and the cotton inside burst apart. It looked almost like moist cotton candy.
Oh, you... Kotaro... Maria... Sakutaro... you... Kotaro...
The crumpled yellow cloth and the cotton candy that was flowing out were thrust right in front of my eyes. Then, through Mama's face, the evil being stated it clearly. Sakutaro is dead. Sakutaro, Lady Maria's pure white heart torn asunder. His broken vessel can only be regenerated by Rosa, the Meister who made him. However, Rosa disposed of all the vessel's scraps, and even lost the sewing pattern. On top of this, because his existence was denied by the Meister herself, resurrecting him is impossible. With the Meister's death in 1986, his resurrection was lost forever. Resurrecting him is impossible, even for the endless witch, Beatrice.
I think those are just supposed to be, like, noise. Yeah, it is. Oh, I think it's actually, like, Maria, like, gibbering, crying. Okay, I see. But it's still kind of hard to pronounce that.
Maria, do not cry.
Beatrice! Beatrice!
Sakutaro was a good friend. As long as you do not forget that, he will always be with you. So do not cry.
Bring him back to life. You can use a lot of magic, Beato. You can bring Sakutaro back to life as well, right?
About that. Of course, if Sakutaro had been my furniture, it would be easy. However, Sakutaro is your furniture. That makes it difficult for me.
Difficult, but not impossible, right? Bring him back to life! Bring him back to life with the endless magic!
To tell the truth, Sakutaro's vessel was a stuffed animal Rosa made herself, correct? That Rosa has denied Sakutaro. A life that is not permitted by its own mother cannot exist. Beatrice's words were feeble, because she knew that, no matter what the excuse,
it wouldn't be enough to calm Maria and make her accept it. But she had to communicate the painful truth to her disciple and close friend. She had to tell her the fact that even with all of her magic, even she could not revive Sakutaro. As long as you continue to strongly believe in Sakutaro's existence, his soul will not disappear. So Maria, please do not be sad. Even now, look, you must believe that Sakutaro is smiling right over there.
No! No, no, no! You have to bring Sakutaro back to life! No, no, no!
Give up. There's no magic to revive Sakutaro. You must strongly believe that even in spite of that, Sakutaro will continue to exist as your close friend. That power will become magic.
That's not magic. That's not magic! You have to bring Sakutaro back to life! Can't you do it because Mama made him herself? Why did Mama make Sakutaro? Wasn't it to give him to me as a present? Wasn't it to make him my friend? Why? Did Mama make him herself and break him herself? Why did Mama create him herself and try to break him herself? Don't get it. Don't get it. Hate Mama. Hate Mama. Can't stand it. Can't stand it. It's too much. It's too much. Wanna twist Mama up like she did to Sakutaro. Wanna stick my fingernails in and tear her. Turn her into cloth and cotton. I can't stand it. I can't stand it, Beatrice. Sakutaro.
From the darkness behind Maria's back, two massive jet black arms crept out, coiling around Maria as she sobbed in anger. Then massive fingernails stuck into Maria's chest and stomach. Maria could not see them, but Beato could. Anger and sadness without any place to go will tear you apart. Beato knew that. She could see that. Yes. In the end, those massive arms were Maria's own. Those fingernails slowly started to dig into her chest and stomach. With their immense size and strength, those arms would probably tear Maria into bits easily. But Maria herself couldn't notice, drowning in a sea of her own tears. She couldn't notice that her own arms were trying to tear apart her own chest.
Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Sakutaro can't be brought back to life no matter what. I want revenge. I want to make the same thing happen to Mama. I want to make her suffer the same thing as Sakutaro. Beatrice, teach me magic for that. Teach me magic to get back at Mama.
Are those your true feelings?
I'll kill Mama. I'll kill her! No, that's not Mama. It's the bad witch possessing Mama. I'll kill the witch Mama.
Very well. I shall give you that power. If you, beautiful of heart, shall otherwise be torn asunder by your own hand, then I find your heartless mother who brought such suffering upon you considerably more deserving of such a fate. I shall teach you of the abyss in the world of witches, of the depths where no light reaches.
Sakutaro. Sakutaro. I hate everyone. I hate them. I hate them. I hate Mama. I hate Anjay. I hate everyone. Everyone!
All right. We're back to the world 12 years later, back to 1998, and that scene is over. So, for the people who are wanting a ping to get back in after this, you guys can give those to them now if you would like. I just gotta take a second.
By the way, don't worry, I'm fine. I just had to, you know. I mean, like if all of the characters are screaming and crying, I have to do it faithfully to make it sound right. So this is all performance for me. Don't worry. I suppose everyone being concerned for your mental well-being is a testament to your voice. I appreciate that. Just giving it 1 second more for people to come back if they would like. Yeah, an Iconic Laser is putting a summary of the events in chat for those of you who need it. Kitty with the 5 pounds. Your voice acting made that so much more heart-wrenching than the text alone. Awesome job, Cries. Thank you. I mean, like, on one hand, I'm sure that it probably didn't cushion the blow of the scene anymore, so I apologize for that, I guess. But, you know, there's no way to really underplay that one, you know what I mean? But yeah, I have to definitely agree with Estefania in the chat there. You in moments like this, you really do see Ryukishi's like experience with stuff in the field like that, being a social worker and that kind of thing. Daniel the Spaniel, does it ever get any worse, or was that the Valley? In terms of like on-screen abuse, I would say that is probably the worst. There are worse things about like not just Maria, but like just various other things that come up in the series that I'm not really going to get into right now. But like there are other things that happen, but those are mostly off-screen events that are only like referred to. In terms of like actual on-screen stuff, like this is probably about the worst. Yeah, exactly. Normal K, bro. When I watched the Ace Attorney retrospectives, I was so sad that you didn't credit the other VAs, but no, you just got the crazy range that I thought it was multiple people. Stay amazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, there is one more scene in this episode with Rosa later on, but it's not going to be in this stream. And it's pretty bad, but it's not like quite as bad as this, at least in my opinion. Yes, Callan is also right about that. There is a specific word that for some reason the Umineko project translation decided to use
which I'm not going to be reading out loud when it shows up, because I don't really think that they should have felt the need to use it. But you know, I can easily come up with a different one to get across the same point. So. Future Skeleton, yes, that's the one. Anywho, I've given it a minute, so let's get back to it. I had been trying to take a nap, but the boat really was shaking bad. I gave up on sleeping and went up onto the deck. I was welcomed by the shining sun and a strong sea breeze. Up on the deck, Amakusa was doing some stretches. He probably has a lot of time on his hands, too. It'll still take a while longer to reach Nijima. It would only have taken on the order of about half an hour by airplane, but there was the chance that the Sumidera's net extended over Nijima Airport. The harbor would probably be the same. For that reason, I had obtained a boat that would let me land while avoiding the harbor with no questions asked. I'd bumped into a cheery boat captain, treated him with generosity, and he had decided to help me out, amused. Still going to be a while?
I just asked the captain, and it sounds like it'll take a full 2 hours more. Well, beggars can't be choosers.
The weather sure is nice. Feels like I'll burn.
Going to read on the deck? You'll damage your book.
Amakusa apparently got the idea because I was clutching Maria One-chan's diary under my arm. I'd been reading it as I tried to fall asleep, which was why I had come back up still carrying it.
How's it going? Think you'll be able to find the truth of Rokenjima from Maria-san's diary?
Who knows? No matter how much I investigate what happened on that island, it won't make for anything more than a theory. There's no truth written in the message bottles or One-chan's diary, just a fairy tale with a witch walking around. I'm stuck.
Looks like you're just gonna have to bank on what you can get out of the relevant people on Nijima.
I imagine the witch hunters have subjected them to endless questioning, so I'm pretty sure I won't find any new facts.
So, even though your hopes are that low, you're willing to spend a half-day boat trip on a boat to go to Nijima anyway. You really are fickle.
It's like a journey of self-satisfaction, so that I can say I investigated. I'm not so naive as to seriously think I can unlock the truth of 12 years ago.
When you're finished with your self-satisfaction, what do you plan to do?
Who knows? Haven't thought about it. I'll go to Nijima, ask some questions of people related to all of this. Then, after going to Rokenjima in the end and leaving some flowers, my journey will be over. Several days had already passed since this journey began. After being told by Bernkastel on the roof of that building to search for the truth of 12 years ago, I left on a journey akin to trying to grasp a cloud. At the time, I felt something mystical about it, and if I remember feeling as if I might be able to grasp some kind of miracle at the end of this journey. And I remember, rather. But several days are enough to bring a person back down from that high. As I stood on the roof of that skyscraper that day, my heart had nowhere left to go. It was completely dead. Wanting from the bottom of my heart to be released from the cage of my body and rise into the sky, I crossed the fence in order to die. Maybe experiencing the desire to die and actually stepping forwards, throwing my body down, caused some kind of mystical experience inside my head, making me think I had received a message from a witch. The more the excitement from jumping down lessened over time, and the more I came back to my senses, the more this journey lost its meaning. But I'd never considered suspending this journey just because of that. If I stopped this journey, it would mean acknowledging that the message from the witch was an illusion, and I felt as if that meant throwing away the promise the witch had made, and any chance that someone from my family might come back. So I'm continuing this journey because I want to believe in that illusion. I don't seriously believe that this journey will change anything. I'm even free to end it at any time. It's up to me to choose where the final destination is. In the end, this journey is only for my personal self-satisfaction.
Self-satisfaction, is it? Sounds so bad when you say it out loud, but I think that's life.
Hello again, Atropos.
And you actually came just in time, because I did want to say, before we get into the rest of this scene, this, in my opinion, is probably one of the most important scenes in, like, the entirety of Umineko. Like, period. So, without further ado. If that's the answer you reached after crawling across the line between life and death in the mercenary business, that's probably pretty deep.
Don't just laugh it off. What I'm trying to say is that there's no self about it. In this world, the only one capable of satisfying you is yourself.
Amakusa continued, stretching as he spoke, in an annoyingly eloquent way. Hearing it told to me as though from a teacher made me instinctively want to resist, but what he was saying was extremely sensible. That may be true. People work hard when they want to satisfy someone. In most cases, that someone is their parents. Children learn how to work hard because they want to be praised by their parents. Of course, that's why I never learned.
Sorry, that's not what I intended to say. What I want to say is that self-satisfaction's a-okay. No matter who praises you, it's meaningless unless you yourself are satisfied. Turning it around, even if no one praises you, that doesn't matter so long as you're satisfied yourself.
Self-satisfaction and self-improvement contradict each other, so we're usually taught that the former is bad. Your argument's kind of a breath of fresh air.
The anguish of the human world comes when you want to satisfy someone. You want recognition, but you don't know where to put the effort. I had a time like that too. I wanted recognition, but I didn't know what I wanted recognition for. And since I didn't know what I was meant to put effort into, or how much, or even who I wanted to give me that recognition, I did a lot of crazy things.
And the answer you reached was self-satisfaction.
Sounds bad, but that's how it is. Rich is the one who's content with what they are, they say. If I've decided this is the life I'm happy with, no one has any right to tell me any different. If it's the same for your life, it's the same for your life, and that for this journey, no one has any right to object other than you yourself. You're the only one who determines the meaning and worth of your journey. If it turns out to have been a meaningful journey for you, then that's more than enough.
I thought you were the kind of guy who never takes things seriously, but you really do say some weird things every once in a while. I'll bet you think saying things like this every now and then will make you a hit with the ladies.
You got me all wrong. That's not why I said it. Looks like you want to be alone. I'll be over with the boat captain. Please, take your time.
It seemed Amakusa had decided that I was in a bad mood, although I didn't feel that way myself. Maybe he had just finished a set of stretches and wanted to cool off in the shade. The sea winds were strong, but not enough to take the edge off the rays of the sun. Amakusa disappeared. Only I remained. Self-satisfaction is life, he says. That's just boring. Life is nothing without greed. I noticed that Mammon had suddenly appeared, her full hair streaming out in the wind by the prow of the ship. It's true that a life of greed would be fun, but unlike you, humans have a limited lifespan. If a person remains greedy for eternity, that means they have desires even in the last moment before they die. Having desires means that there's something that they want, something they don't have, some way they aren't complete. I'm sure it's tough to die when you can't think of yourself as being fulfilled. So I'm sure self-satisfaction is actually necessary. I see. Then beings with lifespans need to make that kind of compromise. Our masters always have very long lifespans, so I've never thought of it. I wonder if humans live so that they can be satisfied. If so, to seek nothing is probably the easiest way to live. Yes, it makes sense why greed is one of the 7 deadly sins. Your praise honors me. Apparently, that counted as praise in Mammon's eyes. She turned and gave a graceful curtsy. Anje-sama, do humans live so that they can be satisfied at the moment of their death? It must be pretty tough to be somehow incomplete at the moment of your death, right? If so, then humans live only so that they can have a satisfying death. They live so that they can have a better death. They live to die. Wow, that's a hell of a thing to say. Yes, I should have expected that from a demon snake. However, her words might be the truth. Humans suffer because they aren't whole, and live only to be made whole.
That might be the same, in other words, as a desire to die while whole. I have no argument against that. People live in order to be content, and they hope to die while still content. So not knowing how to make yourself content, make yourself complete, is very tough. How does a human do that? Make their life complete? Receiving validation, acceptance, that they're happy. If it doesn't matter who accepts you, then I'll do it myself if you like. Yes, that's just it. People don't know whose acceptance they need. So searching for that person to accept them is the journey of life? It sounds strange, doesn't it? Whether you find acceptance or not, it shouldn't change your circumstances. And yet, if you find acceptance, you'll be whole. And if you don't, then you won't. It's almost like the blue bird. Even though the blue bird is already in the cage, you can't notice it. So you have to go out on a journey searching everywhere. What the heck? Human lives sure are stupid. That's right. Amakusa really hit on something. Rich is the one who is content with what they are, was it? I don't know where that proverb came from, but it's deep. In short, you won't be fully content unless you have someone's acceptance. That's the same as not being able to accept yourself. Turns out the ultimate self-fulfillment begins with self-acceptance. Well, of course. Because if you can become aware that you're fulfilled, there's no need for anyone else's acceptance. Just by taking notice of that small little thing, a human's foolish lifelong journey can be ended easily. Then they can spend the rest of their life effectively playing and having a good time. A human's life is so ridiculous. Mamon's choice of words was bad, but it was surely the truth. If most of a human's life is a journey wishing for someone's acceptance so that they can achieve a satisfied death, then the moment they realize that the person to accept them is not someone else but them themselves, they can end that pointless journey. Humans who have finished that journey can probably spend the rest of their lives as they wish, with their heads held high. How sublime, how praiseworthy would that be? You know, it seems that Amakusa's on pretty bad terms with his parents. Makes sense, right? Amakusa's in the kind of trade that any sane parent would want their kid to wash his hands of. Why does it matter? If he's enjoying it. Exactly. That's what it comes down to in the end. Your worth as observed by others doesn't matter. If your existence is firmly accepted by you yourself, that's enough. If you can live with confidence in yourself, surely you can accept and find satisfaction in any kind of lifestyle. I'm sure Amakusa will eventually eat a stray bullet on the battlefield and get seriously injured. He might even die. But I don't think Amakusa will think of it as unfair. I'd sure he'd cackle about how that too is life. What a great way to live. I'm enchanted. Pitiful humans who can't accept themselves. Wander about searching for it their whole lives, doing nothing but grumbling and complaining, unable to come to terms with anything, ultimately dying while still unfulfilled. How pitiful. Compared to people whose lives drag on without any purpose, Amakusa is more likely to eventually die by the roadside, but I think he's much more noble for living his life with his chest stuck out. Maybe the enlightened are the winners in life? If you can come to that realization even a little sooner, you'll be able to put that much more of your life to good use. At those words of Mamon's, I finally came to terms with a certain fact. I had described her as an abnormal kid, a little strange. However, that wasn't the case. She had simply finished that journey faster than anyone else, and taught herself to keep her own chin up and live with confidence. Maybe that's what made Maria One-chan so amazing. She had already reached that point at the age where she was only just about to begin elementary school. Other people like us, looking at her life from the outside, couldn't call it happy by any standard. But even though such days were engraved in her diary, the entries always finished up by saying it was a happy day. Even though you can catch glimpses of her mother's lack of love for her, in spite of that, she believed that her mother did love her. The mother's love that didn't exist, she created herself, filling her world with love. Others observed her as an unfulfilled, pitiful girl, but she told herself that she was fulfilled and accepted herself how she was, and so she was happy that way. It's easy to observe that as something pitiable and sad, but to her that was an outsider's opinion and didn't matter in the slightest. The only important thing was whether or not this was happiness to her, It's just like how, when people who live in the city point to the lifestyle of those in the country, and lament the inconvenience and feel sympathy for them, it's really just misplaced kindness. If those who live there are satisfied with what they have, that's more than enough. I finally realized something. I realized it just now. I did something horrible to Maria One-chan. And to all of you, and Sakutaro as well, on that day. The question of whether magic exists or not, that's not up to other people to decide. It's up to you yourself. Whether magic exists to Maria One-chan is a problem for Maria One-chan to decide, and not for me. And yet, when I was young, I said it that day. I told her there's no way magic exists, and I hurt her. To me, magic doesn't exist, but that's my world. Denying One-chan's world as well just because of that was totally barking up the wrong tree. Mariage Sorcière is the Witches' Alliance Maria One-chan created. I was invited into that, and invited to become a witch with her. I thought it was a fun new game, and I went along with it for a while. But because of the cruelty of youth, I got tired of it halfway through. And then, with sharp words, I tore her pure and innocent heart apart. At that time, we must have gotten into a huge fight. I forgot about it right away, but it was unforgettable for her. After all, to her, magic was a natural power that emphatically existed, and she believed that she'd be able to share that with me. Magic, to Maria One-chan, was a power by which she could give the world a happy interpretation. No, which could make everything happy. It truly was a magical power. She just wanted to share that with me, too. The young me tore those feelings apart, so she closed herself up in a shell, believing that no one could understand magic with her. If so, then Lady Maria's life journey wasn't over after all. If she had accepted herself, there would be no need for her to feel down just because you denied her. One-chan was young. She still hadn't reached the same kind of philosophical viewpoint as Amakusa. That explains it perfectly. Why the Witches' Alliance called Mariage Sorcière was necessary. An alliance where each accepts that the other is a witch. That's right. I'm pretty sure that was the first article in the agreement of Mariage Sorcière. Witches of the Alliance must accept each other and respect each other. That's the deepest and only meaning of the Witches' Alliance. Maria One-chan wanted to share with me the secret laws for making the world happy, called magic. But I was young, and she was too. I hurt her with innocent cruelty. On that day, I said it, those reckless words, to all of you and Sakutaro. I said there's no way you exist. I'm offended. We accept that we exist ourselves. We're not like humans with their souls half asleep. I think, therefore I am. Whether you accept or deny magic, the existence of the magic called the Seven Stakes of Purgatory is therefore a fact, as long as we accept ourselves, to borrow your words. It truly would be violence for another person like me to deny that. I'm sure that would be like having your true mother yell, "I wish you had never been born." No, get out of my life. Even after being slammed by all those words, Maria One-chan's magic made her believe in her mother's love. Sakutaro, her magic friend, always encouraged her. He kept saying that her mother loved her, that she was coming home late because of her work, and that she would definitely bring back a present. Even after Maria learned the fact that it really wasn't because of work, magic still kept her believing that. So by believing that her mother loved her, by accepting herself, she filled her world with love and peace and serenity, and established it perfectly. What happened 12 years ago? What happened to my family? This was not a journey to search for that. Then what is this journey? It was a journey to apologize to Maria One-chan for what happened that day. I don't know why, but that's what I think. If I hadn't hurt her that day, the incident 12 years ago might not have occurred. That's what I think. I have no basis for it. I don't have a clue how hurting One-chan would be connected to that mysterious incident several years later, but for some reason, I can't imagine that there's no connection. A witch caused that incident, and the culprit is the Golden Witch, Beatrice. And Beatrice was part of Mariage Sorcière's alliance of witches. I had horribly hurt the other witch of that alliance. I had hurt her by saying that magic doesn't exist. And that's why, several years later, an inexplicable crime by a witch occurred. And that 2-day period, which can't be explained with anything but magic, was thrust in my face via a message bottle. I'm sure that I'm not unrelated. I don't know. It could be chance. It could be fate. For some reason, I've just started thinking that way on this journey. And your basis? None. It's just what I'm thinking.
The Japanese sure are interesting. Even if they're the victim, they feel as though they did something wrong and apologize for no reason. I could understand if you said, I hate Beatrice-sama for stealing my family or something. But you really are an odd one, feeling guilty for no reason and apologizing. Of course I hate Beatrice. I couldn't continue this journey without that feeling. But it's alright for me to find another purpose to this journey. There's nothing wrong with me adding the goal of apologizing for past sins onto this journey for revenge on a witch of 12 years prior. I can at least go to Rokenjima, apologize for my reckless remarks, and offer flowers. No, there's something better than flowers. And I think that would be more fitting for One-chan. I stood up, and ignoring my hair being blown about by the sea breeze, I concentrated my mind. I lifted my palms up to the height of my head, and imagined a vast space. One-sama. Quiet. Come, arise. I am the witch apprentice, Anje Beatrice. Though I was excommunicated, I was once a member of the same alliance, and you are dearly missed furniture who played with me. Answer to my call. It was hard to tell in the middle of the day, but a faint blue light gathered around the palm of my hands. Then, I revived Sakutaro's form. It truly was long missed, that figure. His cute ears, his bright red scarf. It came off easily, so One-chan faithfully rewrapped it all the time, didn't she? Sakutaro. Maria One-chan's precious friend, very simple, warm, and kind. His speech quirk is Uryu. I remember Maria One-chan used to say it a lot too. Recognize us? Do you know who we are?
Uryu? Mammon? Anje?
With a sleepy face, as though waking up from a long slumber, Sakutaro looked all around him as he spoke. It's been a long time, Sakutaro. I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've summoned you with my own power. And now I'm the only one who can.
Uryu.
Those words might have been a bit cruel. Sakutaro's face clouded over. In the past, I denied you. Now that I have summoned you, that means that I have accepted your existence.
Is it okay? Is it okay for me to be summoned into your world?
His eyes were slightly frightened. It was only natural. I, who had played with him like a friend before, had one day suddenly denied him and tried to burn him with the anti-magic toxin. It was only natural that he was scared. I apologize for that day. To you too, Mammon. And to the rest of you. Oh God, fuck, it's getting me. At some point, the rest of the 7 sisters had gathered on the deck. No, they're there at all times, always by my side. As long as I accept that it's okay for them to be there, they will appear anytime. You certainly do exist, Lucifer, and Leviathan, and Satan, and Belphegor, and Mammon, and Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, and Sakutaro too. Is that alright? Anje-sama, you are the one who's challenging Beatrice-sama. Is it alright for one in a position of denying witches to accept us? About whether magic exists or not in my world. Sorry, but let me put that question on hold. It's not like I myself have accepted the existence of magic. Yet you accept us?
How do you explain that contradiction? Because magic exists for people who believe. Even if I don't. If someone believes, then magic will exist in that person's world. That will not be interfered with in any way, whether I believe in magic or not. No, it must not be interfered with. That person just needs to hold their head up high and believe in their own magic, and I will accept that. So it isn't strange at all for you guys to exist. That's quite the rationalization, but an interesting interpretation, I would say.
What you're saying, Anje-sama, is probably a devil's proof.
A devil's proof?
After all, to prove the existence of demons, you just need to bring one with you. But denying the existence of demons is impossible.
And we're here. That means whether Anje-sama believes in magic or not, our existence is unshakable.
Unyu, the anti-magic toxin is disappearing from Anje?
You're right. But she's in a position of denying magic. So why? That's probably because I learned respect and acceptance. Now, I might be able to understand the depths of Maria One-chan's magic, and Beatrice's. In the past, I insisted that I didn't believe in things like magic, that something like that couldn't exist. I acted like I had my eyes tightly shut and couldn't see anything. But now I'm different. I get the feeling that I can look right at the thing called magic and close in on its true nature. How frustrating. It's truly rare to find a human so free of the anti-magic toxin in this day and age. And she has such an uncommon genius for being a witch. That's right. If Anje-sama tried to become a witch now, she could grow to be a great witch, maybe even at Beatrice-sama's level. Even so, she's our master, and has accepted our existence. Most likely, Anje-sama will be our final master. Let us think of this as our final service, and apply ourselves to the fullest.
Blech. I just can't stand that Anje-sama doesn't believe in magic herself. Anje-sama, please believe in magic too. Feels like a waste to finally have a master and have it not be a witch.
Even though you have an outstanding talent which could make you one of the greatest of witches, your goal's to slay them. It's such a shame. Well, that's her life. Her way of thinking. Her way of living. And if that's the way she decided her world is going to be, there's nothing we can achieve by complaining. Thanks for understanding me. Yeah, whether magic exists to me or not, that's up for me to decide. Whether magic actually does exist somewhere in the world or not, you see? When I think about it, the world is so vast, and yet so small. Billions of people live on Earth, but I probably won't meet even 1% of those people. Even so, I will speak of the world. Without knowing even 1% of the world, I will speak of my world. I'm not qualified to deny the laws of a world I don't know. So just because magic doesn't exist in my world, I can't deny that magic exists in a world that I don't know. That makes it a true devil's proof. No, maybe it's more like when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I can be confident in the world I know. So even if my world is denied by a complete stranger who doesn't know a thing about it, there's nothing to worry about. And in the same way, just because I don't know another world, that doesn't make me qualified to deny it. Which is why, regardless of whether there is magic in my world or not, I cannot deny the magic Maria One-chan taught me.
Unyu, after all, even if you've never seen it, magic exists.
Yes. That's why, as I've already said, your existence, as friends of the Mariage Sorcière Alliance of Witches, cannot be denied by me or anyone else. I proclaimed the most important part again. Even though the sea breeze and the crashing of the waves were noisy, it was a time of silence. Both SAKUTARO and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory reflected upon my words, and probably I did too. Does magic exist or not? Do witches exist or not? I reflected on the fact that, while ignoring what the answer was within my world, I had declared openly that I would accept their existence, despite it being a contradiction.
Thank you, Anje.
If you will accept that much, perhaps one day, witches could also... No, that was a foolish question. You already have a clear answer to that question. Sorry, I do accept that witches might exist somewhere in this world, but my world will not waver. You won't accept witches or magic. You'll definitely expose the truth of Rokenjima. Right? Yes, that's my world. Even if a witch really does exist, I won't accept her in my world, no matter how much that witch tries to court me. Your position is to slay witches, and now I now understand well that you have not the slightest wavering in that feeling. We are your furniture, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. We will always be by your side. We will always be waiting for the day that we can be useful. Although, since you don't believe in magic, we can never be anything more than someone to talk to. That's enough for now. We've been left room to exist. For that alone, we should thank and accept Anje-sama.
In short, all of us can be together again. Who knew? Sakutaro! Let me fluffle you!
As Sakutaro was overcome with emotion and tears came to his eyes, the Seven Sisters closed in and mobbed him. They were also celebrating a long-awaited reunion. Because they were granted permission to exist, they can exist here without any doubt. No, they can exist even if I don't permit it. Because I accepted them, they showed their reunion's joy to me as well. As I watched over that scene, I reflected on the meaning of this journey of mine. I wonder if everyone will forgive me this way. You've done enough. We are furniture. Just being summoned, just being allowed to be by your side, makes us happy.
Who knew? Anje, thank you very much.
Come to think of it, why was I able to summon Sakutaro? No, it's the other way around. Why wasn't One-chan able to summon Sakutaro? Maria One-chan had despaired, thinking that Sakutaro had died, which told me that she hadn't been able to summon him like this anymore. In the past, Oni-chan said it was more advantageous in a summoning to have a vessel. However, a vessel is like training wheels, and it shouldn't be absolutely necessary. In other words, even if the stuffed animal lion that was Sakutaro's vessel didn't exist, it should have been possible to summon him. In fact, for that matter, it's a little doubtful whether summoned beings even have the concept of life and death. Moreover, Sakutaro was an especially important friend to Maria One-chan. She should have been able to strive hard to summon him one more time. It certainly was sad that the original stuffed animal vessel had been torn apart, but why was he dead, and why couldn't she summon him again?
That's because, at that time, Maria saw my stuffed animal get torn, and she decided that I had died.
It's the same as the existence of magic. If, in Lady Maria's world, it becomes a fact that Sakutaro died, then Sakutaro cannot exist in her world.
What do you?
Atropos, yes, Rosa tore apart Sakutaro and also destroyed one of the ceramic rabbits as well. The shock of having her beloved stuffed animal torn apart had left a wound in her heart serious enough to prevent her from ever again summoning her irreplaceable close friend. In Maria One-chan's eyes, Sakutaro had died, so even if Sakutaro could exist like this to me, he could not exist before her.
I was always together with Maria. As she cried, I was there the whole time, right beside her, telling her not to cry. But my form, my voice, nothing of me would reach her.
Sakutaro hung his head, looking sad. After that incident, the nature of Mariage Sorcière rapidly began to change. Before then, the alliance was a peaceful thing. But after the incident, it grew full of shadier things, focusing on how to curse people you hate. One-chan's diary began to show a clear change. A diary is a mirror that reflects one's heart as it is. It probably showed the personality called Maria die, and be reborn as the evil witch personality, Maria. As she filled the diary with hatred and sadness, her heart surely was not fulfilled. Because she wasn't fulfilled, she had no choice but to fill it with hatred and sadness. And while still unfulfilled, she met with death. I wonder if her unfulfilled soul has a hole opened in its chest from sadness even now, and continually wanders, tears dripping down and calling Sakutaro's name. You are needed by One-chan.
Who do you?
What can I do to revive you in Maria One-chan's world? If
If I can learn how to do that, I'll be able to save Oni-chan. That is the method of atonement I am tasked with. What can be done to revive you?
My vessel had a very important meaning to Maria.
The vessel. So if we could revive the lion stuffed animal.
But Mama Rosa made my stuffed animal herself, so only Mama Rosa can make it.
Even inside the diary, Maria One-chan had asked this of Beatrice, and had been refused for the same reason. The magical significance of a stuffed animal being unique and handmade is very large. Then, if we could make the same thing once more, but Aunt Rosa is already gone from this world, we can never make the same thing again. Was there ever another identical stuffed animal made or anything like that? He's a stuffed animal made for Lady Maria's birthday present, and is the only one in the world. A handmade and unique vessel. That's why it conceals a great magical power. And, if lost, it will never be obtained again. It will not revive.
What do you?
Maria One-chan knew about that. So when she saw that stuffed animal, unique in the world, be torn apart, she despaired. Because it was a stuffed animal unique in the world, and it permitted her no compromises, such as simply burying another. She despaired from the bottom of her heart. But Sakutaro is right here. Even without a vessel, he is here. I accept that, and so he firmly exists in my world. Even if Maria One-chan doesn't accept him, that fact cannot be denied, right? Logically, that's true. But I think using the same logic to make Lady Maria accept him could be difficult.
Maria, I'm not dead. I'm right here. What do you?
I'm sure that on Rokenjima, I'll be able to be reunited with Maria One-chan. And, no matter what, I'm going to revive you inside One-chan and let you be reunited too.
Can you do that?
It will probably be hard. Just like how, after being invited into the Witches' Alliance, I rejected it without understanding what it meant. She might also reject your existence. But I've got to do it. That's the only way I can atone for my sins. Anje-sama. What is waiting on Rokenjima? And what will overlap? What will I be able to achieve?
Alright, and what will happen? I don't know where I got, yeah.
Although maybe nothing will happen at all. That island, which was the beginning of everything, will be the final destination of this journey. As your master, I must bring all of you witches' furniture with me. And I must return to the Witches' Island, to Rokenjima.
Yeah, I guess I just got distracted reading Pizza's comment for a second.
Even though the rays of the sun had been so strong, at some point clouds had started to hang over us. The spray hitting my cheek might not all be coming from the crashing waves.
Anje-san, looks like a light shower's coming. Shouldn't you be going down?
Amakusa called out to me, with an expression of surprise that I was still here. When I looked up, I saw that the island's silhouette had gotten much larger. We might reach land very soon. I remembered that the weather report had mentioned scattered rains. The sky wasn't dark enough for rain clouds. It'll probably be just for a short time. Even if the rain was light enough not to be a bother, having rain start to fall as we approached the island felt like some kind of fate. It was probably raining on October 4th, 1986 as well. I was approaching the Rokenjima of that day, and not just in distance. I went back down with Amakusa. Amakusa was carrying what looked like a quite large and heavy golf bag. It was something Amakusa had brought back from God knows where after we split up for a day. I wasn't going to inquire as to its contents, but it's hard to imagine that there's anything peaceful. I'm deliberately not going to ask what's inside, but it looks heavy.
Why is it that these are so heavy? A French instructor taught me something interesting about that once. He said that they should be heavy. After all, a human life is heavier than the earth, so these should be even heavier.
It'll be nice if you don't have a chance to use them.
That would be nice.
Amakusa set the golf bag like luggage down heavily beside him. A two-propeller aircraft touched down on the runway. With the weather in these conditions, it could not have been a pleasant flight. Everything after this flight had been suspended due to the weather.
Cutting through the drizzle as she traversed the runway, Sumidera Kasumi entered the lobby with 2 black suits as guards. The 4 black suits who had been waiting inside the lobby stood up and respectfully lowered their heads.
Kasumi-sama!
Propeller planes do shake awfully, don't they? I never want to fly in one again.
We have a car prepared. Please, this way.
They went into 2 luxury cars that had been rented.
Anje should be heading for Rokenjima, a deserted island. How truly convenient. You've prepared the tools, I hope.
Yes, ma'am.
The black suit in the passenger seat lifted a heavy bag that had been by his feet onto his lap, opened the zipper wide, and showed Kasumi the contents. Inside were several blocky objects wrapped tightly in silver aluminum foil. He peeled one open to show her. Out peeked a black, blunt automatic pistol. Kasumi is so her. Like, she's just so nothing. Yeah. And now, back to October 4th, 1986. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, to be honest. I didn't think that I would get to this point with still having, like, around, like, 20 minutes left. So, since I was already saying that the last stream of episode 4 was going to be kind of longer than usual, maybe I should just try to shave off a little bit of it by going just a tiny bit further. Probably going to only go for about, like, 15 minutes tops. But, and I'll probably have to stop awkwardly in the middle of a chapter, but why don't we just go ahead and make my job for later easier. It was already approaching 10 at night. The typhoon had already engulfed Rokenjima. Even the rose garden that had looked so beautiful during the day was now being beaten down upon by the fierce winds and resisting with all of its might, undulating and trying to keep the flowers from blowing away. Heading for the guest house through that rose garden, led by Shannon, were Battler, who was holding up an umbrella, Jessica, and Maria, who was sleeping on George's shoulder.
It's just at the guest house. We can make it there on our own. Shannon-chan, it's okay. Go back and rest.
Oh, no. Accompanying you is also my duty.
The family conference is going on inside, and my mom and Genji-san are on edge. That's the thing. If we're too considerate to her, they'll get the wrong idea and think she's slacking off.
That's right. Just graciously accepting her offer will actually cause her less trouble. Thanks, Shannon.
Not at all. Certainly, as Milady says, it's very tense inside the mansion today. Coming with all of you has allowed me a breath of fresh air and taken some of the stress off of me.
The family conference, huh? They went to all this trouble of chasing us kids out, so they're probably having a pretty damn nasty discussion.
Probably. I'm sure there's nothing we can do to help out. Just making sure to stay out of their way is the best way for us to be useful, I think.
You can bet your ass they're just going on about money, money, money again. They act like they're so rich most of the time, but when it comes down to handing out cash, they start hemming and hawing. Why can't they just be generous and split it evenly between everyone? That'd be awesome. It'd be great if I got a share too. Because if I got it as well, I'd split it with Shannon-chan right away.
Thank you very much. That's alright, but I appreciate the offer.
You aren't materialistic at all, are you, Shannon? Normally, girls of your age have plenty of things they want to buy.
Yes, but none of the things I want can be bought with money.
Oh, so ungreedy. If you lined up all the things I wanted, all the gold in the world wouldn't be enough. Nothing you can buy, she said. I wonder what these things that can't be bought that Shannon wants are. Any idea, George Nissan? No! Maybe we should have stopped. No.
Well, I wonder. I guess only Shannon would know.
I don't know either.
George and Shannon looked down with their faces red. Battler had also heard the details, so he knew what Jessica was teasing them about.
George Aniki is someone even I can respect. I think you've met a really great person, Shannon-chan. Yeah, I can rest easy knowing Shannon is in good hands.
Stop teasing. It's a serious issue for us. More importantly, what about you, Jessica-chan? Have you been able to get a little closer to Kanon-kun?
What? So you and Kanon-kun are like that? That's dirty, George Nissan. Twisting the conversation around like that's just mean.
As they had an animated discussion with ups and downs, the 4 kids headed for the guest house. The annual family conference was extremely important to the USHIROMIYA family.
and this year in particular seemed like it was going to be especially so. Apparently, the family head, KINZO, was personally going to be making a very serious announcement, and everyone other than the adults had been strictly ordered to leave the mansion. Battler hadn't attended the family conference in 6 years, so he hadn't really noticed, but according to Jessica, there seemed to be a very tense atmosphere tonight, completely different from a normal year. Common sense made it clear that KINZO, whose remaining life was short, was going to make some big announcement about the succession of the head and the distribution of his fortune.
I'm surprised. To think the grandfather's actually going to make an appearance.
I see. So this is the witch's counterattack.
I wanted to leave the Joker called KINZO face down a little longer, but it is probably about time to turn it over. Trump cards exist to be used.
Damn. So my theory that grandfather was dead since the beginning and a mysterious 18th person had snuck in his place is now suddenly torn apart.
I'd foreseen that you would begin to doubt KINZO eventually. Come on. Your reasoning is back to square one, and once again, you know. With this, your theory that KINZO was dead at the very beginning and I was hiding as the 18th person goes poof.
God damn it. But no way I'll lose heart. That's only one theory gone. I'll attack you like a storm, like a tornado.
I would have it no other way. Even the first twilight has not yet begun. It's far too early to give up.
That's right. And it's not like it was denied with the red truth. At this point in time, Battler's theory hasn't been defeated. It's too early to say that you've won.
You're right. It is still too early for me to simply swallow her story. Grandfather's supposed to finally be appearing, but there's also a chance that there will be a lot of talk about how his health has gotten worse and he won't appear after all. Uncle Krause might simply be trying desperately to hide the fact that grandfather really is dead until the last second.
I see. You could also think of it that way. Do as you please. It will be resolved soon. Very soon.
All of the relatives and Nanjo could be seen in the dining hall. Nanjo sat alone, quietly watching the wind and rain outside. Krause was sitting in the seat of his own rank, with Natsuhi standing motionlessly at his side. All the other siblings and their partners were gathered at the opposite end of the long table, whispering to each other.
Is that true?
Yes. Maria said the person that gave her the umbrella was father.
Son of a gun. That means the foundation of our strategy's collapsed.
Not just our strategy. Since father is healthy and has said that he'll make an announcement himself, our trivial bargaining with Nissan was completely pointless.
Yep. That old bastard. Why couldn't he have just shown himself right away instead of dragging it out? Thanks to that, we've been quarreling with Aniki uselessly.
Maybe that's what he wanted to test. Maybe it's not my place to say it, since we aren't related by blood, but your father is very intelligent, you realize.
Our exchange during the day was probably being listened in on by one of the servants and reported to father. Incredible. The fact that we're clamoring after father's inheritance is now clear as day to him. Just incredible.
Ava held her head, uncharacteristically dejected. If, as Kyrie had said, this had been KINZO's design from the beginning, a huge setup spread over more than a year in a bid to find the siblings' true natures, then they had fallen for it completely.
We still don't know for sure that it reached father's ears.
No, it definitely has. And everyone but Nissan claimed that he was dead, and none of us believed in his good health. We're done for. He'll make an announcement. He'll say that Nissan will become the successor and that we aren't even qualified to wear the one-winged eagle.
Nissan, don't give up.
Rosa-san, I wonder whether Maria-chan really did receive that umbrella from father.
What do you mean? Maria-chan might have met father, but we haven't. Maria-chan only claims to have met him. What? Are you saying that Maria is telling a lie?
Calm down, Rosa. We're not calling Maria-chan a liar. But she's the kind of kid who accepts what people tell her, right? For example, if, say, Genji-san came up to her and said something like, "I was told by your grandfather to hand this to you, Maria-sama," then even if Maria-chan hadn't met Dad, she still might say that she got an umbrella from him, right?
That's right. That could be the trick.
But what Maria-chan said was this, right? Grandfather came and handed me an umbrella.
Yes, it was. She was clear that she received the umbrella directly from grandfather.
Directly, huh? Well, that's that then.
Whoever said that the thinking of the incompetent can pass for sleeping was absolutely right. If you think about it a bit, all this about the umbrella is irrelevant.
Why? Maria-chan could have been bribed by Nissan to lie and say something that made it seem like father was in good health, couldn't she? There's no evidence that father actually handed the umbrella over to her.
No matter who Maria-chan received the umbrella from, or even if she was never given an umbrella in the first place, father will appear very soon. With father in front of us, the question of the umbrella will be completely irrelevant. In other words, the only time that the umbrella question comes into play is the other case.
What do you mean, the other case? I got it. This is probably what Kyrie-san's saying. We're being told that father's coming here any moment, but there's still a chance of some excuse why he won't turn up in the end, right?
I see. That's true. Maybe Nissan just said father was going to appear off the top of his head in a desperate bid to buy time against our investigation. Father really has passed away already, and Nissan is still lying and saying he's in good health.
In short, if father appears, then no schemes will be effective. There's no need to even think about it. We're fish on the chopping board. We'd have no choice but to leave fate to the heavens and face direct negotiations with father. No choice but to beg for money, in the expectation that we'll need to prostrate ourselves and be subjected to his fists. But on the other hand, if father doesn't appear, then our original strategy isn't hampered in the least. I see. Then no matter which way it goes, there's absolutely no need to get flustered now. That's it. If father shows up, it simply means that the family conference will be carried out as normal. If he doesn't, we'll just have to continue to press Kraus Nissan.
He might start off saying father's mood has suddenly gotten worse and we gotta make absolutely sure not to let Kraus-san talk his way out of it.
It seems that we really should be trying to figure out. What we should really be trying to figure out is what scheme Nissan is going to try to use to buy himself some time. I know better than anyone just how far he'll go to refuse to admit defeat.
If father is well, then we prostrate ourselves and beg for money. If it's Kraus Nissan's farce, then we continue our ugly sibling fight. Seems like this year's family conference is going to be as wonderful as ever.
Yep. The thinking of the incompetent can pass for sleeping then. It's almost 10. Should we press Aniki?
Rudolph and the rest looked at Kraus. Firmly seated, he looked like he was awaiting Kinzo's arrival with an air of composure. They couldn't tell whether that was really composure or whether he was scheming about how to tie together his lie. Dear.
Calm yourself. Making a fuss here won't achieve anything. Let's leave it to Genji-san.
It's almost 10 o'clock, is it? That was the time that had been set for tonight's family conference to open. And in addition, it was the time that the USHIROMIYA family head needed to appear. Right then, they heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the hall. There were multiple sets. Natsuhi jerked her head up at the start. But there came the sound of a knock, and her expression filled with disappointment, because Kinzo probably wouldn't have knocked.
Please excuse us. We've finished closing up the mansion for the night.
It was Goda and Kumasawa. Unlike the physically fit Goda, it was rare for Kumasawa with her old body to still be tasked with work this late. Of course, Kraus also seems to know that.
Good work. My apologies for making you work at such a time, Kumasawa-san.
Oh, not at all. I may not look it, but staying up late is one of my specialties.
Could we not at least relieve Kumasawa of the duty of being an observer? It will be really difficult on her body, I imagine.
The order was to gather all of the servants as well. I cannot disobey.
Tonight's family conference was clearly different from a normal one. On a normal year, no one was able to attend the family conference except for relatives. It would have been inconceivable for any servants to be present. But this year was different. They had been told to have all of the servants in attendance for the family conference. Of course, they would not be allowed to speak. They were there as observers. Just what in the world was going to happen that needed 5 servants to observe? Even Kraus didn't know.
Believe it or not, I'm good at pulling all-nighters. If you stuff yourself with mackerel too, Kraus-sama, you'll be able to keep going all night as well.
I see. So there's energy in you yet. No doubt you'll still be working with such energy when you're past 100. Madam, Forgive my presumption, but I've prepared a light snack. It's ready to be served at any time. Just give the word.
Thank you. You really are considerate. Please ask our guests whether they would care for some more coffee.
Certainly.
After bowing slightly, Goda took the pot towards the relatives gathered at the other end of the table. As he did, more footsteps approached from the hallway. A single set. They were light. Even before the knock, they could imagine who it was.
Excuse me. I have taken the children to the guest house.
Good work. Tonight is a special evening. Make sure you stay alert.
Yes, certainly, madam.
Genji, accompanied by Kanon, had gone to meet Kinzo. There was still no sign of their return. The hands of the clock were creeping past 10. Once sure of that, Ava spoke to Kraus.
Nissan, it's time. Is the family conference still not going to start?
The arrival of the guest of honor has been delayed. Wait a short while.
How long? Sorry, but I'm setting a time limit on this. I won't have you saying Father hasn't shown up yet over and over until dawn.
How can I make a promise about the time Father will show up? Why are you in such a rush? Why not drink some coffee and calm down for now? Aniki, we're gathered here for a family conference, not a farce. We'll wait 30 more minutes. But if that gets us nothing, we're barging into the study.
But barging into... That would be an action quite lacking in respect for the head. It would, wouldn't it? Sorry about that. We'll sit tight for 30 more minutes. I look forward to seeing whether you can keep that same smile 30 minutes from now.
You honestly believe that Father is dead?
I have no desire to discuss that at this point. We'll just have to wait until Father comes here. There's absolutely no need for me to argue you down, Nissan.
The USHIROMIYA headship will be passed on to the proper person in the proper manner. No matter what you may scheme, you cannot go against this. Of course, the same goes for me.
What are you on about? You've been bragging all these years about being the successor to the head yourself.
Allow me to turn your words straight back on you. I have no desire to discuss that at this point. Father merely has to come here and proclaim it with his own mouth. It's completely unnecessary for me to argue you down. Right?
Kraus casually turned Ava's words back on her. Of course, that poured fuel on Ava's anger. But it didn't ignite, because in that instant the sound of a very loud knock rang out. Both Genji and Kanon were usually very reserved when they knocked. They wouldn't hit the door with such a violent strength. It was like a judge's gavel slamming down in a call to order, so everyone fell quiet. The door opened slightly, and Genji showed himself. Then, he spoke with a solemn tone different from his usual one. It wasn't the tone he used when carrying out his duties. It was the tone he used when speaking for Kinzo himself. So just by hearing Genji speak like that, the siblings were struck with a sudden tension.
Take your seats, everyone.
At those words, the dining hall fell into complete silence and everyone rushed back to their designated seats. They were like students who had been making a lot of noise just before homeroom, hurriedly returning to their seats when the teacher came. It might even have felt humorous, but there was no way anyone would joke about it. Everyone sat in order, and Shannon, Goda, and Kumasawa stood up straight in a row by the wall.
The head of the glorious USHIROMIYA family, and Lord of Rokenjima, the island that sparks gold. Lord USHIROMIYA KINZO is present.
Of the double doors into the dining hall, Genji opened the right door from the inside, and Kanon opened the left door from the outside. And welcomed by the deepest of bows from the two servants, with his cape fluttering majestically, Kinzo appeared. Kinzo's gait had a dignified weight to it, and it was very hard to believe that he had been diagnosed as not having much time left to live. Genji pulled back Kinzo's seat and motioned for him to sit. But Kinzo remained standing, signaling with his chin for Genji to move back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Rokenjima. Why the frightened face, Ava?
No, Oh, why would I be frightened? I'm just relieved to find you in excellent spirits, Father.
Ava, you're as interesting as ever, aren't you? You might try honestly saying how frustrated you are at losing your bet with Kraus. You can't say it, can you?
Ava realized that their conversation during the day had indeed been an open book to Kinzo, and she turned red as she hung her head.
Well then, my sons, daughters, and their companions, tonight I shall make an important announcement regarding those things that you all have your hearts set upon. My fortune and the succession of the headship.
But first, I think I will mention how incredibly disappointed I am. I refer to the fact that this very day not a single one of you has been able to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
Even though Kinzo said he was disappointed, a condescending smile as though there was no way the likes of them could have solved it rose to his face as he cast an eye over each and every one of them.
I had been planning on handing over everything to the person who could solve it. But here we stand today, not a single person having been capable and not a single person having succeeded to all that is mine. Shameful! The fact that not one among you has come forward with the qualifications to succeed me, I find truly disappointing and shameful and pathetic!
The siblings hung their head in silence. Of course, they would have solved it if they could. They had blown their chance and none of them could deny that, but even so, it was just so hard a riddle.
Therefore,
I'm proclaiming here and now that I will suspend the use of the epitaph's riddle as a method of choosing my successor. In short, time's up! This is game over. What a shame for all of you. You all had an equal and fair chance, and that has now collapsed.
It truly sounded like Kinzo was making a victory proclamation.
in that case, will the headship be succeeded by my oldest son, Kraus? The answer is no!
What?
I'm sure you understand why, Kraus. I certainly did give you the title of successor, but you did nothing with it but get drunk on it. Do you know what it means to be the successor?
It means to be the one who will succeed you, Father.
Wrong! The successor isn't something that's guaranteed by the current head at all!
Listen up, Kraus. I'll only teach you this once, so unplug your ears and listen. The successor, see, is what you call someone who finds everyone else who's after the headship,
Thoroughly breaks their noses and makes it so they can never disobey him again. This is not only something that can be said of the headship, it can also be said of money. A rich person doesn't mean someone who has money. It means someone who crushes everyone who has more money than himself, and who scrabbles together more money than anyone else. It's the same with talent. A genius is not who you call a person blessed with talent. It means a person who crushes everyone with more talent than themselves. A person who can coerce all other people to call them that by using their strength and charisma. You have a mistaken impression when it comes to all of these things. So you aren't of the right caliber to be my successor.
now that I've learned.
Perhaps that was precisely Kinzo's philosophy. Though it could be taken for a rant, it was a result of faithfully carrying out that philosophy of his. That Kinzo had raised the USHIROMIYA family to such prosperous heights. It may be hard to imagine after his immersion in the occult in recent years, but it was that brutal aggressiveness that was USHIROMIYA Kinzo's charisma and aura.
Such a weak-minded person has no qualification to inherit everything of the USHIROMIYA family. In that case, is Ava, Rudolph, or Rosa qualified?
That is also a no! You were not able to solve the riddle, and neither were you able to scheme to drag Kraus down from his throne. All of the three of you could have managed to do was put together a united front to try to extort money from Kraus. And even that scheme was thoughtless. You can't even corner Kraus all by himself. There could be nothing more shameful. You lack the avarice to steal away the position of successor by any means necessary. In order to get what you want, you should pay all sacrifices. Be covetous, avaricious to the last. Fortune smiles upon the greedy. You three who lack that wild spirit are as unfit for the succession as Kraus.
Ava and the rest had no words to respond with, and they couldn't figure out what it was that Kinzo was about to say. Was Kinzo actually planning to proclaim that no one would succeed the head? If so, that would work to Ava, Rosa, and Rudolph's advantage. because the only thing the siblings would ultimately need to do is coordinate everything between them after Kinzo's death and split the inheritance evenly. On the contrary, if a specific person's name was raised and proclaimed to be the one to succeed the head, that would surely be more troublesome. But would Kinzo really say something that would benefit any of the 4 siblings after lambasting them so much?
You don't think he's going to say because no one will succeed him? He'll donate all of his fortune to charity or something, right? I'm afraid I wouldn't put it past Father.
The blood's just risen to his head. For the time being, we're just gonna have to hear him out. Well then, Father. What thoughts do you have regarding the next head? Since I'm so completely disappointed in all of you, I've lost the desire to hand it over anymore. Therefore, the USHIROMIYA family will end here. It ends with my generation. But surely we must... The USHIROMIYA family was ruined long ago in that earthquake. The current USHIROMIYA family is nothing but my own short-lived vision of gold. The likes of which will end when I awaken from my slumber. This world is not but a dream, an illusion. Life is but a daydream before the awakening called death. Ah, yes, and so it has been since the beginning. That I should lose everything when I die was Beatrice's contract and her curse. You think that will work, Beatrice? I will be the one to capture you. Tonight that shall become reality.
For a while, Kinzo was overcome with cackling and his eyes bulged. Whenever he talked about Beatrice, he was always eloquent and filled with obsession.
Foolish sons and daughters such as yourself were truly a daydream. It is as though you were never there from the beginning. Disappear. Wake up. Fade away with the last doze of my true self. You failures that have not built up anything that makes you worthy to succeed me.
Kinzo-san, if I may. What is it, my friend?
Nanjo nervously raised his hand, asking to speak. Kinzo permitted it. We're about to stop in like just a second, by the way.
I understand how you feel, Kinzo-san. Because you love your children, you expect a lot of them. And as a parent and grandparent myself, I understand that parental affection can make you feel as though these expectations were betrayed. However, you are extraordinary, Kinzo-san. A genius. Isn't it a little too harsh to say that it's only natural for them to catch up to you? And even so, that has not stopped them from trying. Kraus-san, Ava-san, Rudolph-san, Rosa-san, and all of their partners are doing their very best to catch up.
Oh? And just how much money have they built up with this doing their best? These half-wits who fail in each and every one of their enterprises and become burdened with debt, and still try to sponge off me are doing their very best. Exactly how? Money is the crystallization of everything in this world. If you cannot grasp that, you cannot grasp the world. If a soul cannot keep a tight grasp on his world, it doesn't deserve to live. Disappear! Be gone from my life and reality!
That argument is unreasonable. With that logic, even I would not be allowed to live. And yet I believe the time I spent playing chess with you was worthwhile for both of us. You should know better than anyone else that there are many things in this world that money cannot buy.
As the siblings motionlessly hung their heads, they cheered Nanjo on inside their hearts. Not one of the siblings could offer their opinion to Kinzo in a rage, but Nanjo alone was allowed to, as Kinzo's close friend. Even though Kinzo had raged so fiercely, after being admonished by Nanjo, he nodded several times as though in agreement. His surprisingly docile side might have seemed cute, but there was no one who could laugh.
It may be true that your children weren't able to build up as great a fortune as yourself. Well, even so, from my point of view, they're rich enough to make me jealous. But besides money, they could have built up a great many things that money can't buy. When it comes to that, they're in no way inferior to you.
Oh. And what are you saying they have built up that money cannot buy?
Happiness. Family. They have found wonderful partners, had children, and built up their own happy homes. Your family is thriving thanks to them, and they have brought back grandchildren for you. Grandchildren are good. We older people can look at those young grandchildren who will live on in a new era and will not be given the chance to see, and we can imagine endless futures for them. Isn't that the sole entertainment for old age? Remember, Kinzo-san. Remember your joy when they first came back to you with grandchildren. Your children and your grandchildren will relate your great works to future generations, and they will model themselves after you. That is something that a single person cannot accomplish no matter how much money they have.
The siblings all nodded in agreement. Certainly, there had been a time when Kinzo had looked at his newly born grandchildren with happiness in his eyes, back when he still had some sanity in his heart. However, was there any human warmth still left inside Kinzo's heart?
You mean to say that in exchange for the vast riches I created, instead of gaining money, I have gained my grandchildren? No, that's not what I...
So, in exchange for the several tens of billions in wealth that I have amassed, I have gained a single grandchild from each of my children. This is wonderful! So I've created a single life at a cost of 10 billion yen. That's how it is. Interesting. Thinking of it from the perspective of alchemy truly makes for an interesting analogy, don't you agree? Oh, what valuable grandchildren! Wonderful. Wonderful! Isn't that right, Kraus? Is your daughter worth 10 billion?
Kraus couldn't answer instantly. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in his daughter, it was because he didn't have a clue what Kinzo was trying to test with this question. But when Natsuhi was then pressed for an answer, she responded, breaking Kraus's silence with an answer of her own interpretation.
Yes, Jessica is a daughter who I wouldn't let go of even for 10 billion yen. In that sense, I believe she has a value that can't be counted with money.
Oh, so you can state for certain that she is worth 10 billion.
Oh. What about you, Ava? What do you say about your George?
Given the way Natsuhi had chosen to answer, there was naturally no doubt as to what Ava's answer would be. Even though Ava should have known better than to respond to this kind of provocative question, she did so as well.
Yes, Father. George is worth 10 billion. No, even more than that. And that's not even the abstract sense of things money can't buy. George will certainly build up a fortune equal to his worth. I'm sure he'll become a grandson worthy of carrying on your great works.
Ava sent a glance at Hideyoshi and Natsuhi that said, like a fiddle. After hearing Ava's answer, Natsuhi was about to add more praise for her daughter, but stopped at a glare from Kraus.
I see. Then what about you, Rudolph? What about your battler?
Compared to George-kun, there's nothing about Battler I can brag about. If he was kidnapped and we were threatened with a ransom of 10 billion, I'd feel like sticking a bow on the guy and letting them have him. On top of that, he's an idiot and reckless. He dreams way too big and talks about things he hasn't got a snowball's hope in hell of doing. I guess that in that respect, he's a super idiot worth the equivalent of 10 billion normal idiots. But you look at the average person who hasn't even got the balls to be an idiot, and I'll bet that guy's gonna try things that 10 billion of them couldn't do put together. Well, I'm pretty sure he'll fall flat on his face. The world isn't easy. But at the very least, there's no doubt in my mind that watching over his life will be more entertaining than looking at 10 billion average people.
Ava clicked her tongue at that clever style of speech that would probably match Kinzo's tastes. Apparently, Rudolph had been after this himself. He grinned back at her.
What of Maria?
Maria is my darling only daughter. Her value cannot be measured with money. That is all.
I see. Dreams in the future. Miracles and possibilities are the source of magic power. No magic holds power without hope. I cannot expect anything more from you people who have proven yourselves to be average, but yes, my grandchildren do have future possibilities, and it is possible that they may be worth hoping for a magical miracle from. If you say that this is what makes them worth 10 billion, I can understand that.
When Kinzo got in a rage, he wouldn't let anyone talk back. But even so, while yelling by himself, he would sometimes convince himself of something all on his own accord and change his own opinion. That's what this felt like to the siblings. Apparently, even though Kinzo had become absolutely fed up with the shoddy children and had cast them away as unfit for the inheritance of his title or his fortune, he wasn't so sure about his grandchildren. At this rate, he might soon say that the inheritance would go to his grandchildren instead of the siblings. As the siblings sat in fear of what their fickle and short-tempered father would suddenly think of next, they carefully watched his every move.
Let me change my thinking a little. I have absolutely no desire to see you people inherit all that is mine. However, it would be quite interesting to question the grandchildren to see whether one of them is qualified.
I've been thinking of them as kids who never grow up, but there's a chance they'll show me a glimmer of unpolished brilliance that will surprise me. And testing them for that would be...
Yes, that would be hard to pass over as a final diversion for my last remaining days.
Well then, What shall I do?
I can recommend George with confidence as a fitting successor for you, Father.
Ava claimed that right away. Natsuhi looked like she was about to follow along, but Kraus gave her a look, telling her to restrain herself, so she swallowed her words.
How bold! Then let us do this. I will individually question the grandchildren to see whether they are qualified to inherit the USHIROMIYA family headship and all of its wealth.
Father.
However, I do not mean that by this that one of you will receive the headship indirectly. I have already lost hope in every one of you. I have nothing to give you now. Nothing! The ones I question are the grandchildren, and the ones who might succeed me are the grandchildren. Make absolutely sure that you do not mistake this. Are we clear?
I'll follow your decision, Father. Same here. I'll go along with what you determine. And you, Aniki?
Of course. I believe that you will make a wise judgment, Father. I will also abide by your decision.
I shall think of how I will test the grandchildren. And that no longer has anything to do with any of you. Because you no longer have anything to do with the succession of the head. So, why don't I use this opportunity to talk about something else that does have something to do with you? Something else? That's the true reason for tonight's final USHIROMIYA family conference.
What I demand from you is neither a discussion nor your opinions. I demand cooperation. For my ritual.
Ritual?
Quiet! The Father is talking now.
Rudolph and the rest automatically knitted their brows at the occult-like word, ritual. Was he talking about starting a strange ritual involving Beatrice's resurrection again? He was demanding that they help? What in the world was he planning to start? In the past, he had carried out many eccentricities that he called by the same name, such as lighting a strange incense and filling the whole mansion with the stench. To the siblings, a ritual was nothing more than one of the aged Kinzo's obnoxious hobbies.
Father, just what do you mean by...
We'll assist you in any way that we can. Right, Rosa? Yes, but what in the world is it?
The rituals I inscribed in the epitaph. It is a ritual to revive Beatrice and open the door to the Golden Land. That witch who escaped her cage of flesh and sneeringly slipped through my fingers, I will finally be able to capture and subjugate with my greatest hidden art. Only, I must sacrifice 13 people for that purpose. It is not easy to gather 13 sacrifices, but tonight is the family conference. Look how many have gathered on Rokenjima. There could be no other day on which to carry out this ritual.
Taken literally, it could only sound as though he was telling them to die as sacrifices for his disturbing ritual. Ridiculous. Was this some kind of metaphor? But they didn't even have a clue as to what he was trying to tell them through this analogy. The siblings whispered together, wondering what Kinzo was saying.
What's Dad going on about? Is it his usual bad sickness? Probably. Keep quiet for now and hear him out.
I'm sorry, Father. I don't understand how you mean that.
What is it that you don't understand? I'm speaking extremely simply. I've said that I shall choose 13 people from among the humans on this island and offer them as sacrifices for my ritual to revive Beatrice. Even worthless people like you can be very useful as sacrifices for my ritual.
Hear this! This is not a joke nor anything of the sort. This is my final bet. My final ritual. The last I will desire in my life. There are now more than 13 humans on this island. In short, that's a head count which can easily satisfy this massive number of sacrifices. Become the sacrifices for my ritual.
Kinzo-san, you weren't possibly serious about what you said back then? It wasn't a joke?
Unusually for Nanjo, his face changed color and he stood up and shouted. It seemed that this wasn't the first time Nanjo had heard all this dark talk about 13 sacrifices.
Sorry, my friend. That was not a joke nor anything of the sort. It is what I bet my life on. The final ritual. The final game that I will challenge. Yes.
This is a game. If gaining my fortune and leaving the island is your goal, then there are only 2 ways to achieve it. Successfully survive being chosen as one of the 13 sacrifices and stop the ritual by finally solving the riddle of the epitaph. Or kill me! And stop the ritual in that manner. Those are the only 2 ways.
By now, it was no longer whispering among those gathered there, but uneasy commotion. Even the siblings had noticed that KINZO was beginning to act abnormally.
Father, are you a little tired? Genji-san, has father been drinking at all? No. The master is quite lucid.
Sorry, Dad, but I don't have a clue what you've started going on about. You're free to start up whatever weird ritual you want to revive the witch you love. That's your hobby, after all. But dragging me into all that and making me into...
Sacrifice is just not gonna happen.
Rudolph, who asked you to chip in?
What are you talking about, Aniki? You think I'm gonna sit here nodding my head at this? Are you nuts?
Was the ritual KINZO had mentioned literally the frightening thing it seemed to be? Or was it some kind of test to choose his successor? It seemed that Rudolph had taken it at its disturbing face value, but Ava apparently still believed that it was something like a trial or examination, to find the proper next head. But KINZO's response to this was clear.
Well, that's all I have to say. No objections or viewpoints are necessary. I will simply awaken from my dream in which I have 4 failures for children. To all of you, what will occur now before your very eyes will no doubt seem like a dream, an illusion, an unearthly world that defies understanding. But that itself is my reality. Now I will finally awaken from the fleeting and useless dream that all of you are. Come, the game has already begun. With this many of you here, I hardly know whose life I should take first. Goodbye, my bundling sons and daughters, and for the final and only time in your lives, be of use to me. For my ritual. Arise, Pendragon Memorial Troops!
As KINZO raised his arms high like an opera singer and yelled those words as though towards a packed audience, the air shattered like glass, and the figures of 3 people who hadn't been invited to this island appeared regardless.
Chester 45, right here. Chester 410, right here.
Chester 00, right here, sir.
3 girls with bizarre forms suddenly appeared behind KINZO. Where from? When? Who? Who are they? The humans were thrown off balance and their minds went blank. And because they wasted time with such thoughts, they lost their last chance to survive.
I grant you permission to shoot 6 people to death.
You have free choice of targets. Begin attacking.
Unrestricted firing, understood, sir. Thank you for the good targets. All units commence unrestricted firing.
First one in, yeah.
As 410 scratched the air with her finger, a golden bow appeared in empty space and its string was pulled back. The golden arrow that had been readied there was fired off without any hesitation, flew around the room leaving haphazard gold trails everywhere. And from among those siblings at the table of the family conference, it chose Natsuhi and pulverized the left half of her face. And hey, guess what, guys? That's where we will stop for tonight. But first, stay tuned for fan art. Oh boy, oh boy. Actually, this music is probably not going to be fitting to just like do all of our discussion, so let's just go ahead and go back to the title for now. Hee 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 hee. And yes, I was planning to pull up the profile. Oh shit. I have to load in. Hold on, sorry. I thought I could look at it from the menu, but I can't. Yeah, I know. We're not paying attention to that. Okay. Let's look at double zeros. A weapon of the Sisters' Cavalry which serves Pendragon. 00 has the position of their calm and composed leader. However, that is merely the role that was sought of her. Her true self is far more of a weakling. 00 excels in reconnaissance and as a vanguard and has enormous power to bring the enemy under control during encounters. However, her excessive power level has been criticized as inhumane, and it is not rare for her to be lynched and abused upon surrendering on the battlefield. Her one eye tells of this without words. Okay. Now we got that. Anywho, why don't you guys talk about your theories for a bit? I'll put up Curie MatPat while I get the fan art loaded up. Yeah, oh shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna like, I'm not like being like, oh, like, it's fine, but normal gay bro, if it's all the same to you, I think maybe we shouldn't do that one right now. And I think maybe I shouldn't show that one right now after all that. If that's okay with you. I'm sorry. Also, Near Fantasy, Kraus reminding you of Calder Carrion. I basically use the same voice for Kraus that I do when I voice Calder in something, so that's totally understandable. No worries. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't want to like cut you off or anything like that. I just, yeah. Let me scroll up a little bit to what you guys were saying before. Certainly lends credence to the idea that an alive Kinzo only exists in the world of magic. Oh, yeah, you know, you bring up an interesting point. Sorry, I'm copying a link right now. Hacha-cha. Okay. Oh yeah, they're rabbits, just like the ones Maria had. Gee, I wonder about that. Theory, Anjay is very much not straight. Feels like the reasons are obvious here. I'll believe in that one, bro. I'm pouring a glass for that one. Solidarity. The fact that Kinzo only showed up to then summon magical bunny girls does leave his existence in sort of a superposition. Yeah, you make a decent point. Also, that's a fun word, superposition. Honestly, unless Kinzo interacts with a child first, he could still be dead, the same way Beatrice only shows up to those right before death. Perhaps. Anjay is responsible for the time loops and is trying to keep them going until she figures out resurrection magic. That's an interesting theory about the plot. Haven't seen a ton of like meta takes on the plot so far in terms of theorizing, so that's an interesting one. Menlo, every time episode 4 gets into Maria's philosophy, knowing the truth, but being able to use magic to overcome it anyway, I think about Kierkegaard. I'm so sorry if I butchered the pronunciation of that. Maria is the first person in Umineko to fully graduate to Knight of Faith, and Kierkegaard's reckoning, a level even he acknowledged was beyond humans. In comparison, even other witches only managed to reach the level of a Knight of Resignation. Frex, Anjay's weird sleight of hand on the boat is fundamentally, this is precious to me, but can only be true in someone else's world, which is a Knight of Resignation move to make. Interesting. Still haven't gotten to the mystery section yet. Yeah, we're pretty much getting to that. But yeah, I was really confused about the chronology of Maria and Anjay, since she became the witch during the scene with the Purgatorio Anjay, but Sakutaro dying happened during Anjay's school years. Yeah, it's like the presentation in this episode, especially in the terms of like the Anji flashbacks and like the flow of it, is like it sometimes gets very artsy and interpretive, in a way, I guess is the best way I can put it, where like, you know, things are being represented in a way that like makes sense for the emotional flow of the story rather than like specifically adhering to like a logical presentation, I guess, if that makes sense. So like while you can suss out certain things about like, oh, this probably took place then, and like this part was probably here, whatever, and there are ones that are more obvious than others, there are parts where they sort of like bleed into each other a little bit like that, and it's done sort of on purpose to sort of like guide the mood and the theming and stuff like that in interesting ways. It does make it a little bit difficult to follow sometimes, though. I can definitely understand that. I definitely had a little bit of trouble following it the first time I read it. Daniel Standard. I have a very important serious theory. So in Chapter 1, there were 0 golden witches, since Beatrice didn't appear until the tea party. Chapter 2 had 1, Beato herself, and Chapter 3 had 4, between Virgilia, Beato, Anje, and Eva. So each chapter has n-1 to the power of 2 golden witches. By the end of this chapter, there will be 9, and by the end of Chapter 8, there will be 49. This is certain. Does Kinzo have a new profile? Red Satellite? Oh yeah, oh shit, yeah, right. Try to remind me to do that next time and I'll do that. I know it was said that episode 3 was made to be easier, but with Kinzo coming out to announce he's going to kill everyone seems pretty good for non-magic believers. I still believe the magic though. Yeah. Okay. That's funny, you're still in the middle of yours, so I'm gonna wait for you. The only other thing I can bring up is Anje's Domain of Resurrections, having the angle of resurrecting Maria's faith by reviving Sakutaro. Ooh, yeah. To claim my mundane versus magic stance, I'm arguing from the side of magic simply because I find playing devil's advocate more interesting. I mean, yeah, we always gotta have somebody in the chat who's willing to take the opposing side. There are a lot of people that don't believe in magic here, so we gotta have variety. It's the spice of life. Also, I think I love Kasumi in a similar way I love Goda. She is the LVP, least valued player. She exists to say threatening things and constantly fail. Yeah, Kasumi is a bit of a loser, to be honest. No, you're okay, normal game, bro. Don't worry about it. Atropos, it's understandable. It's pretty late, so makes sense. But you're definitely free to share them later if you come up with anything. Let's see. I've been considering how the logic of how magic works for Maria and how that could apply to Kinzo. With Maria, she can use a stuffed animal as a vessel, but because Kinzo has a lot of anti-magic stuff going on, how does his way of magic reflect that? With the scene we saw in episode 3 at the other mansion Beatrice was kept in, I'm thinking that he needs a person to be his vessel for his magic to be real to him. Huh. Yeah, that is an interesting way of thinking about it, because like if he can see Beatrice, then he can believe in her, but then like all this time he hasn't been able to, so he's kind of been pleading for the opportunity to. I can definitely see that. That's a good way of looking, or like an interesting way of looking at it. Dragonite, I feel the contrast between Maria's trauma leading her to believe in magic in order to cope, and Anje's trauma leading her to losing belief in magic especially fits with the religion allegory. Yeah, when I read this with my mom, during that whole scene with Amakusa and Anje on the boat, she was like, she like basically said like to her it reminded her of discussions about varying religious beliefs, in that like, you know, like my mother is a Christian. But she was talking about how, like, you know, when she encounters people of other faiths or whatever, like, obviously there's no need for her to like conflict with them and tell them like, oh, your faith is wrong because I don't believe in it personally. It's like, to them it is still significant, it is still important.
So yeah, viewing it from that lens, there's definitely a parallel to be made there. Let's read Estefania's. Warning, this one is long, but I think I figured out why Beatrice is how she is. Her existence is directly related to who she is talking to. If I remember right, she had started acting childish after showing her backstory, or a backstory, which happened way before she had the talk about the sun and the wind strategy, so this is not that she was lying, but the way she was in Battler's mind changed completely because of this new truth that has been painted over. So she isn't necessarily a manipulator as much as multiple truths existing at the same time, depending on who she... It scrolled down. Depending on who she is talking to and what they know or have lived. That is also a very interesting way of looking at her character, because yeah, I mean, like, Beatrice has layers. You know, it's simply not enough to say that, like, in every scene that she's being nice, she's just manipulating people. Like, obviously she has things that matter to her. Obviously there are reasons why she feels the way that she does. It doesn't mean that she does good things all the time or for good reasons, obviously, but, like, you know, like, for example, you know, the bit with Maria, where she's, like, giving her dress and Sakutaro form and all that. Like, do you really think that, like, Beatrice is just doing that to, like, I don't know, mess with Maria or whatever? Like, no, she's very obviously being, like, earnestly kind. So, you know, it's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, saying you do or don't believe in magic in Umineko seems a bit silly now, given all that Anjay has talked about. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. It's not so much a matter of, like, whether you personally believe in magic, quote unquote, but, like, whether you think the murders, like, magic had anything to do with the murders. Can't imagine reading this with my mom. Yeah, we had some very interesting discussions about it while we did. We took like 8 months to read it. Citron Ray, been lurking off stream, but as someone who has difficulty crying, the Maria scene destroyed me. Thanks. Well, I hope it was more of a cathartic cry than a bad cry, but 3 people in the scene we just saw call themselves furniture, and then 3 bunny girls. Ooh. So do we mean to say that Genji is now a bunny girl? No. No. I can't. I've manifested something wrong. Or is it based, actually? I don't know. Sleep by mirror. I mean, SAKUTARO did get magically smited in a way. If Beatrice is actually tanking, no, you can't keep doing this to me. June, looks like you're putting something in there, but in progress, so I'll let you finish that first. This is KINZO we're talking about. I wouldn't put it past grandfather. That's true. That's funny. Also, KINZO is dead. I'm not buying he's alive until Battler sees him with his own 2 eyes. Nice to be right at least once, though, about him being the culprit. Yeah, I mean, you know, Battler hasn't seen him yet, so that's... You have to keep that in mind. At least Peace Battler hasn't, obviously. Imagine someone reading this with their parent and being like, yeah, you know, Rosa's just like you. I think at that point the read would end. I don't think there's any way that you could carry it on after that. I'm surprised you would have gotten to that point at all, in fact. If so. If Genji is a bunny girl, is Ganonjo a cat girl? Okay. I cry on company time. The best time. Those are the times when I would cry as well. When I had, you know, like a job that wasn't doing YouTube videos. Okay. You're still going. You're still in progress. But then what would Goda be? I don't know. Do you think Goda should be like a little ratatouille rat? Because he loves to cook? Sorry. Pining Tree, I
I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Once June finishes that one that's in progress, then I think I will go ahead and move to fan art. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Let's see. I don't think Lambda understands Byrne Castell. She calls Byrne a liar for having improbable odds, but that's what miracles are. Yeah, it's nice when Byrne's magic works, but when it doesn't, it looks underwhelming. This is opposite to Lambda, who's a witch of certainty. So when Lambda's magic is only activated and everything's in motion, it almost is like Lambda wants the ability to form miracles that cancel out the moments Lambda can't guarantee. I don't know if this makes sense. Or I don't know, think this makes sense. Yeah, like, they definitely have an interesting dynamic. We'll definitely have to see more of them as they become slightly more relevant, but they're creeping their way more and more steadily into the main narrative, so, you know, it's only a matter of time before you get to see a little bit more of how they interact with each other and what exactly they think. I was listening to a scene with Rosa while my mom was there, and she was like, could she possibly be a worse parent than me? And I just stared at her like, cool joke, man. Funny thing to say. Yeah. Damn. Huh? Yeah. I don't know about that. Okay. We got some interesting stuff here. We got some interesting stuff going on, but I believe it is time to take down Kyrie and MatPat and get to the fan art, because we've got some pretty cool stuff this week, and I am excited to show it off. Where's the window? Why is the window not here? Hold up. I see it right here. Why are you not giving me the option? Hello? That's strange. Okay. It's literally giving me the option to select every other window except for this one? Huh? Weird. Very weird. Let me just, real quick, select, like, this. And then, okay, yep, there it is. Got it. Okay, so first, we have this incredibly wonderful art, holy shit, from Yomie_0613 on Twitter, with the caption, "Please don't be afraid of being happy." Followed up with, "Marcy, thanks to your Umineko reading VODs, I started playing it myself too. I'm really captivated by your voice acting. They're always full of character. I'm always looking forward to your VODs. Glad I was able to get into the Umineko rabbit hole. It's amazing. And so is your art. Like, holy shit. I really, really like this. Like, the dynamic between Anjay and Maria in this episode is probably one of my favorites in the entire series. So, like, this is a very special art. Thank you for sharing this. I really, really like this a lot. I said it before, but, like, I'll say it again. So, now that we've got that, why don't we move on to, we've got this one from a-pining-tree on Tumblr, which is pining_tree in the chat. And it's a cute little Sakutaro, captioned, "He was and is a good boy." Very true. We all love Sakutaro here. Sakutaro's sweep. Never will we stray from the light of God so long as Sakutaro is here. People know this. People agree with this. And, yeah. Very, very fantastic, Sakutaro. Thanks for sharing. And now we will move on to our last little batch of things. Say it in red. Okay, hold up. I'll do it just for you. I'll grab the sound effect and everything. So let's turn up the volume here. Sakutaro is best boy. It's said. It's done. It's a fact now. Anyway. So let's move on to our final of the batch stuff. We've got multiple funny memes that have been made over the course of these streams by our resident Daniel the Spaniel. No proper drawings this week, but I figured I'd take the opportunity to post all the shit posts I've made for the YouTube crowd to see. I'm sketching up a storm, though, I'll have you know, perhaps next week. Image 2 is what I would believe to genuinely happen in another world where Battler is less repressed. You cannot convince me that this man isn't bi. Images 5 and 6 are based on typos from our very own beloved Atropos. Image 7 happened after I found out that figuring out how much blood would tinge a white wine red is actually an involved task and not many people would know, because literally why would anyone? I'm trying to calculate how many times Kraus would have had to have died during the episode 2 Tea Party, but that first hurdle of how much blood is used in the Bloody Kraus is a big one. That being said, I have found a good finger pricker online. I am old enough to pop down to the wine shop and get a cheap bottle. Then again, I'm already stretching myself thin financially, so perhaps it will still take a while before this world is ready for the Kraus maths TM. Been enjoying the NezumiVA read-through, available here to anyone not familiar, although why you'd be and not know is beyond me. I'm bracing myself for a hearty helping of tears this weekend. Thank you very much for your continued work, your bravery with memeage and of Kraus math. And now let's look at all of these memes together. Let's also look at Normal Gabriel's question real quick. Hypothetically, if someone wanted to go through the trouble of, through all of your Umineko streams, isolating the vocals and making an English dub mod, would that be fine with you? That would be a lot of work, and I have stumbled on some lines that I don't think I necessarily corrected myself on, but like, if you want to try, like, go ahead. I wouldn't envy you if you actually wanted to put in all of that work, but I will get to your question in just a moment, by the way, Neon Roses. Okay, so let's look. Guys, look out, it's George. Oh god, they're wearing AirPods, they can't hear us. It is pretty scary any day that George is around.
Ryan, your next automated pizza delivery is scheduled for Saturday, February 25th at 12 p.m. To confirm, text yes. To decline, text no. Text help for help.
Thank you, Papa John, you handsome man. I shall call you the Carbs Vixen.
We're sorry we didn't understand. Please confirm or decline.
When I make love, I imagine you tossing some dough shirtless.
Dude, our automated system isn't set up yet. This is a real person texting you. I make minimum wage. Please just tell me if you want the pizza.
Mentor Spun mentioned. True.
The ride never ends.
Also true. Yes, because Atropos typoed Natsuhi as Ansuhi. So, it's Ansuhi. Great. Where Banjo and Genji contemplate why Kinzo put up the epitaph. Banjo. So this led to Nanjo Kazooie, which is actually very good. And then finally, we have, yes, the maths meme.
Did you know that the average human male has almost 6 liters of blood within their body, but this son of a witch doesn't care? She only takes 1 drop, 0.05 milliliters from you every time she kills you and puts it into a fucked up cocktail, cock, and force feeds it to Rosa as part of a torture to goad an idiot into playing stupid chess with her. We have chosen to use her pachinko sprites here because we don't like her, but she still doesn't deserve forced cannibalism. Read more. However, she will not even tell you the recipe, Bloody Kraus, not found anywhere here, giving unending grief to super cute and hot NBs that basically we can't afford to lose, who just wants to do stupid maths and figure out how many times you died to compensate for the lack of art this week. They love doing stupid maths. How could you treat them like this? How, you may ask? Click here to solve the riddle of the epitaph. The format of this is just breathtaking. It's incomparable. It is truly a work of art, and I don't know how better to say it. I think we've reached the peak of what human civilization is capable of. What can you do?
Anyway, and that's that. To answer these questions real quick, Neon Roses, if you're comfortable sharing, what were your mom's thoughts on the USHIROMIYA parents? Like, up until now, I guess, not to spoil her future thoughts, but she thought that Rosa was a bad mom, and she was really, like, confused and upset at how any parent could treat their child like that. She thought that Ava was, like, a strong, like, you know, well-developed female character, but also she was just, like, torn between being, like, but she's such, like, a hateful person, but I want to root for her, but come on. She thought that, I don't really think that she had, like, too deep thoughts about Krause and Natsuhi, other than, like, she thought that Krause was kind of, like, a brute, and she thought that Natsuhi was pitiful. She thought that Rudolph was a little obnoxious, but she thought he was funny sometimes, and she liked Kyrie the most because she thought she was smart and beautiful and cool, and she was like, Kyrie is like, I would want to be like Kyrie. So that was pretty much her thoughts on the parents, basically. Let's see, Mercy, how you got your mom to read Umineko? I'm curious. Well, my mom has watched a lot of anime. She's like, basically she got into anime from taking me to cons as a kid because she wanted to sort of like participate in my interests. And so she watched a lot of things back in the day, and it just kind of like made her a little bit more, you know, aware of like anime tropes and stuff like that, and she got more used to it than like the average person, and they're currently in their 60s. And from there, I had like shown her some other things, and basically I told her that Umineko was really good. She watched the Higurashi anime, and I was like, Umineko is even better, and it doesn't have a good anime. The only good way to get into it is pretty much through the visual novel. And I showed her a compilation of like the openings, like the opening songs that they use for the ports and stuff, and she was like, wow, those are really good songs. This is cool, I want to read this. And then we did, and it took a long time. Okay, yeah, we've gone quite a bit over what I was expecting to, because it took me a little bit to get to that cliffhanger and to get through all of this. But I hope you all enjoyed this lovely stream where we all screamed and cried a lot. We're finally getting to the game board stuff next time, so I hope you enjoy that too. Yeah. Thanks so much, everybody. I'm brain dead. I've got nothing to offer. See you next time. Bye. Oh shit, yeah, she liked Hideyoshi. She liked Hideyoshi too. I'll give you that one. Okay, bye.